Do your own research and due diligence before investing in any company. The information I provide is in no way or manner a professional suggestion to purchase shares in any publicly traded company. I am not licensed to provide financial advice, and this should be considered entertainment. These stock profiles are intended to be trading ideas, a starting point for research. Any individual who chooses to invest in any securities should do so with caution. Investing in securities is speculative and carries a high degree of risk. You may lose some or all the money that is invested. Always research your own investments and consider consulting with a registered investment advisor or a licensed stockbroker before investing.
Yes, people. It's your boy Sal's in the building, man. Running home. I am here. Let me see here. How does everything sound, man? Does it sound crazy? Let me make sure everything sounds good here. Your boy's late, but I'm here, man. I am late, but I'm here. But let me tell you something. I had a beautiful reason to be late. I'll tell you that much. If you follow me on Twitter, let me make sure. I am here. Damn, I sound. Hold on. Let me see here. How does everything sound, man? Does it sound crazy? Let me see. Make sure my sound is a little bit here. Down a little bit. Hold on here. Your boy's late, but I'm here, man. I am late, but I'm here. But let me tell you something. Let me lower this a little bit. Test. Okay. This is better. Follow me on Twitter. Let me hear. All right, so this should be better. Making sure I don't sound too loud or too crazy. Yeah, so my mic was a little loud. Okay. Let me see. This should be a little bit better. Yeah, the money making stock. And again, thank you to everybody who's finally joining me in the chat room here. Let me see here. Appreciate it. Let me go ahead and get the show started. And let me see me here. One time, let me test. Loud. Okay. Let me see. This should be a little bit better. Yeah, why is my mic sounding so freaking loud right now? All right. What's going on, everybody? People joining us in the chat room. Yeah, you see, I owe you guys 2 hours. Yeah, Alex Montez, I saw you sent me an email. Alex Montez sent me an email saying I was late. I did see that email, sir. All right, I did see that email. It is Friday night. Look, I know you guys were enjoying time with the family. Don't make it seem like I was, the reason holding you guys back. All right. And he said the sound is straight now. Okay. All right. Let me know if the sound gets janky again, because I want to make sure I don't sound too. The money making stock. Let me see. All right. Let me know if the sound gets janky again. All right. Okay. So we good. All right. So thank you for joining me, ladies and gentlemen, here on the show. Yeah, man. I ran into a beautiful, Boricua today at the mall, man. Her name is Camila. And, I can't put that, that accent onto it. So I just say Camila, Just came here from Puerto Rico. She's been here about a year and a couple months. And, you guys know what I those Dominicans, Puerto Ricans that can like pass for black a little bit. So it was like, oh my God, man. I had to show out for her, man. I had to show out for her, man. Yeah, I had to show out for her, bro. And then plus the Carolina game. So I'm like, okay, look, man, you got to come out with me tonight. The Carolina game is about to start. This is like 5-ish o'clock, like 4:35-ish. So, I spent a little bit of money on her. We were passing stories about our families, and then the game, I was like, okay, let's go out, take you to a sports bar. You know what I'm saying? Take you to a sports bar, show you something to eat. Oh, well, yeah. Of course she's, yeah. I understand what you're saying, Q-Tech. Yes, she's a black woman. Yeah. She's a black woman, yeah. But sometimes they don't know they're black just yet. You know what I mean? All right. But, nah, man, you say I'm out here tricking. Nah, man. I mean, like I said, man, like I'm trying to get wifed up this year, man. 2017, I'm trying to put myself in a situation for a marriage, man. trying to put myself in a situation for a marriage, man. I'm in my late 20s now, bro. It's I don't want to play games out here. My parents have been married now almost 31 years, bro. My dad got married when he was 31. And I'm trying to start a family. I'm trying to do some real things, man. Trying to do some real things, start building with somebody, Jay Young, you said you'll sing at the wedding. That's what's up. You say you're trying to make some money and then get married. Nah, you don't even have to do it. Here's the thing, man, because if you get married with somebody, you can build with them, man. That whole idea of waiting until you get some money to marry somebody, man, that's actually probably the wrong thing to do. I'd love to find another girl that is broke as fuck. You know what I'm saying? And we're building a legacy together. And when I say broke as fuck, I mean not rich. I mean not quit everything you're doing and fly to another country and sit around for 90 days rich. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You said you need my cow, bro, drinking from everybody's cow. You said it's buffering? I'm not buffering on my end. Is it buffering? I hope not, man, because I had a really great night tonight. I'm really not trying to fuck around with these technical issues. You said marrying a Dominican woman is pretty risky. Oh, man. Yeah, that's what's up, Cristiano. You said you got married at 24. That's what's up. Much respect, man. Much respect. I love those guys who get married young. You should start building young. Start building young. Although I don't know if I would have ended up in doing penny stocks and stuff like that, though, if I had gotten married. I think probably would have been too risky if somebody else was dependent on me. 704, you're on the air. What's up?
My brother.
Alex, what's up, man?
Man, what's going on, man? You letting me down, man. I invited my brother into a chat room.
Hey.
You're making me look bad, man. I told my brother, man, this guy's off the chain, man. You need to watch him, man. He's going to be on YouTube at 9:45. You got to be there, man.
Hey,
getting all kinds of text messages from my brother. Where's the guy?
Hey, I'm on now. That's all that matters. I'm live, man. What you got for me, Alex?
Dude, so I went long on what's the ticker? HMPQ.
HMPQ, okay. All right, Hemp America, okay.
Yeah, Hemp America. And what was the other ticker? It's a 00 stock.
Yeah.
What do you think about Hemp America?
I like where it's setting up right now. I mean, you've got some. Let me see here. So yeah, it's just crossed its 200-day moving average back on the 17th, and it looks like. Well, I'm hoping that it's going to stay above that line. If you got in today, I think you got a nice price in comparison to the last several trading sessions. All right, so
I'm hoping this one's gonna pop.
Yeah.
I know it's a 2 month, maybe 2 or 3 months. That's fine with me.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens. I think
12,500 shares, man.
Right. When I look at the daily chart, I think you're setting up pretty nicely here. So the sellers looks like are hopefully drained out. We'll see where it goes from here.
And the other one, USRM. Damn, the share is hot, man. But
Yeah,
I'm concerned about the since the healthcare reform did not pass.
Yeah.
And all these the healthcare stocks are going to start falling. What do you think?
Well, no, not necessarily, because I mean the healthcare reform really doesn't have anything to do with these. I mean, when we talk about companies like USRM, that still falls in line with his deregulation policies that he's going to continue to implement. So I think you wouldn't have to worry anything with the ACA in terms of USRM. I don't think they'll have anything to do with each other. Okay. This is all a pure deregulation play. Yeah.
That's the relief. Yeah, I jumped in on USRM because that shit was pumping and pumping
Yeah.
and moving. I'm like, damn, I gotta get on this.
Yeah, this is hot. Definitely
Hopefully.
hot, man. We've been watching that for the last 3 days now, and it's again this chart is still saying stay in the trade, and it's just going higher and higher and higher. And again, this
Oh,
is
yeah.
a stock that over 2 months now you're up over maybe over 700% now with today crossing over 8 cents. This is a stock that was under a penny on February the 15th. So you're up over 700% in 30 days in USRM.
Yep. Man, I didn't know you get down with the Latino, man.
Yeah,
High
man,
maintenance,
man,
dude.
yes.
High
I mean,
maintenance.
man, let me tell you something, man. I dated a girl in high school, all right, and that was my first experience with the Hispanic community, blah blah blah. And I remember her name was Leticia. That's why I'm not gonna say her last name.
Leticia.
Yeah, and man, just a beautiful person. She ended up moving to another state. When you're young and you're living with your parents, it's out of control. But just a beautiful person, treated me so well. And I think with them is that they kind of just allow you to be yourself. There's no preconceived ideas about who you are and shit like that. So that's what I respect a lot. So
They're high
Yeah.
maintenance, man. But when they when they open to you, man, shit.
yeah.
They're high maintenance on the pocket and high maintenance.
Oh
on
yeah,
the
yeah. Very expensive, man. Very
You-
expensive.
And
But
you gotta give them.
But loyal as hell though, bro. But loyal as hell though. Loyal as hell. If they really love you,
The Boricuas. I don't know about Boricuas. I don't know if we got any Boricua audience here. But they're hot. They're hot, man. They're hot. Hey, I want to
Alright.
shout out to my little brother, man, who got me into stock trading, man. It's my little brother. I didn't believe my little brother at the beginning, man, but he gave me a fucking lesson that I will never forget. I love you,
man.
my brother, if you're in here, man. His name is Hector Montez.
all right, Hector.
Give him a shout out.
All right, Hector, man. Appreciate you for watching, man, and I hope you call us in for some stocks, man.
I will, man. Thanks a lot.
Appreciate it, man. Yeah, definitely, Hector. Welcome to the show, and if you got some tickers, penny tickers, particularly stocks under $5 that can make us some money, give us a call, man. Give us a call. Yeah, man. Let me tell you something. All the Dominican, Puerto Rican dudes, some of these guys I've met over the course of my life, that guys who were unfortunately, unfaithful to their wives or to their women, but these women stuck around. Not saying that I would ever be, in that situation. But the fact of the matter is that these women will stick around after some of these guys have been so horrible to them. 251, you're on the air. What's up?
Yo, what's up, Sam?
What's going on, Anthony?
No, man, everything's good, man. Look, you got everybody suspended in animation, man. Hey, but look, get your groove on, dude, man.
Yes.
Hey, man.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
You deserve it. You deserve
Appreciate
it,
it, man. Appreciate it.
Hey, BAYP. BAYP, yeah.
Yeah, this is Bayport. This is a stock I wrote about on my website a long time ago when I had the little blog. And this looks like it hasn't done much since. I mean, still at 0002, but I am seeing some unusual volume recently here in 2017. We're seeing a little bit of a build-up, and then it kind of slowed down here in March. All of a sudden, you had some purchases today. But what do you see? What do you see in the stock, man? It looks like it's still kind of one of those drags.
Well, so I told you that's one of my long-term plays. I think when I first called the show, I was telling you that's one of my long-term plays there, and I got quite a bit of shares in it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking forward to eventually, move a little bit more, but that's a long-term play.
Okay.
And when it does move, like I was telling you a couple of nights ago, hey, them 000, I love those 000s and those 00 plays.
Yeah.
Because I can sit on them and just wait for them, you know. And then, like I said, I turn around and get me a couple of, nice little tickers, that they be throwing they throw out there, during the show. I can play them and kind of like, do a little day trade on that, when I got time.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I mean I'm back at 100% gain on that particular stock. So
Okay.
I'm just waiting for it to really go higher than that.
There was a stock that you talked about yesterday. What was that?
GE.
Yeah, GEGI, right?
GI.
There he goes. Yeah,
Yeah,
I remember that. I was like, what was that stock he talked about yesterday? Okay, this is it. GEGI. Yeah, I saw this.
Yeah.
I watched it, the opening this morning, and it was nice. I mean, you didn't get a crack or anything like that. You got a solid day. You stayed above the 4 and 8. So this is kind of what it needed. So we'll see what happens with that. I know I wrote it down yesterday and gave it out to other people in the chat room too. So I'm still watching GEGI. It's a beautiful, and again, I know you like these double zeros as you just said, and so far this is staying above and doing really well, holding out, holding up. So we'll see what happens.
Answer this question for me, Sam. Tell me what you feel about these shipping companies. I'm looking for me another dries company.
Well, it's so funny, man, because I mean, we have this stock here, HTGM, which is acting like dries. I mean, this is a stock that's literally acting like dries, the several times it ran. Now, this is a very similar, if you go back to the way dries ran, this is a very similar setup to how dries does. So right now, I mean, looking at a shipping company that's running, I haven't taken a look at the shippers in a while. We saw Ship ran yesterday, but today it shitted on itself. GLBS, I didn't see that do anything. So as of right now, I don't see any momentum in shippers. We had a guy call up yesterday. Remember, he said he had like $5,000 in dries, and we told him to hang on a little bit. And today, dries had a slight decline. I think a nickel. Yeah, there he goes, a nickel a share for 3%. So, there's still some hope out there, but for the most part, I don't know. We'll see what happens, man. But for the right now, there's just no momentum right now in dries.
Yeah, that's why I pulled a list of all the shipping companies,
Mm-hmm.
and I was checking out some like 80 cents, but I've seen some of them ran as high as like $5 or more,
Mm-hmm.
and that's like 6 months ago to a year.
Okay.
I look back on them, and like I said, I'm trying to find me another dries company.
Okay.
And do that play there, even if I have to go a little long, say 6 months or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I'd do that for that, But I'm gonna try to find one so I can drop me a good little chunk of money on it.
Sure. Yeah.
Hey man, and tell that get that little hottie, man, and y'all do something the weekend, man.
Appreciate it. We'll do. Oh, definitely, man. That's what's on tap. Thank you so much for the call, Anthony.
All right, man.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Yes, indeed. Dries has been dry. Yeah, it has been dry for a while now. Hey, Astrid. I see Astrid in the building. Hope all is well. USRM, yeah, you're killing it. You're absolutely killing it. And I really hope this is growing your confidence, Astrid, as a trader, because, a lot of people, again, when I talk about penny stocks and all that stuff, the first thing they want to do is talk about risk. And they may make a trade, it doesn't work out, and they disappear, and unfortunately they lose out on what could be, hundreds, thousands of % of gains that they could have made if they just hung out a little bit longer. And I really hope that you become a believer in, penny stocks and the fact that, hey, you can make some pretty good, return here on small investments, Somebody was talking about CBR. After hours. I see, you're up about like 4 cents after hours. I see you're up about 4 cents after hours on CBR. Let me know what the news is. You guys know the lines are open. DVRM. I don't see anything under DVRM. DVRM. I don't have a ticker under that. Oh, VDRM. Okay. VDRM. Here's the 10-minute chart of today's action. Here's the 10-minute chart of today's action. All right, so you had a slight decline here after lunch. As you can see here, it looks like it gave away, crossing that 4 and 8 exponential moving average earlier at about 11:10, and was never really able to kind of get back to winning again until the last hour of the day. And if we go and look at seeing let's see if we can get a daily chart. And VDRM using that 50-day moving average as support, as we saw yesterday on the show. And today you got the doji pattern, which actually might not be a bad thing, because if you guys remember, VDRM had 2 very aggressive selling days, as you can see there on the chart. So that was exactly what you wanted to see. You wanted to see a decline in selling pressure. So you got a good candlestick there in VDRM. So now Monday, what we're looking for is the buyers to be hopefully in full control of this situation. All right, in full control of this situation, and starting to build, some kind of short-term bullish momentum to build on to break that 4.048 resistance, and then let's go back to retesting the prior high that was set back 4 days ago, or actually 2 days ago. 2 days ago now. Yeah. What's going on, Africa Emporium? PVCT. Yeah, let's take a look at that. Yeah, man, lately, these last couple of days especially, very, very good tickers, man. Very, very, very good tickers. No reason to hesitate at all on any of these, especially HTGM. That was the number one stock of the night last night. If you got in yesterday, even if you played after the first 30 minutes on HTGM, you made some money. Even if you played the first 30 minutes. All right? If you got in, at the first 10 minutes of that, you made some money. You made some money. So last couple of days, man, you guys have been knocking it out the park. And definitely, and I'm just piggybacking on some of you guys' great ideas. You guys have been seeing, the profits that I put up when I post them. I'm just piggybacking off some great ideas you guys are putting up as trades. PVCT, 50% gain today alone in PVCT. This is a stock ad, as you can see here, multiple days of gains. PVCT here. This is a longer time frame here. This is a 4-hour chart, so we can kind of see what it's been looking over multiple days. And we had a pullback there on the 23rd, but for the most part, since then, yesterday, but since then, we had the morning, afternoon, nice close in PVCT. Yeah. All right, because sometimes you want to take a look at how, over a period of time, how's the stock holding up, especially when you're talking about these weaker OTC plays. ANTH is so depressed. Look at this. It's very depressed. Look, it's barely doing anything. This has really, really been depressed for a long period of time. Last 2 weeks here. Can't even maintain the candlesticks. ANTH. All right. Could pop, though. Could pop. I'm not, putting against it, but could pop. JNUG, the gold play. I'm going to see JNUG could recover next week, especially now that, the master troll had to give up on getting rid of Obamacare. And you guys know getting rid of Obamacare had nothing to do with helping people as much as it had to do with erasing Obama from the record. As you guys know, that was his number one policy in his administration over 8 years. So the master troll was just trying to delete his name off, the federal government. Basically, he just out of history. That's basically what his plan was. Unfortunately, he failed today. 919, you're on the air. What's up?
Hey, Sal, how's it going?
Hey, Bad Scientist. What's up, man?
How have you been? How's your week been?
Oh, been very good, man. Very, very profitable week for many of us here in the chat room. So as well as for me. So, and you yourself, man, how's everything been?
Yeah, not too bad. I've been away with work, just flew
Yeah.
back in last night, but good to be on the show.
Good.
Didn't get much trading done this week, although I did trade coin up and down a few times. I mean, that thing's going, it goes down to 32, 33, goes back up to 36, 37. So I did that a few times, which is good. They should be releasing earnings on Monday. I've got a little bit of money in that. I think it's pre-market that they'll be finally coming out with earnings. So I'm looking forward to a positive earnings there. They did have that one projected outlook for this year saying everything's looking good. They had a strong fourth quarter and a very promising beginning of the year. So I'm making the assumption that they're going to have a better year than 2015. So hopefully that news is positive because I've got a little bit of money in there. So looking forward to that. Right now I'm looking at a few stocks that I saw today. FTR, I'm liking that one. Those one of my low risk plays from the bottom. Looks like we have on the daily chart nice bullish tweezer bottom with the buck teeth at the bottom.
Yeah.
I like this one because the volume is pretty strong, 70 something million today. And from the bottom, it doesn't look like there's any risk on the downside because the bottom is about 190. It's now at $2.09. My thesis here is that there's nowhere else to go but up. If it does come down, it'll likely form that support at about, 190 or 195. So that's my theory with that one.
Okay.
I'm also looking at Gram, GRAM. And Gram has had a nice couple of days, starting with a doji a few days back, but it's a nice stepwise increase in volume, particularly yesterday where it was at 345,000 volume, coming again from the bottom of the chart, and then today's volume of 642,000.
Yeah, 642.
So nice stepwise volume, once again at the bottom of the chart. It just today barely broke through and managed to hold that gain above the middle Bollinger Band. Looks like on the upside, going back to the 24th of February and the 27th of February, we see those long red candles.
Yeah.
Looks like there could be a lot of play on the upside.
Yeah.
So this is for me, this is my typical play. I try to look for stocks where there's little or no risk to the downside because it's already down there, but then I'm just looking for a bullish recovery.
Okay.
And then for the OTCs, I'm liking, let me see, IGNG. And that's what, again, coming second day play from a doji yesterday into today's play from the bottom of the chart. Looking good again. Typical bullish reversal off of a low RSI condition. So that's one of my OTC plays, IGNG for Monday. One that's been actively traded that looks like it's coming up and had a nice bullish harami today was EURI. This one has been active at least since the middle of February, and people have been trading this one up and down and up and down. So looks like today it's gonna, based on the nice bullish harami there, it could be going back up to the top of the chart. I think it closed at around 12 cents, and then it could possibly climb back to the bottom of the chart at about 22 cents. So that's my second OTC. And then the last one, I think this is a marijuana stock, correct me if I'm wrong, GRNH.
GRNH.
G as in girl, R as in Robert, N as in Nice, and H as in hotel, GRNH.
Got it pulled up here, and yes, another similar setup to your other stocks that we just pulled up and took a look at.
Yep, so this one, doji day before yesterday at the bottom of the chart. Nice, nice increase in volume yesterday at, what was this, just over 2 million. And then today it's at 2.5 million. Nice stepwise increase. Today it basically closed at the 8 exponential moving average. So those are a few stocks that I'm looking at. And like I said, coin I'm holding on for earnings on Monday pre-market. So we'll see what happens. And that's my 5 cents for today.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Mad Scientist. And if you can, please go ahead and post those in the chat room if you can for me, man. I really appreciate it.
Okay. I will, definitely.
Will do.
Sal.
Thank you, Bad Scientist. So Bad Scientist with some really good trades, man. Again, this is a classic, pattern of, oversold, recovery, right, or hesitation or drying out of sellers with the doji, and then it's really smart because he gets in after the confirmation of a turnaround. So instead of simply just buying on the doji, as you can see here, especially with GRNH, he's allowed the stock to confirm the reversal in the trend with what could have been a spinning top, and then of course almost a hammer there. But now reconnecting the 4 and 8 with the body, and now you've got confirmation of a change here in that bearish momentum over the last several weeks, over a month and a half of bearish momentum in the stock. All right, GRNH. Okay, and I think in fact, if you get another green day on Monday, that 4 should go above that 8, and that'd be the first time the stock has done that. Since what was that, January 30th? So huge change. That would represent a huge change, and please believe the technical chartists out there will see that as well, and that will bring in some volume. That will definitely bring in some volume. All right, so definitely keep that down. So good play, Bats. I really like that. All right, and Bat's going to put those tickers here in the chat room in just a bit. Definitely. Like that call a lot. BLTO. Yeah, BLTO, if you guys remember, that was the stock that we all joked around at. Bingo Nation at $1, but now you're at $1.44. Sometimes, as I said, those promoters aren't too bad. Those promoters actually aren't too bad, and sure enough, you're up 44 cents in 3 days. It was actually 4 days. Well, that started Monday night, right? So, 4 days. 4 days of trading. Came out Monday night, traded Tuesday. In 4 days, up 44 cents. That's not bad. That's not bad. All right, not bad at all. Let me see somebody bringing up Cat B. What did Cat B do today? What did Cat B do today? Did we see anything good in Cat B? Let me see here. Cat B. Several days of trading here, as we can see in Cat B. And Trading Views acting erratically all of a sudden. Cat B. Nice play on that stock. Multiple day run here right now in Cat B. All right, 11% gain today alone in Cat B. Not bad. Multiple. You actually had 4 days in a row of gains there. 704, you're on the air. What's up?
Hey, good evening. It's Astrid.
Hey, Astrid. How are you?
Good. A little tired, but I'm good. How are you?
Doing good, doing good. I see you're doing well in your USRM trade.
Yes, but I think I did something silly today. So I bought in at 0.0441, and I know when we spoke last night, there was some talk about me possibly selling. So today I thought about it, and I said, I'll let it ride a little bit, because there was some talk about it possibly getting to 10 cents. The thing is that I was also working and very busy. I work in a law firm, so I'm constantly getting, it's just constantly busy. Attorneys coming to my desk every every 2 minutes.
Okay.
So I'm seeing this go up and go up and go up. And then I was ready to sell at one point, and then my account said the sell order I'm about to place includes shares that are not yet settled. They're not paid for. So if they're insufficient funds to cover the original purchase, then it's going to result in a good faith violation. So that got me a little shook because I didn't really understand what that meant.
What?
And I'm trying to work, and I'm not sure if I really, should sell. So there was just a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah.
So then I decided, okay, well, I can't sell. Let me just buy some more before this goes up even higher, because now at this point, it went up to 9 cents, and then it dipped back down to 8 cents. So I said, well, let me just buy a little bit more, because at least my account's letting me buy.
Right.
So, but what I didn't realize is that with buying at 0.085, now that kind of overrode the 0.04. So I feel like I myself.
Okay. Did you buy more? Did you buy more shares the second time than the first?
Second time. The first time I bought 3,000. Then that was on, what was that, Wednesday?
Okay.
And then today I tried to sell, and I got that warning.
Okay. How many shares did you buy today?
1,000.
Oh, okay.
So I spoke with someone, and he said that it takes like 3 business days for stuff to settle. So this was a lesson learned for me. 1, I need to really understand what's going on with my account. 2, don't try to trade like while I'm in the middle of a busy work day, because it's just, too hectic. So for right now, and my account was up. I think I was up at one point at 100%. And I said, yeah, time to sell. But, I can be pretty indecisive. So there was a lot of back and forth with me. But all in all, it was good. I'm just kind of ticked now that I'm at 0.8 cents overall versus the 0.4.
Yeah, because it's averaging out what you're doing. So
yeah,
I don't think it's that bad though. I have a feeling this could be going higher. I think you will get your 10 cents. I mean, you almost touched it today. You almost touched it today.
Did. So that was pretty good. And WDRP, that also did pretty well today. That ended in the green, and it looks like they're getting some good reviews on Amazon about their coffee. So I'm holding on to that one as well. I was a little skeptical because the company that they partnered with, SPIC, I think it is, they partnered with, that company was actually doing a little bit better than WDRP. So I'm still watching it, but I'm hoping that one will, will do a little better. But I'm still holding on to USRM because I'm not able to do that day trading yet with the quick selling and then trying to buy and sell. So right now I'm just leaving it all because today my brain was just all over the place.
Yeah, but it seems like swing trading is working for you though. I mean, you knocked it out the park here with USRM as well as Bayport so far. So we'll definitely see what's going on.
My thing. I don't think I'm the quick, the day trader that just buys and sells and buys and sells. I like to just sit it out and watch and see what's going on. So. Yep, and then with this whole Trump thing, I really don't know. Like, he's just crazy. The Affordable Care Act, as I had just posted a little bit. That act saved my life. I don't know what's going to happen if they get rid of it. I had a brain tumor a couple years ago, and thank God it was benign. However, had I not had the Affordable Care Act, I wouldn't have been able to get the brain surgery that I had to get.
Oh wow!
And because of that, I was able to meet the president. I then, I went to the White House. They invited me down for the State of the Union, and I got to meet him and the First Lady. And what a great family, what a great man, and a great woman. So I don't know what's going on with Trump. I don't even watch the news anymore. I just look at my stocks.
Yeah, I understand. And again, I'm grateful that worked out for you, Astrid, and I hope it sticks around because I know it can help a lot more other people. So.
Yeah. I was an ambassador for it, for a while. So we'll see. But all right, have a good night.
Good night, Astrid.
Stay tuned for a little bit. I'm getting sleepy.
Will do. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Bye. Yeah, bye.
All right, so she's knocking it out the park, man. Besides the fact that, again, they tried to take away something today that's out here saving people's lives. You just had somebody on the phone call up and just say, hey, man, that saved my life. That saved my life. Crazy, man. Crazy. People talk about cost doubling, but I mean, the cost as it were so low. Some people out here paying $70 a month, for insurance that would typically charge you anywhere between $300 to $400. Sure, if it doubled, I understand. USRM, again, she's killing it with that. She's absolutely killing it with that. Absolutely killing it with that. All right. In fact, she gets the ka-ching for that one. I mean, she got in at 4 cents a share. Now she's up already over 100%. But can you imagine those people who got in, as you can see here, back in February? When Anthony called up and he talked about loving those double zeros, this is the potential of those double zeros. And that's why sometimes when these stocks do these, a lot of people give up. Sure enough, found some support, that 13, using that 20-day moving average. Used that as support and, all of a sudden retest that high and broke right through it. USRM, not bad. Not bad at all. Eric Stocks, why are you missing the HTGM train, man? The HTGM train is, again, it's not necessarily the best for the swing trader, although you could have been in it multiple days here. But HTGM, again, this is kind of like Dries, as I talked about those stocks that kind of change people's lives. One of those stocks that, you go in really heavy for a very short period of time. Because the liquidity is so tight, right? The bid and ask gets so tight that you can go in very heavy for just a short period of time and then boom, you're out of there. So if you've got a day trade available and it does something like this again on Monday, you can get in very heavy and be able to get out with some significant profit, but still have a spread tight enough if for whatever reason goes against you, you can get out relatively quickly too. Yeah. Very similar setup to Dries when those run. Any of the shipping stocks when those run. I mean, very similar to AUPH from last week, where you had a stock that got up, started flagging, right? Flags to the right like that. Kind of flags to the right like that. Incredible pre-market action. Then all of a sudden, starts running. Yeah. She's using Fidelity. Yeah, I'm surprised. Somebody said that Trade King doesn't allow you to sell your penny stocks the very next day. I was not aware of that. When did TradingView start doing this where like the shit disappears if you touch it? I don't know. If anybody knows how to get rid of that, let me know. I don't know. They just started doing that. I'd never seen that before. Where if you touch it and all of a sudden gets rid of the line. They need to stop that shit. NWAV up 15% in today's action. Here's the 10-minute chart of today's action. As you can see here, not bad for the 24th. Okay, it's not doing it all of a sudden. I don't know what that was about. 24th. New Wave Holdings. I don't know anything about New Wave Holdings. So if you do, whoever brought that up, Bovash, you let me know. I see it's making money though. I do see it's making money, especially since this 7 days. I mean, 7 days you've already doubled up. You've doubled up in over 7 days in this stock alone. Decent volume, as I can see here too. And NWAV. Let me see here. Let's take a look at that. PULM. Somebody saying PULM is showing similar moves. Yeah, you had the great move on the 21st in PULM, but I felt like I know I missed it. I didn't catch that move there on PULM on the 21st. And now it looks like it's settling back. You're using the 200-day moving average now. It's just hugging that 200-day moving average. This is the 10-minute chart here. Let's look and see how we are on the daily. All right, so here we on the daily. Again, that stock PULM. If you guys remember, many of you were watching here. It had an incredible, late January. And PULM looking to maintain and get back to winning again. 905, you're on the air. What's up?
Hey, man. So I have a quick question. So I see that you have a lot of lines on your trading view. How do I get the 50-day, 80-day, and 200-day averages on my thing?
Now, are you on TradingView as well?
Yeah, I'm on TradingView.
Okay, so if you're on the screen right now, go ahead and right-click the chart, and then go ahead.
Insert indicator.
Yeah, insert indicator. Look up moving average.
Yeah.
Okay, and then once you go ahead and click that line when you get it on your screen, and then go ahead and go to inputs, and you should see 20 there, and you can change the length to 20, 50, 200, whatever you want it at.
Okay, so what is the I think it's called the bowling? No, one sec. Let me. It's called the Bollinger Bands.
Yes.
Is that anything to do with 50-day, 20-day, or?
Yeah. Well, so the Bollinger Band already has a built-in 20-day moving average line already into the into the indicator. So yeah, that's kind of it's the center line for the indicator, and it allows you to determine where prices are in between the action, which is the higher end and the lower end of the Bollinger. And the middle is supposed to be as indecisiveness between the high end and low end of the indicator.
Okay. All right. All right. Yeah, that's awesome. Okay. Thanks, man.
Appreciate it. Thanks for the call, man. All right. All right. Hey, what's going on, Erica Looper? Yeah. Shout out to Ricky Lindo, DCTH. Let me see here, man. I think you brought this up. Did you call about this, Ricky, a couple days ago? I've been waiting for this one to pop, man. I've been waiting for this one to pop. I mean, I'm looking here at the hourly right now, and sometimes on these higher time frames that aren't necessarily the daily, but 1 hour, 2, 1 hour, 3 or 4 hour, you could maybe be able to determine a cooling off of the selling. And I'm seeing here today's action, as you can see here, slight rebound here again. This is an hourly slight rebound as we slowly try to cross back over this 50-day moving average. We're well below the 200. I mean, well below the 200. In fact, even if we go back to the 5 minute, I think we should be well. Okay, so 5 minutes barely crossing it, but as you see on those higher time frames, we're actually below the 200. So selling at bearish momentum, still winning, but you had a slight change today, as we saw there on that hourly, kind of showed a change in momentum these last couple hours, and the 5 minute shows it here. Okay, yeah. Winston, are you in PULM? Because if you're below, if you're losing on it right now, man, it looks like you might. Oh, Emporium. Okay. Yeah. I think you guys might get that pop eventually. As you can see there on that chart here, 5 minutes. You know, it's showing a slight change. Or it is a change actually in that momentum. This is only, you know, a penny, but still not bad. Oh, okay, no problem. I appreciate it, Erica. HHWW. HHWW. Okay. Yeah, I don't see anything HHWW, man. I don't know, man. There's no volume or anything in this right now, man. You know, only 300 shares traded. It's probably low float as hell, but there's no volume going on in HHWW. I mean, is it even in compliance right now? Yeah, I think you're really, really early in this one. This kind of reminds me of that company that contacted me in CLWD, if you guys remember that one. Very, you know, company that doesn't really have much going on and is just kind of bouncing. HHWW, very similar. And HHWW, I see here, it's a OTC pink and it's currently no information. OCLR. 5-minute chart here on the screen. Beautiful day today. Look at that. Again, this is kind of one of those charts. I mean, look at this. Even again, here's another situation. Even if you play after the 30 minutes, you would have made some money on this one. Opening up at 9:57, closing at 10:11. Very safe stock to play in the morning. Look at that. From 9:30 to 11, you still made some money in the stock. Solid volume today on this stock as well. Africa Emporium, appreciate that, man. Did you guys play that today? Not bad, man. Solid. Yeah, solid play, OCLR, today's action. And I think if you wanted to see this, certain brokers, you have built-in scanners in your platforms that can determine stocks that have broken previous day's highs, and that's how this stock would have gotten on your radar. As you can see, the previous day's high on the 23rd was 983. So if you had a scanner that found stocks breaking previous day's highs, this could have, you know, this definitely would have been one of those that would have popped up on that indicator, on that scanner, and you would have had an opportunity to play. And even after breaking that previous day's high, continue to run as high as 1015. As you can see, actually the high is 1028. So more than enough gain on that stock. Not bad, OCLR. We had a guy call up about GIGL. He mentioned that he was in that stock. GIGL, slight sideways day for the stock. Sideways day for the stock. You were actually going very, very well until, you know, unfortunately, people taking some profits. And also some weak hands. All right. Sometimes when these OTC stocks are doing so well, and maybe, you know, a group of people decide to sell, other people get scared because they think they don't know what's going on. And I understand nobody wants to be a bag holder, right? Nobody wants to be a bag holder. So you've got people who start running for the doors, and that's exactly what happened in GIGL. And that ended up sending a stock that would have been up, in my opinion, another, what was that, almost 14 to 15% today? Because at one point you were up over 15% in the stock. You know, unfortunately, until noon, or actually until 2 o'clock, I see. Then the stock sold off on itself there, just ending with a slight 1% loss. You said that dude PayAD had 200,000 shares. Bovash wow, okay. Yeah, that's a ton of shares. I mean, if he had 200,000 shares and he got them, particularly cheap, which is my guess, if he sold that into the open market, yeah, that would definitely do some things to the stock, But more importantly, it would cause other people to hesitate. And again, weak hands would sell too. All right, because that's what weak hands do. Weak hands run at any sign of hesitation. PLSB, Pulse Beverage. You had some people really excited about Pulse Beverage yesterday. If you guys remember on PLSB, was this the stock that, let me see here. Yeah, this was the stock yesterday that had that huge day from the 23rd, followed up today, unfortunately, with the sell-off, some profit taking today in the stock. I'd say you continue to watch it and see what happens. We've seen stocks like this do that, where, you had the incredible, day of the run, pulls back the next day, and then you got green on Monday or Tuesday. We'll keep watching. 206, Mr. Lloyd, what's up, man?
What's up, man? I thought we were supposed to be having a heated conversation, man. I tuned in. It's 8 o'clock, and we still talking about stocks.
Yeah, man. I'm a little late. So we're catching up, still rapping on the day, man. But I mean, we'll get into a little bit of that.
Well, I just wanted to share a little piece, man. Actually, I bought Snap as far as the stock conversation. I bought some calls on Snap, the 25s for April 19th. So I'm up like $50.
Okay.
What's crazy, man? It's like some guys right now, they'll take that $50 and run with it, man. But it's like, to me, I cannot wrap it around my head that I'm already up 100% on this thing. I put I don't know. I think I'm up like 180 or something like that. Not 180, but $50. But it's just like, I can't just take that fucking $50, man. I don't know what it is. I mean, I don't know if am I selfish or, you know what I'm saying? I mean, would you just pull $50 out just because you see it?
No, not for an option. I mean, no, not for an option play. I mean, how much did it cost? I mean, how much did the trade cost?
Let me see. I'm going to go back and take a quick look at it.
Because sometimes, you take a $200 option and then you're up $100. Yeah, I would take that. I mean, because you're up almost 50%. You know what I mean? So it kind of depends on, if the option cost you, $109 and you're up $50, that's probably your max, right? So you've got to look at how much you put in and then where you are in profit. And sometimes a lot of people don't realize they're at their max for profit and they don't even realize it. So they end up thinking, okay, well, only $50. Let me hold off. And they're like, hold up, dude. You only put up $200. You got 50, right? That well over almost 40% on your money. That's actually your top for profit. So you got to take that.
Right. So I'm up 67.50 right now, and I'm up 75%.
Okay.
So
how much did it cost? So how much did the trade cost you?
I bought. Hold on one second. I bought 3 contracts at unfortunately, I'm trying to see the details here. 3 contracts, and I paid. I'm not sure. I'm looking at the app on the phone, so it's really hard for me. Yeah, it wasn't. I think I only put like $100 in here, man. It wasn't a whole lot. It's only like $100.
Okay, so I mean,
I think
if you're up, I mean, so hell, man, if you're up 50% on $100 on $100 trade, I don't know. I would walk with that. I mean, but again, if it's going in your direction, you feel. It's going to go higher, than sure. But on $100 trade, hell yeah, I'll probably walk away with that for $100 trade.
Right. Yeah. So I just I wanted to share something, man. As far as I just had I'm getting my home remodeled, and I just pulled out a refinance loan, and you know, when you got contractors coming to your house, man, it's like having the OTC market up in here because you got a lot of pump and dump scams coming through the house, telling you need shit when you don't need it.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a guy come out to the house, and he said, "Put your hand on the window." So I put my hand on the window. He said, "You feel that?" I said, "Well, yeah, well, it's cold." Well, it shouldn't feel that way.
What?
So the house was built in 07. Yeah, the house was built in 07. And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, man, it shouldn't feel this way. I mean, yeah, our windows are warm, you know, and you're losing heat. And there's a piece of metal. So basically, in the inside of the window, you can see a piece of metal that's showing. And he said basically that's causing it was built wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And so he said that's why I need his windows. And they went like $50,000 or something like that. It was something crazy because I got a lot of windows in my house. Anyway, so I fucking looked through I found the manufacturer of the windows, and so I ended up calling the manufacturer, say, "Hey man, some guy came out here and said that the windows were built wrong." And they said, "Well, we're going to send you a YouTube video on how to get the serial number so we can take a look at it."
Okay.
So they sent me the damn video. The same piece of metal that this guy is telling me that is causing my windows to be cold is where the serial number is. And I'm thinking to myself, how stupid can I be? You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
So you got to be really careful with these guys. And
He tried to take you, man. He tried to basically take you for a spin there.
Right. And I'm gonna tell you who the biggest scam is out of. There's really no way around it. But going to the dentist is the biggest scam. How many times have you sat up in a chair and the motherfucker say, "You know what? I think you gonna need a root canal and a crown."
No shit.
and you can't argue with him. What can you say? Hold on, let me take a look myself. You know, it's not like you can double check and say, "Hold on, let me take a look."
Yeah.
No, I think I just need a feeling. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like you have to go with what they're saying. You know what I'm saying? So, man, it's just society here. It gets me.
Everybody's trying to make everybody's trying to make a dollar, man. I mean, you know, they're trying to make money, and you know, unfortunately, sometimes you've got, you know, as a business person, to get people to purchase things sometimes that they don't need. But if you believe in your product and, you know, you believe that it can help them, that sometimes allows you to get over the anxiety of asking for the, you know, for the additional sale, you know. So.
Right. I mean, have you ever been to the dentist and he told him, "Oh, you need all this shit," and you kind of look at him like,
not the dentist, but like at those like speedway centers, you know, where they get to the oil change and shit. I'm going in there for a 19. I mean, and never when I go to those places, I never get the $19.99 deal. I'm going there to those places for $19.99 oil change, and I come out of that motherfucker with a $70 bill. How the fuck did I get $70? You know,
you need some new rotors.
Yeah. Oh man. You know, hey man, it looks like your liquid's kind of dirty, man. I think we can change that. Oh, okay, you know. And I'm like, okay, I got a Lexus. I'm like, okay, let me. I don't want to risk any type of, you know. Let me go ahead and change that. Go and change that. Next thing you know, I'm walking out of there with $75, $80, and I wanted the $19.99 oil change. You know.
Right.
Shit.
You go in there for the oil change, and they come out with all these fucking recommendations. Well, this shit is cracked here. You got an oil leak, and also the trainee is about to blow.
It's ridiculous.
You just bought the car yesterday, brand new off the lot.
You know.
So, oh man. So, anyways, man, I'm taking it easy. I'm kind of upset, you know, because we got to spend. We have an apartment in our house, and so I'm going to turn that into an Airbnb. And if any of you guys have an Airbnb, hit me up in the Discord and just give me a little insight of how you're doing, because we have a 900 square foot apartment down there that my mom was staying in, so we're gonna convert it over, and I don't want to rent it out again, man, because it's really hard to kick somebody out of your house.
Yeah. Up
here, especially in Washington. I mean, they can have your shit running, your water running, and live in this motherfucker for free until the sheriff comes in to kick him out. And I'll tell you, when my mom was up in here acting a fool, man, I want to light this whole bitch up and fucking burn it down to the ground. So, Yeah. But other than that, man, yeah, me and the wife is gonna sit out and chill out and have a movie, man. But I just wanted to get your feelings on being ripped off and not having no choice but to pay the man.
Yeah.
So, anyways, happy Friday to you, man, and I'll see you in the Discord this weekend, man.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Mr. Lloyd. Thank you for the call, bro. Thank you for the call. And yeah, man, I hate those situations. I never got fucked over at the dentist, but definitely at those speedway, quick lube places. I hate those quick lube places. At this point now, I actually start going to the dealership because the dealership prices now have gotten a lot better. If you went to the dealership like 10 years ago, it was like a $50 to $40 difference. Now the dealerships have learned, okay, they got to be reasonable with that shit because people weren't going over there. So I go to, the Lexus spots. But I used to get fucked over, man. I used to get, I'm like, I just want the $19.99. And they say, well, the $19.99 is only for 4 cylinders. And I'm like, what the fuck? So why are you guys putting it out everywhere, man? The fuck? Man. Airbnb is not safe. Well, Airbnb, my thing is, they've got a real bad history of discrimination at Airbnb. You just Google Airbnb and discrimination. You talk about people who are, going to Airbnb, and then when they show up, the owners say, hey, it's full, or unfortunately, the room has been damaged. You got to go somewhere else. Hell yeah. Oh, no. I mean, no. If you got a Benz or a BMW, yeah, then the dealership is still expensive. But yeah, Mr. Lewis, you're right. They got the coupons for Lexus and stuff like that. And also on the website, they got specials and shit. 484, you on the air. What's up?
What up, Sal? Is Elvis. I've been watching your TV, your YouTube thing, man. I appreciate everything you're doing, but I got a couple of tickets here.
Let's go.
I got AZFL.
Okay. Yep. This is that one that ran several weeks ago and did really, really well. AZFL. Let me see what's it been doing lately. It had an incredible late February. It looks like it's been a little bit quiet since.
Yeah, that's the only thing that I'm a little worried about. I mean, they've been buying a lot of properties around, and I mean, it's like the news that they be throwing out. Like, I'd be expecting them to be doing to make some kind of move, but it really hasn't. And I went in at 0029.
Okay.
But I guess I went a little bit too high for this time frame, I guess.
Well, I don't know. Not just yet. I mean, I won't count you out just yet. You're at 0029. You're at 0022. So not just yet. I mean, sometimes when you get into the trade, it doesn't immediately go your way. I wouldn't call yourself out just yet in AZFL. It is. Let me see here. Let me get back to a smaller time frame so I can see this better. You're at 0029. Yeah, so you've been in it for some days, right? I mean, so you've been in it for a couple days now.
I got it on the 17th. 17th?
Yeah.
16th. I'm sorry, 16th. So I got it like on the low. On that, not low, but like in between. I mean, it was moving kind of good that day, but it's just ever since that day, man. But I have patience, but you know how sometimes your patience be fucking with your head. Sorry for cursing.
Okay, so yeah, I don't know, man. Not I wouldn't sell just yet. On AZFL because I like the way, especially these last 2 days where it has.
I'm sorry to cut you off.
Go ahead.
But it has like low volume, like on the buying type, like there's certain stocks that you need like 100 million to like move up, like on the let me see, like on the 22nd, 23 million, and it moved up from 18 all the way to 25, and it closed at 24. You see, so I guess we just need more buying power, like more volume.
Exactly. And if you're willing to be patient, that could come back to this situation. But if you're not, then I would go ahead and sell. I mean, you were up 10% today. You might find yourself with some more gains into the early next week, and that might allow you. I don't know about breaking even, but at least getting close to it if you're looking to get out of this trade.
But because my plan was, it was one, get out of it, or just add some more shares, so I felt like I kind of like lower my lower my price range. You get what I'm trying to say? Trying to break even type of thing. Like if I buy at 22, I could probably bring it down like 24, 25. So if I do get out, I will get out with more profit. Like you see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. I know you're trying to dollar cost average. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Especially if the stock has a history of running. Being that this stock has only done one that I know that we've seen here on the show, you just got to look at this trade and what they're putting out in news and be certain that you can see that kind of momentum coming back to that stock. That's the only way dollar cost averaging really makes sense. Especially on the OTC side of things.
Yeah, I got like two more if you have time.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's go through them.
I got another one that I'm into, like kind of deep, and I don't know what to do. Is LEXG. There you go.
All right, this is the lithium play, LEXG. Very familiar with this stock here. Where are you in on this one at?
Yo, I made a rookie mistake, my brother. I bought it on the 15. Yeah, on the 15, I bought it at 24, and my dumbass didn't sell the following day. That it went all the way up to 35, and I had $500. So $500 at 35, I would have had a profit of 225.
Yeah.
But me being a rookie, me being greedy, I'm like, yo, the next day is gonna go up again. It should go up another day.
Yeah.
But I guess my ego just stepped into the playing field and just.
Now here's the thing about LEXG is because you might be able to get back to 32. I don't know how long, but as quickly as that stock went from your original price to 32, I think you could actually do that again. I actually set a reminder here again because
I actually bought it at 24.
Oh, you bought it at 24. Okay, so let me just see.
That's what I'm saying. Like on the 15, I bought it at 24, and the following day, for me being greedy and being a rookie, I didn't sell, and it went up to 35. So with the $500 that I had in there, I would have made I think the math was like 225, something like that. I'm not sure. I guess something like that. But after that, man, I just bet on the negative, man. But I got high hopes for it, though, being honest with you.
Damn, man.
I mean, they're coming out with some pretty good news. They just bought out the rights for a company. I forgot what it's called. Let me see somewhere here.
Yeah, my thing about it is that when I look at the LEXG chart, I mean, the stock for February and most of the beginning of March was very, very bearish. And then you had that kind of an RSI play there where it just kind of popped over a course of 3 days, then came back down. So now, if you take the primary trend in consideration, you're thinking about the stock going bearish again. I mean, looking at LEXG right now, the short term, it says sell. It does say sell on the short term for this stock. If you feel like,
if I already did that mistake, I might as well just hold on to it and just hope for the best. I mean, I'm not gonna hold on for like 3 or 4 months, but I'm gonna give it like a month or two.
Okay.
Yeah, you never know.
Sure. I mean, if you feel, if you're willing to risk that to see if it evens out and rebounds, then sure. I mean, that's a plan.
And the last one that I have is PTCO.
Petrogas. Now, the only thing I don't like about Petrogas is that you've got to understand that this is a company that doesn't have any actual operations. If you do some research on their 10K, and again, that may not even matter to a lot of people, but Petrogas has been one of those stocks that a lot of people have known is kind of like a paper selling scheme where, yeah, it's just it's kind of one of those things. So just know that.
After I got in, I did my research. That was an impulse buy. I mean, I saw it kind of low. I bought it at 17. So I mean, it's been going up between 17 and 19. I'm just hoping that it will go to like at least 25, 30. But
yeah, I think this one, if you get a good run out of this one, man, just go ahead and take your profits and run. You know.
Yeah, that's what I'm definitely gonna do. But Sal, I appreciate everything you're doing, man. I'm learning a lot. As soon as I get some profit out of these stocks, please believe I'm gonna put something in your PayPal.
Appreciate it, man. Much respect, man.
And everybody should do this. And everybody should do the same thing. If y'all make $10, send Sal 50 cents, man. Because most of the time you get the info from the show. If without the show, most of y'all wouldn't find none of these stocks. But Sal, keep doing your thing, and I salute you, my brother.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much, 484. I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it, bro. All right. What's going on, Sinclair? All right. I see you in there, Nisi. All right, she's saying, Nisi says she loves her Airbnb. Yeah, Bova, she said 50 cents. Oh, shit, man. Oh, funny, man. It's a funny dude, man. Oh, man. What's going on? Yeah, I mean, I actually haven't done the Airbnb thing too. I just been reading other people's reviews about it and stuff. Somebody in the chat room said that there was a black version of Airbnb. I had never heard of that. I had never heard of that. Okay. MKAU pulled back today. MKAU pulled back today. MKAU 10%, almost 10%, but they're supposed to be going live on Monday, so maybe for some people this was a good entry. As you can see here, it's had a incredible last couple of days, last week and a half in the stock. So NKAU, we'll see what happens with that. All right. You said you were blown. What's going on, caller? You're on the air. So NKAU, we'll see what happens with that.
So.
Hey, what's up? Who am I speaking with?
Oh, my name is AB.
Oh, AB, what's up, man?
Yeah, let me turn you down here for a second.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Turn you down here. Look here, I have a question about USEI.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and I heard you say some time ago that there's promise in that stock.
Mm-hmm.
Do you expect that possibly something would happen? I keep hearing something I heard a couple times about the 15th of April.
Yeah, it's so funny because I heard about that too. I didn't want to put that out there because I don't want to get people excited and start loading up already because I can't confirm exactly what's going to happen on the 15th of April. But supposedly, I don't know if it's going to be an acquisition or some property. I have no idea, but supposedly something is supposed to be happening. But again, I haven't been able to confirm it with anybody. You had a large purchase I see today in the stock. The stock up 20%, but we'll see what happens on it. But again, I just can't wait to see this stock run like I know it will eventually. But I know it's been some time, and but again, this is kind of one of those things. I'm in it for the long haul, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, me too. So I kind of put a little investment in it myself. It's gone down quite a bit, but I kind of expect something to happen because they're getting into this medical thing. I figure something's going to happen big pretty soon.
Yeah. I mean, it's a 000 stock. It's got a lot of potential because it moves very aggressively. The share structure is excellent, but again, it's a stock that you got to be in for some time, man. When it starts running, it's going to be up for the decision of people to decide whether or not how long they want to stay in or not. But I know I'm in it for the long term because we've missed too many stocks here on this show where we've watched it gone from triple to double, from double to a penny. And it would be nice to get into a stock like that again where you get it at a triple, and yes, you just got to be patient and allow it to do its thing and eventually be able to get the 1,000, 2,000% gains that we talk about so many times here on the show.
My. Well, okay then, Sal. I appreciate your information on that, and I'll be subscribing to you pretty soon.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you. All right, appreciate him for calling. Yeah, man. I mean, we talk about that too damn much, man. This one, so many stocks that we've seen here on this show. We go back into the chart and we say, oh shit, man. Over the course of 7 months, 8 months, 9 months, the stock went from 0.009 to 4 cents, or it went from 0.0020 to 9 cents or something. And why are we missing out on that shit? There's got to be one stock in your portfolio that you can say, okay, I swing trade, yes I day trade, but that one I'm going to put in a little bit on the side in that one and just forget about it, because I think that one has the potential to eventually be a lot more than just a day trade. I think every investor has to have at least that kind of one play. And I know for we had, what's his name, Ryan Gets It. I know Ryan Gets It and a couple other people, AWGI, I think Africa Emporium. Were you one of those people too? Some of you guys think it's AWGI. Some of you guys think it's AWGI. I saw some people think it's BAYP. BAYP at 0002. We just got done talking with Anthony earlier in the show. He thinks it could be BAYP. We have another woman who talked about SWET? Yeah, SWET. This is a stock we've been watching, and SWET did another, great day today, now at 0004. So, there are many little these triples, these little doubles that you can get in and get extremely big gains if you get in early. Okay. Yes, indeed. Yeah. So, Travi, are you a believer in MKAU? Travi's a believer. Travi's a believer. That's what's up, man. That's what's up, man. Okay. What's up, Dave Thomas? You see what you got for me, Money Wolf. I thought I just saw you post something. JBino DIRV. Direct View Holdings. Okay, yeah. Okay, so he thinks it could be DIRV. Let me see here. Let me get a better time frame here. All right. So DIRV. Yeah, so I mean everybody's got, it's got to have that one position that you can take and you're just willing to ride it. All right? 601, you're on the air. What's up?
Oh man, this is more peace, man. I don't call much, man.
Yeah, what's up, man?
I'm shy like Michael Jackson, man. So I just wanted to shout you out, man, and support what you're doing. And I'm gonna constantly keep donating to your cause, bro. Yeah. I really appreciate you, and you are really helping people, good-hearted people, figure out this stock game, man. Yeah. I can't thank you enough, dude.
Much respect, man. Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for the call, man. Thank you so much for the call. But hey, before I get you off the line, man, I mean, is there a stock you've been looking at or you've been trading recently?
Oh man, I mean, a lot of different things, man. Getting money, but PLSB.
Okay.
Okay. I've been in that. DTI.
Yeah.
It's on the slick side. getting in that at the very, very bottom, man, and watching those support levels real closely.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And in and out a lot of stuff. You know, I trade very nervously. Like
Okay.
a squirrel.
Right. No, I understand, man. I understand. Protecting protecting yourself from losses.
I get in and out, man.
Yeah.
But those are my two like little loans. You know, but AZFL looking kind of good. It made it.
Okay.
I mean, you know, level 2 is looking good today, and I increased my position a little bit on that. But yeah, man, I just support you, dude, man. I really appreciate you.
Yeah.
The world appreciates you. The universe gonna bless you, and you keep doing what you're doing, bro.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. More peace. Keep watching, all right?
No doubt, man.
All right. So appreciate More Peace, man. And that's a brother that's been watching me for a minute now too. He's been watching me for a minute. And many of you guys have, man. Many of you guys have been in this chat room, you know, since we were like 20 people or some shit like that. I mean, less sometimes. I mean, and if you guys go back to some of the real old shows, we would go back like 5 hours. That'd be like every day. Every day was a 5-hour show, bro. And you know, it was ridiculous. I don't know what the hell I was doing back then. Every day was a 5-hour fucking show. You know, it was crazy. So shout out to More Peace, man, and the people, all the new people too. Appreciate it. Go ahead and press like on this video right now, man. Go ahead and press like on this video. If you're learning something, getting some out of this, appreciate it. Press like. Yeah. What's going on, Oakland in the house? You said Coin might get on the body cam. Yeah, you guys know I don't like putting my money in these you know, surveillance and security type stuff, because you know they're all about refining, you know, white supremacy. You guys know I don't fuck with these police stocks, but I know you guys want to make some money on it, so it's all good. You know, 33 cents a share. Not bad, man. And shout out to that new show on Fox. I saw it was called Shots Fired. I took a look at that on the Fire Stick, and shout out to the people who talked about the Fire Stick. Is the truth, man. Them Amazon Fire Sticks with Cody. Ooh. I mean, I'm watching all kind of shows. I'm catching up on like shows I loved as a kid, like Beast Wars and old ass Power Ranger episodes and shit. Yeah, man. I'm fell in love with I actually cut the cable box. Now it's just internet. That's all I got is the internet now. And then I obviously I got the little antenna for the digital local channels and shit once in a while, but for the most part I got the ESPN3 on the stick, so I can, you know, whatever game, I ain't missing no game. I'm looking at Florida, Wisconsin right now on the stick. 601, you're on the air. What's up?
Hey, what's up, Sal? This is John from Florida.
Hey, what's up, John?
Not too much. I just wanted to bring 2 tickers to everybody's attention.
Okay.
I've called in about TXTM before.
Okay.
And the reason I'm calling in, yeah. Now, the reason I'm calling in is because this particular stock is not new. I know maybe a month or so back, it came out that something about legalization of marijuana in Africa, some South Africa, some stuff like that. Later on, they kind of changed it to some type of innovation they're doing with green tea. Now, what's so interesting about this particular stock is not so much that it's a legitimate company, because I've been in this stock for a while, and at this point, whether or not it's a legitimate company, I really don't even care. I mean, whether it is or whether it's not, I'm thinking maybe not. But the thing is that it's really sensitive to any news that comes out about this particular stock. It does have a high float, but it has a lot of eyes watching it. And every time any little bit of news comes out, it jumps up. So maybe a few weeks back, they have an active Twitter page where they update the stockholders. They just posted a picture of the president. This is some part of a president in South Africa. All I did was post a picture of her, and the stock jumped up to a higher percentage. So now they just recently posted on Twitter that news is going to come out next week. So it started at 00:15 this morning, and at the end of the day, the high was 00:25, and it finished off at 00:24. Now I'm just bringing it to everybody's attention because it's a volatile stock. I mean, just as fast as it goes up, it goes down. This is one particular stock. It does not hold its gains. I'll tell you that right now. It does not hold them. But if you play it right, you can get in on the increase. Because I'm thinking sometime next week they are going to release some news. And any little bit of news they release is going to cause this stock to jump up. So just keep your eyes on it. Once you get your profits, I would advise to get out. So that's particularly what I'm going to do. I'm already in it. I'm gonna play the rise, and then I'm going to get out. And the next stock I want to bring to you, what was his name? Penny Stock Guru. He brought it up. The VGPR stock. Now, he was telling everybody to get in on it. I forget which show that was. It might have been your Wednesday.
Yeah. He's a notorious promoter, VGPR. Yeah, and he's behind that. Yeah, what do you like about this one?
Now, when he told us to get in the next day, it did release some news. I think they said because they actually make some type of soil or fertilizer that helps plants to grow better, and they're selling to a company in Alaska that grows marijuana. So they're going to sell this particular product. It's called BioCar, and they're going to sell it to this particular company to help the marijuana to grow better. And so basically what the agreement allows them to do is, obviously they have a contract with the company in Alaska, and the company in Alaska has a reseller agreement where they can market their particular product to other companies who are trying to grow marijuana. So when that news released, it did affect the stock. The stock went up. I think it got as high as like 0.0133. Then it jumped all the way back down to 0.100, and it's kind of fluctuating up and down. But I'm looking at it, it's kind of doing like Potten was doing, because when Potten first came out, it kind of increased, and then it fell back down, and everybody lost confidence in it, and then all of a sudden, boom, it just popped up. So I'm thinking VGPR is setting up the exact same way. It does have news. The company is legitimate. So just something to keep your eye on. Maybe somebody can make a few dollars off of it. I'm in it. I know a few people in the Discord room said that they were in it, so I just kind of wanted to throw it out there. Okay. That's it.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you for the call, man. All right, so we'll definitely be watching it. VGPR, I know it didn't do as well as he wanted it to do, though. He wanted VGPR to do a lot better than that. If you guys remember, after the show, he went into the Discord room and really rubbed some feathers the wrong way. All right. Many of you guys were, I think Master 82 was in there. All right, Astrid, have a good night. He rubbed some people the wrong way, went into that Discord room, started talking crazy, and unfortunately the stock didn't get the momentum he wanted. And I think he wanted it to do a lot better than what it's been doing the last 2 days in VGPR. So we'll continue to watch it. I like his TXTM trade. Let me see here. TXTM. Hold on. Protex Mobility. And I actually like that Protex Mobility trade better than VGPR. Although he's right. It's very, very sensitive. So I would get it on the pullback. The Twitter account is ProTXTM or @ProTXTM. That's the Twitter account for them. I pulled it up here, and he's absolutely right. It's very, very active. And I do see here where, they post a lot, man. They post a lot. And I see here about the stuff that they're doing in Africa and whatnot. And, I mean, that's going to be crazy if America starts, I just wish. I know if Hillary got elected, we probably would have got federal legalization. It would have been a little bit tough because she's still old school mentality herself, but we would have been the chances would have been a lot higher than we are, unfortunately, right now. So we'll see. All right, but it will happen in our lifetimes, that's for sure. It will happen in our lifetime. Okay. Ricky Lindo, you said you're NVGPR? All right. Master 82 says the stock has no cash flow. All right. We'll see, man. Let me look at a couple other ones. GETH. GETH at 9 cents a share. All right, this is another one that's, ooh, man, the selling has been just horrible in GETH. That's as ugly, man. This is as ugly as you can get right now in GETH. Only 22,000 shares, by the way, traded too. So very illiquid right now. Very illiquid right now. All right, let me answer this text message real quick. All right, let me see here. Yeah, the guy who was pumping. AAGC. But yeah, thank you for the call. I absolutely love your TXTM play. That's one that I'm watching. That is one that I am watching. So we'll see what happens with that. All American Gold, AAGC. All American Gold, AAGC. I'm not sure on that yet. We'll see what happens. This is All American Gold at 0002. As I said, if you know, the Master Troll was unable to get Affordable Care Act passed or the elimination of that program passed, so he's given up on that. So now we're moving into the tax plan, and there's already, you know, a battle for that might happen. So I look to see gold start to rally here. Especially if he can't implement the tax plan, it's game over, man, for this economy. Period. I don't care what deregulation does. If he cannot implement this tax plan, this corporate tax plan, because you got to remember, this economy is running on this tax plan, this whole idea of lower corporate taxes. This whole economy is running on that. That's what we're running on right now. It's not necessarily deregulation. It's the tax plan. The fact that corporate entities are going to start paying the lowest taxes they've ever paid in U.S. history. That's why these companies are running like that. So if there's any sign of some hesitation, it's game over. That's what we were talking about on Monday. I've already got my what's the name of it trade? I think it's called it's an option play called a bear spread. I gotta look it up again. But I did that on Caterpillar, where it doesn't matter whether the stock goes up or down, you make money. So, and I've got it spread out all the way until December of 2018. Or 2017, excuse me. All right, so it's way out there. So if the market crashes, you make money. If it doesn't, and it keeps going up, and he actually decides to build his damn wall, or he gets his way in Congress, then you make money too. Well, obviously these huge corporations that, you know, trade on the exchange. Yeah, Mac Reynolds, we talked about Cat B. It's looking real good. We talked about Cat B looking real good. This is kind of what you needed there on Cat B. This is kind of what you needed there on Cat B for today's action. But it's gotta start breaking higher. Right now you're right at the 20-day moving average. It's gotta start breaking up. Here's MMEX. You got the doji pattern today. I don't know, man. MMEX is just, it's in a range. I mean, it's fighting, man. It's fighting. But as you can see here on the daily chart, you've got declining volume. All right, so, I mean, if you're not careful, MMEX could just shit on itself right now. Troy, can you call it a leap if it's within the year? Because I have a Google call, as I mentioned yesterday, in 2018. I know that's a leap because it's exactly 1 year, over 1 year. But I don't know if you can call it a leap if it's in the same, if the option exercises within the same year you bought it at. Iron Candor spread. The thing about the Iron Candor, I don't know how you make money with that. Because I've done an Iron Candor before, and that just, you're not really making, how do you make money? You know, you don't lose any money. It's hard to lose money with the Iron Candor, but how do you make money? DTII, yeah, we pulled up the DTII chart, Travi, and I think it's best seen at like a 4 hour. Okay, and if you look at the 4 hour, or even the daily, I do like it. I love these last two candlesticks because although they were bearish, if you notice, they're not as thick as the last, you know, especially today's action, because, you know, 4, okay, that's 8, that's 1 day. They're not as thick as the previous days. So that shows that selling could be drying off, and which is, I hope so, because you see it in the daily chart as well. All right. That selling could be drying off, which I hope that's the case, because DTII can run, man. DTII is one of those stocks that can put up 30, 40, 50% in 1 day. We've seen it happen here. Yeah. Okay, flipping stocks. Let me see here, UHLN. And go ahead and press, again, if you haven't already, like on this video. Ah, man, come on. Hey, when they flatten the chart like that. UHLN. All right, so here's another one, 0005 play. 0005 play, US Highland. I don't know what they do there. Ray Benny or Ree Benny, let me know what's that stock about. Again, my line is open, so give me a call if you think this is going to be moving. Again, we had a young lady call up and give us SWET, and that's been the only triple so far that I've seen right now with our own eyes go from 0.02 to 0.04. Now at 0.0004, which was Solar, Wind, and Energy Tower. If you guys remember, she called up about that on Tuesday. What was that, Tuesday? Yeah, I think she called up about it on Tuesday. Yep, that was the 21st. Yeah, at 0002. Now it's at 0004. So 10 million shares traded. Well, Master, is because I haven't gotten into the deep stuff yet, bro. It'll start fucking up once I get into it. EMMD. Yeah, EMMD. We talked about how great this stock was on EMMD, and sure enough, somebody sent me an email. They got into it today, and it started to pull back here. Again, this is why this stock is so scary. Was, as you can see here, this is the second time it's done that. But here's the thing, though, that's really different about EMMD, because although the range, as you guys can see, it got to as low as $1.93, but guess what? They bought all that. Sellers bought all of that, man. Sellers bought all of that in EMMD. So when I see a stock collapse $2 and then they buy those shares, that lets me know, you know, the good times will probably keep going, man. You know? Yeah, I know I can spread it out and make it, you know, make it even closer and stuff like that. I'm just being lazy. All right, EMMD. Not bad on that one. So I'm still watching this stock. I'm still watching this stock on EMMD. So tomorrow, Monday. And again, this is kind of why I really wish markets were like the Forex market. I don't understand why they couldn't be like the Forex market. That kind of lets you know that the equities market is kind of a not a scam, but it's kind of set up to be kind of scammy, right? Because the Forex market, there's no way you can manipulate the Forex market unless you're like the King of England or some shit like that, Goldman Sachs or whatnot. It'd be impossible to manipulate these stocks if it was a 24-hour market. But they should be a 24-hour market. No reason that these stocks shouldn't trade 24/7. All right. Tops up 4%. Here's the daily chart on Tops. And again, this is what I'm looking to happen with Drives, kind of this situation. All right, and Tops, doing that again, and Tops is getting. Let me see here at $1.10. At Tops, you actually got to $1.54, but couldn't hold it, man. That range is ridiculous today. Man. All right, Ray Benny's talking about recreational power sports. Original equipment manufacturer develops quads and motorcycles. Okay. I'd like to see how legit that is. All right, Bovash. Would have been a nice trade if you held on to that one. Oh, Lisa, was it you? Okay. Shout out to Lisa. Okay. Yeah, I know it was somebody from the chat room who mentioned it. And hey, Lisa, are you still in the trade or no? Let me give you another one. One of DJ Clues' bombs. Because that was a beautiful trade, and that could be going up. That could be going up even higher. And again, Lisa's trade was SWET at 0004 now. You have 3 million shares. Yeah, you're doing very well. And again, we talked about how having those stocks where, you just hold them forever. And, it's a great stock and a great line of business. Very promotable. Solar wind energy stock. We're going into the summer session. So that's man, that'd be the trade you want moving into the warmer months. That's an awesome catalyst. Yeah, 3 million shares. Can you imagine if she holds those 3 million shares at these triples? And like I said, it gets to 2 cents. Good God. Do the math. Oh, Lisa, you said you've been in for 2 years? Oh, shit. Oh, okay. Let me see. Let me go back to that chart real quick again. Okay. All right. So, yeah, I can see how the stock hasn't. Yeah, as you can see here, I'm pulled up the 5-year. It pulled up the 5-year chart. And, yeah, this stock has gone to 2 cents before. If you go back from March 23rd of 2014 to August of 2014, it went from 0033 to 2 cents. And there's been no split at all, by the way. There's been no splits or anything like that. Not that it's saying, anyway. So, so far, I mean, it's going in the right direction. As you can see here on this daily chart where it's working its way higher. Okay, you've been looking at it since 2010. Okay, she's been trading longer than I have. Electronics. No, this can't be the one you're talking about. ELTZ, right? No, this ELTZ. This can't be the one you're talking about. Elite Books. Okay. Elite Books at 0086. God damn, this one's real beat up. All right, so Elite Books, 20 million shares traded today alone. All right, so the last couple of days have been really good for the stock on Elite Books, ELTZ. All right. Yeah, trench warfare, penny stock. Yeah, La Fusil. That's a long time to be in the trade, but you know, she might actually be getting what she wants out of it now if it holds up. New American Energy, 0003. Okay, and here's another company that went from nothing to something. You had 0001 back in November, and you got to as high as 0014. Damn, that's insane. Now you're back at 0003s. Obviously, you got a lot more volume in it than it had previously, as you have more holders. So we'll see what's going on with New American Energy. Who brought that up? Mike Reynolds? Okay. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, 57 million shares. So somebody's snatching up some shares there in New American Energy. Something could be going on there. Yeah, I'm actually writing that down. Yeah, these energy plays, I mean, this is the time of year where you'll start seeing solar plays start running. You'll start seeing those kind of plays, especially if you guys remember this time, last year when I first started the show back in June of last year, almost a year now, we were all about Gale and Gevo and many of those other stocks that were Plug and many of those other stocks that were about renewable resources. I think BLDG or something like that. All about renewal. OPTT. Many of those other stocks. RRT. Yeah, ATTD, I didn't see anything. Damn. I don't know anything about this RRT, man. This looks horrible. Yeah, Gregory Hall. What's going on with that one, man? That looks like it just fell off a roof, down 96% today. SGLB was an OTC play. Now it's NASDAQ. Yeah, we've seen that happen a couple times. We've seen that happen here a couple times. And we've seen many stocks go from NASDAQ to OTC. So, but shout out to SGLB. When did they become a NASDAQ stock? But yeah, see here, I mean, the stock was recently trading for as low as $1 and now trades for $3 a share after that run back in January. SunCube, not a fan of the Qs. You and Bill Betts would have a ball with SUNEQ. If you guys remember, this is part of the whole Sun Energy plan bankruptcy. Supposedly, they are settling, the Edison group of energy companies, they are settling their debts. They recently had here, I can see on the news, $150 million solar asset sale, another $60 million settlement to junior creditors. So they're selling off assets. Whether or not the company is going to still be around to trade, we'll see. Not a big fan of the Qs, though. Not a big fan of the Qs, though, man. Is Craig G in the chat room right now? I don't know if Craig G is in the chat room or not, but I want somebody to call up and teach us how to buy a gun, man. I finally applied with the sheriff's office for the permit, and it's only like $5. It's only like $5 for the permit. So I applied for that. Hopefully we'll be hearing back soon. But I have no idea what I'm looking for, man. I have no idea what I'm looking for. All I want to know is I want a gun that's going to give me personal protection out here from these Trump supporters who feel emboldened to hurt people, man. to hurt people like me, just randomly out here doing their job. Actually, they're not going to hurt people like you, because one thing you have to understand is that many of these people, they don't even go after able-bodied individuals who can fight back. They go after children, women, or elders. SDOCQ, yeah, you guys remember what happened to SDOCQ? That was horrible. I want a handgun. I want a handgun. I want a handgun. I want something that, you know, preferably under $500, easy to clean, not going to jam, you know, not going to jam up in a time of need. Preferably not heavy. You know what I'm saying? Not heavy, or, you know, because, you know, we got people out here, man, you know, out here trying to sacrifice our elders, you know, women and children to these Norse gods. You know, you got individuals out here who believe in Valhalla and all those other gods, and they out here sacrificing black people to these gods. That's why I told you that April is a very, very dangerous month, family. And shout out to all the white people out here who are out here, you know, warning me, because a lot of my information comes from white people, man. A lot of people don't realize it. They out here giving me the game. Hey, man, you got to be real careful right now, because these guys believe in Valhalla and all that crap. 832, you're on the air. What's up?
Hey, man, what's up? This is Joe from Houston, Texas.
Hey, what's up, Joe?
Hey, man, I watch your show like every night.
Mm-hmm.
Do good work and everything, man. I hear you talking about need you a great little concealed gun. I tell you, I feel like the best gun for you is the Smith & Wesson 9mm. It's called Military and Police Shield.
Military and Police Shield. Smith & Wesson Military and Police Shield. Let me Google that. Okay.
Yeah, man.
Okay, let me see
I
if I
got
can.
one right here under my pillow, man. It's the greatest little concealed carry gun.
Okay.
I feel it's out right now.
Okay. Now, how much did this run you?
I actually got it $100 off at around $350.
Okay.
$350.
Okay.
So I'm sure you could get one under $5.
And this is what he's talking about, family. I got it on the screen right now. All right, so it's real clean, looks real light. And
oh yeah.
What's the size of the bullet that it uses?
9mm.
9mm. Okay, see, I don't even know. It was 9mm. And how many shots do you get out of that?
It usually comes with 2 clips. One to have 8 shots, one to have 9.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Yeah. And this gun right here, man, you drop it in the water, drop it in sand or something, you pick it up, cock it, and shoot it every time. It's a great gun.
Okay. Now, so let me, because man, it's so weird because I've never actually owned a gun before, or you know what I'm saying. The last time I shot a gun, I was in the Navy, man. That was several years ago now. So how did you get over the idea of never having a gun before? How did you get used to owning a gun?
Oh, well, I mean, to be honest, my family hunts a lot, so I've been around guns my whole life.
Okay. So do you carry your gun with you everywhere?
No, I don't have a concealed carry license, but here in Texas, you can have it in your car and you can have it in your home, and that's pretty much all I needed. I don't really just like walking around with a gun,
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Most places I go, you can't really carry a gun inside. I'm not about to walk inside a Walmart or the bank with a gun on.
Sure. Obviously.
I just keep it in my car. I keep it in my car just in case somebody wants to try to, rob me or steal my car or something. And then I got one in my house just in case somebody decides to, be a burglar there. You know what I mean?
Right. All right, man. Appreciate it, man. Thank you for the call, bro.
Oh yeah, hey, appreciate your show. I watch it every night, man. You made me some money.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it, man. Call back anytime.
All right, thank you.
All right, so shout out to this brother. Let me know the military and police 9mm shield. That shit is clean, man. That thing is clean. That thing is clean right there, man. And he's talking about you can. Let me just put something up there. You can play with that in the sand and in the storm and drop it in water and it'll still go off. And that's what's up, man. That's what's up. And I'm not trying to buy no used gun or anything like that. I want it brand new, brand new. Although some people say, go and get those higher end guns used, but I don't know. I mean, a used gun, I don't know if it's dirty. I don't know if it shot somebody. I don't know if it's got some demons on it. You know what I'm saying? Because, some of these guns, man, they've been used to kill people. They got souls on the gun. I don't want a gun with the soul on it. You know what I'm saying? A gun that's killed somebody. But you got people out here who value that. We talked about a couple days ago where you had a situation where somebody paid, what's his name, Zimmerman, $150,000 for the gun that killed Trayvon Martin. Like, what kind of soulless individual buys a gun that's killed a child? So yeah, but you got that just goes to show you how wicked this earth is, man. How wicked this earth is, man. You said AK-47's got a lot of souls. Ain't nobody want no AK-47, man. Yeah. Yeah, Donzel Essex. Yeah, definitely, obviously, let me put a disclaimer out there. You guys calling up and giving us some tips about these guns. Obviously, please contact a lawyer within your own city or municipality or whatever. Some of y'all live in towns or whatever it is. And figure out what the rules are. But I can't tell you how many times, and especially in some of these urban areas, in the hood, whatever you want to call it, you can get a gun for shit, $200. Number scraped off and everything. You better pray to God you don't get caught with it, though. You better hope to God you don't get caught with it. Because the police will damn well put a body on you if it matches. Dame said $50? Really? Well, damn, if you live in a place like Chicago, you probably can get a gat for $50, man. Do they even use that word anymore, gat? I haven't heard somebody say the word gat in a minute. You said SC Trucker? Somebody's threatened me. You can get one for $100? Yeah, Gary, Indiana. Whoo, Gary, Indiana. Gary, Indiana is the home. I mean, that's just crime. That's another crime infested city, man. But y'all got some big booty hoes over there, though, too, though. Y'all know I grew up in the D. There's a lot of people from Indiana, Gary, Indiana, who moved to the D and stuff like that. Oh, you were born in Gary? Okay. Yeah, a lot of people from Detroit, they have some family in Gary. And so there's a little connection there, too, especially the connection between Gary and Detroit, Chicago, Detroit. There are a lot of people who have some family in that area. Hey, nah, man. I mean, that was the last time. I mean, yeah. I mean, when you're in the Navy, you don't. I mean, unless you're what's it called, the military police. Unless you're an MP, you don't fuck with guns. So I went through basic, and then basic you shoot a couple times. I don't even really remember spending that many times with a gun. I think it was like one day. And then that was it, man. I never fucked with guns or anything. You're on the base. Everybody else got guns. All the MPs got guns. Idlewild? No, never been to Idlewild. What the hell is that? It's so funny you said Idlewild because we actually have there's a elementary school, in Charlotte called Idlewild. But No, I've never been to Idlewild. You say all you need to be the first one with the best shot. Yeah, this guy. There's this guy on YouTube. He shot like eight shots in like 2.5 seconds. What's his name again? This guy's channel's incredible, man. He's like reloading and shit and like motherfucker. I'm like, damn, I gotta be at the range every single day to shoot like that. This guy was blasting them targets like crazy, dude. And I don't mind getting into a situation where I can learn how to competitive shoot too. I mean, I'm at home all day working from home. So I would love to have a hobby, and that's kind of another reason why I decided to buy a gun this weekend. I don't know if I'm going to make my purchase this weekend because I'm still waiting for my permit. So I don't know, but I want to start going into some of the gun shops and to start looking at what they got and stuff. But some of the gun shops make me nervous, bro. I went to this gun shop that also is a bail bonds place. I've noticed that here in the South, where you have like a gun shop place that also part-times as a bail bonds, and then they got like the Confederate flag out. I'm like, ooh, I don't know about that place, man, because I don't know how they feel about people like me. That's been the biggest thing that's pissed me off about moving to the South is this Confederate flag. I don't know what it means to those people who fly that flag, because some people play the whole it's history, it's my culture, and then some people play the white supremacist role, which is not really, which is that white inferiority complex, and I want to get into that white inferiority complex too, because you got to understand, man. That scares, you got some white people who are frustrated about being white. I want to talk about white inferiority complex later today too. Yeah, it's tough to be white, man. A lot of people don't realize it's tough to be a white guy out here. And when I say tough, I don't mean like, you can't make no money or something like shit like that, but when you're white and you for whatever reason everything you do isn't working and you see success all around you and it's not working for you, you get frustrated, and that white inferiority complex, gets you to start clinging to things like the Klan and the Confederate flag and hating non-white people. 706, you're on the air. What's up?
What up, son? JBino 85.
Hey, JBino, what's up, man?
Hey, last Friday I had Miss African Emporium going off about Dr. Sebi.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of want to know if you could touch base on that again. I like his stuff a lot, and I think African Emporium, man, he's on point with everything he's talking about. I mean, like, everything he said is basically straight out the mouth of Dr. Sebi. But one thing he didn't talk about was how Dr. Sebi has said that this weed that we're smoking now, we're smoking it without seeds and stuff like that, and it's like, basically like the food is genetically modified weed, all that hybrid weed, your Dro Kush or whatever. And he's like, it's not natural weed and stuff like that. So I was wondering, if that might have something to do with, them trying to contaminate the weed or whatever the case may be. But, if he's still in the room, I wonder if he could probably touch base on that, if he got time.
All right, appreciate it, man. Yeah, Africa Emporium. I don't know if is he still in here? I haven't seen a post in a second here. Somebody can hit him up on the Discord. Let me see here if he's still up in here, but he can talk about marijuana. Yeah, are we getting the purest marijuana, man? Are we getting the purest marijuana out here? Because I want to know myself, are we getting the purest marijuana? I just really started smoking weed when I joined the Navy. Before then, I wasn't, it just wasn't around like that. You know what I'm saying? For the most part. If I wanted some weed, I had to put myself in situations where I didn't want to put myself in. Go to certain neighborhoods where, I keep it real with you. I'm not hard for that neighborhood. I knew where the druggies were at. You know what I'm saying? The dudes who smoke weed was at, but nah, man, I'm good, man. I'm good for that. Now And this is almost, almost 10 years ago now. But at the time, drug dealers weren't really coming to you like they are now. You see, now the drug dealers come to you. You call up your man, and your man pulls up, and you don't really have no conversation. You just give him a 20 and he gives you a bag, and then you out. You know what I'm saying? But at that time, 10 years, they weren't doing that shit. You had to go find him. 10 years, yeah. Back in the day, you had to go find the weed man. You had to go find the weed man. Now the weed man comes to you. But at that time, you had to go find him. Or you had to know somebody who knew somebody and all of that shit. You had to talk to 3-4 people before you got a bag. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, Travis. Yeah. Okay. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Vacation. Okay. Now, yeah. It brings it up that history. But that got shut down by the white supremacists, man. That Idlewild spot back in Detroit, they shut that down too. Talking about, if I'm correct, it was all about like, oh, they didn't have a license to do this and they didn't have a license to do that. And you got to have this permit and that permit. That got shut down. It's so funny because Vice TV had a video. It's on their channel on YouTube as well, where they're out in the Congo. And the Congo has, man, you want to talk about the weed in the Congo? You want to talk about pure? Still got the seeds and everything? Yeah, that's that stuff going on in the Congo right now, man. Oh yes, the future is drone delivery of drugs. The drug dealers know how to move their stuff, man. They know how to move. That's one of the biggest things about marijuana legalization right now that they're having a problem with is because, they're trying to figure out a way to get it so corporations can make money. Right now, marijuana is it's too easy to become a planter. It's too easy to just put it in the ground and do it. It's a community drug. And that's what's frustrating them. It's not like tobacco where, tobacco is very, what's the word for it? When it requires a lot of energy and process. Whereas marijuana doesn't recover nearly as much as tobacco. Yes, exactly. It's not even squash the little guy. They just don't even want people to participate in it. And they know, we, especially as people of color, even white people, they love marijuana. But especially if you go back and you read books on the South, like I spent a lot doing, a lot of those Southern planters, they love tobacco that was grown by those black cotton farmers, especially during the time of sharecropping, during the time of sharecropping. Those Southern black farmers who barely made any, profits growing tobacco, they loved their line of tobacco. In fact, you can go back and, you'll see lines of cigarette makers of cigarettes where they'll have black people on the cover and stuff like that. Let me see. Wasn't there let me see here. Let me see. Because this is a couple years ago. There it goes. Let me show you guys these cigarettes. And this is a particular line of cigarettes that was popular in the South in the 1950s and 60s. In the 1950s and 60s, let me show you this line of cigarettes here. And again, this is not, a lot of people like to say this is me going on a tangent, but I'm just showing you history. This is real history of real things that occurred. And here they are right here. As you can see here, Nigger Boy cigarettes. And these are now, They're hard to find now. They actually, people keep them as souvenirs. They're really hard to find. I mean, these are like, you find a box of these unopened, it's like 10 grand or some shit like that. Oh yeah, you trust me. You got people out here who have these in their collection. Nigger Boy cigarettes, and they were particularly good because they came from black farmers, and they put that on the box. Yeah, crazy shit, man. Crazy shit. All right. Absolutely, man. Crazy stuff, man. And these particular were only found in the South. You couldn't find these above the Mason-Dixon line. Very rarely could you find these above the Mason-Dixon line. Predominantly in the South. Absolutely crazy, man. Crazy stuff. So that's one thing about marijuana legalization is, they just want to make sure that they can, corporatize it. And right now, there's no way. They're losing the battle on that. They're losing the battle. But they're trying to implement ways, that's why every time you make a purchase in certain states, you got to record your name. And, and for example, in Colorado, they're trying to corporatize it all and trying to find a way to keep the little man out, exactly as Q-Tech said. Exactly. Make it expensive for you to be able to have a dispensary unless you have a lot of money. You can't even get started. Can't even start. And this is something that grows in the ground with dirt. Yeah. Oh yeah, Bojangles. Yeah, that's where I go back and I remember I used to start the show with that Bojangles fried chicken on Fridays. You remember that? But then I started looking into some history on Bojangles and shit like that. That was a racist ass character. That was based on a real, coon type character. They used to have not they got rid of that. Now you can't even. They don't have an official logo, Bojangles. But when you type up, Mr. Bojangles or Bill Mr. Bojangles Robinson, that was who he was. It was Bill Robinson, but he was called Mr. Bojangles. And he made real music that was very cartoonish and, real kind of like, hey, like, look at this little dancing little pickaninny here. You know what I'm saying? It was actually music that black people didn't listen to that kind of music. If you go back and listen, most of his fans were not black people. Black people didn't listen to music like that. It was just music really to, have people laugh at him. Yep, Sammy Davis did one on the song about him. Yep, Sammy Davis did it. SC Truck, you said $125,000 for a license? That's crazy. See, where is somebody like, the everyday man who's looking to start an industry get money like that? That's why when you go back in time and you read the histories of the Dodge brothers and Henry Ford and all those were times where if you had a little bit of money, you just, hey, I want to get into the car business. Okay, you're in the car business. Hey, I want to get into sugar business. You get in, now they've put up all of these walls to do what? Not allow certain people to be able to participate in industries. And many of these industries are put up, these roadblocks and regulations are put up by members of that industry to protect themselves. It's crazy. You think Louisiana has the cheapest below $5,000? Corey, is that true? Below $5,000? If you can get a marijuana grow license below $5,000, I would just buy it and just, because I think these licenses are transferable. So you might actually be able to use these as investments. And if you can get a grow license below $5,000, Shit, man. Yeah, keep you out of the money. Exactly, man. Just to keep you out of the money. Because I you know, as I said, I love reading these history books, and you know, you had guys who would just show up from another country, from like England or, you know, Ireland, and they just like, okay, yeah, I'm going to go into the sugar business, and then they just would go into the business. They wouldn't ask anybody or anything like that. They just go into it. If I wanted to go into the sugar business now, I almost can guarantee you there's a fucking permit that I'm going to have to get. And probably not just one. And that's not even including the bullshit that I'm going to have to go through after I buy the land and have to get it zoned. Right? Because you got to get the land zoned and all that other bullshit. And if it's already zoned the way you want it, probably cost even more. Pay a premium on that. Oregon, $2,500 for tier 2, $5,000 for tier 1. Yeah. Yeah, because I've been, you know, those are businesses you know people can go into and start. Because I'd like to you know, get into, at least put out something where you can come up with an idea. Okay, what kind of businesses can you start for less than $5,000, or less than 10? Let's say $10,000, something reasonable. Everybody can be able to come up with that can lead to some real can grow into something substantial with time and effort. You know, with time and effort. Something like a standalone business. And I've looked into, you know, I knew a guy who owned a catfish farm. I met a guy when I was staying in Tennessee for a little bit. I parked myself in Tennessee just out of a town called Millington. I don't know what the hell I was doing there. Man, I was in that racist ass town. I got out of there, went back to Memphis, and then it was like, okay, fuck it, I'm going back home. I just wanted to go somewhere different. I had a little bit of money after promoting, and I just wanted to do something different. Boy, but the honeys in Tennessee are thick as hell, though. Not to change the subject, but yeah, man, I thought about several businesses that I could start when I was in Tennessee. And, you know, one of the things I loved about when I read about Tennessee is the fact that they have very low levels, you know, very low taxes and stuff on businesses. Bad Scientist, you said stocks. Yeah, stocks, of course, but that requires, you know, years of studying and whatnot. Not necessarily years, but, you know, some effort and losses to be accumulated before you become relatively successful. I'm thinking about a business that I can give to somebody who, you know, hey man, I need a job. I'm willing to learn, you know, but I you know, something like to that expect, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, Tennessee definitely has some pretty little southern ladies. Cockroaches, yeah, they're bugged. There's a whole lot of bugs in Tennessee. And driving through the mountains was scary as fuck, man. When I did a road trip from Millington to Atlanta, man, driving through the mountains was scary as fuck, man. You're driving through the mountains and like the road is like on the edge. It's like the mountain cliff. The mountain cliff, dude. I'm like, dude, if I fall asleep here, I can drive off the side of this fucking mountain and die. You know, and I'm driving up the motherfucking mountain like, you know, like, motherfucker, you better wake up. You better wake the fuck up. Yeah, so you said buy a parking lot. If you can get, it's so funny, if you can get a parking lot in the urban area, because you see those parking lot guys. Who owns those parking lot guys? It's typically those Indians, right? Those Indians, Arabs, Pakistanis, they buy parking lots And every time there's like a special downtown or something, you see him out there, $5, $5, $5, $10. And those guys are just sitting with cash. Every time you need some change, they hate it when you give them a big bill because they got to take that stack out. 347, call me back, man. You're only letting it ring like one time. I can't pick it up. They take that stack out. And like, these motherfuckers is really getting money. These motherfuckers is really getting money. You know? I'm like, okay. I know those guys at least make a couple, maybe 1 or 2 G's a day. I'm thinking at least 1 or 2 G's a day, especially if you in a place like a Chicago area downtown, or, you know, I doubt you probably be able to afford a parking lot in New York City, but, you know, somewhere else, maybe like an Austin, Texas, or some growing development place where you can get yourself a lot, you know. 347, you're on the air. What's up?
Hello, what's up? How you doing, Sal? How you doing, brother?
Doing good, man. What you got for us today, man?
Oh, I think there's a lag because I'm actually watching a live right now, and I don't even hear myself.
Well, yeah, you're on. I mean, you're on a little bit of a delay, but you're definitely on and live, man.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Basically, you know, I have stopped by your channel and stuff, and, you know, I saw the intro video that you have, and, you know, I could relate to that because, you know, certain same situation happened with me, you know, I was working. I'm in New York. You know, I'm in the I got in the union and stuff like that, and, you know, I got laid off. And, you know, I've been laid off for like I've been laid off for like 7 months.
Oh wow.
And I'm also and then, you know, I've been looking into the stock and stuff like that, but I didn't really jump in there.
Sure.
And, you know, I just got, you know, on it. You know, I downloaded the Robinhood, and today was literally like my 4th trade, like ever. I traded, what is that, HTGM?
Yep.
Something like that. And it literally my fourth trade, and then I was up $300 in like 3 minutes.
That's what's up. I mean, did you take those profits or what?
I got in at $6.45, and it climbed up, I think, to like 7 something, and that's when I got out. I was scared. I ain't gonna front.
Sure.
Like I was just, you know, scared. But it actually went up to like, I think it was 11 something, right? Something like that. So I mean, I'm new to this. I just wanted to know, like, the platform, like a foundation. Like, I just want to know, like, how am I able to find out when something is gonna pop before it do?
Okay. Let me email me at happypennystocks@gmail.com. I want to send you some videos that have helped a lot of people out in the chat room. And, you know, those can kind of give you a little bit of a, you know, some ways to identify, you know, stocks that are going to pop. A lot of the Tim Sykes videos, I think those are very, very helpful. Continue to watch this show. Obviously, join us in the Discord room. Are you familiar with the Discord room?
Nah, I'm not. You know, I actually see that it's showing like equity fee, and I'm on a live. I mean, I'm on the chat, but on YouTube. But it's like it's showing different on your screen. I'm wondering, like, what is that? That's like a program or something?
Yeah, that's a program. Yeah, that's a program that supports me on the show. I mean, you'll learn all about that. What I want you to do is email me at happypennystocks@gmail.com. I want to send you those links for you to download these videos. They're DVDs that you can download to get yourself some training if you're really serious about it. And you'll eventually get into understanding what equity feed is and many of the other things. And I want to send you also the link to the Discord room so you can get with me and as well as several other the people in the chat room so they can kind of, you know, you can grow with us, you know, as a trader.
Okay. Another thing is I appreciate that a lot. You know, I'm watching you, you know, and, you know, your whole story about, you know, how you moved to New York with the, you know, bachelors and stuff like that, so I can relate to it. Another thing was I have the Robinhood platform. I believe it's a cash account.
Yeah.
So, you know, what I do is like say I got $2,500 on it. So it's like, I'll trade like 500 each day. So
Okay.
so I'll be good for like 5 days.
Okay.
Cause I downloaded the instant, and those PDT rules, it was just like, damn, like it sucks, you know. I couldn't trade for like 5 days or something like that.
Okay.
But which broker do you recommend, like as far as like, you know, for the penny stocks? Because that I'm not familiar with, because they don't have those penny stocks on Robinhood.
Right.
I noticed.
Well, I mean, man, it's just so great because you're coming in at the great, you know, at the best time. I mean, commissions have been lower than they've ever been. So right now, personally, I prefer Charles Schwab. That's one of my favorites right now. Charles Schwab, $4.95 equity trades, no matter how many shares you decide to get. That includes OTC stocks as well. I like Charles Schwab. You're doing right now with Robinhood. I mean, you're keeping your costs low. You're winning. So I would stick with what you're doing right now. But eventually, if you're looking to siphon off a little cash and enter the OTC side, I like Charles Schwab a lot. TD Ameritrade is good
Charles
too.
Schwab.
Yeah, TD Ameritrade is good
TD
because
Ameritrade?
they actually have no minimum. Thank you, Travi, for that. TD is good too because they don't have any minimums to open. So you can actually start TD for as low as $200 if you want to. Because I think Charles Schwab, now that I think of it, yeah, their minimum is 1,000 to open. So if you're looking to start with
it's 1,000.
Yeah,
Okay.
with Charles Schwab. If you're starting to open with even less, then TD is the way to go.
Okay, cool. And that's for the cash account, not the margin one, right?
Well, yeah, you can ask for a cash account if you want. Sure, yeah, you can ask for a cash account. The only thing with cash account, I mean, like does the settlement times not bother you at all?
Settlement, as far as like the capital gains and stuff like that.
Yeah, the profits when you after you sell. Does that not bother you? Like the fact that you got to wait sometimes to.
It might affect me now because I basically used up all the money.
Yeah.
So it's I believe I started Wednesday. So I believe the money that I invested Wednesday should be ready for me Monday.
Yeah.
Because I think it's a 3-day rule, something like that.
Yep, it's 3 days to settle. That's correct.
So, so it's just I feel so good about myself because this is literally like my 4th trade, and I saw like a huge profit like that. You know, that's something big to me.
Yeah, of course.
You know,
yes.
And I was wondering too. You think that will run for Monday?
Oh
like that?
man, who knows, man? I mean, we've seen stocks run 4, 5, 6 days in a row. This is only, I believe, the 2nd day for HTGM, and we'll see what happens. It's gonna have another run in the morning, like it did today for sure. After what it did today, so yes, you will have another aggressive morning, and we'll see if it can do similar like it did today, where you got to those highs and people still bought those higher cost shares. So we'll see what happens.
Definitely. Yo, it was so crazy. I was like, yo. That's another thing with me. I gotta be a little more patient. I just felt like, I just literally, I was like, cause I'm a union painter, right? In New York. I'm still an apprentice, and I was like, yo, I gotta show them that I don't need this shit. You feel me? Like I don't need to work for the man. Like, eventually,
right.
I'm this is it right here. Yeah. But I was just trying to. Because I make about like $250 a day doing that.
Okay.
So I was like, yo, I'm trying to profit.
Sure.
Equal to or more.
Yes.
And then I said, fuck it, I'm good with 300. But if I would have held it for like 45 minutes, I think around 10 something, like 10 o'clock, that shit went up to 11:45. I was like, damn.
Yeah. I mean, the day's high for the stock was 13.25. So. I mean, it got up there,
crazy.
man. It got up there. That was the day's high was 13.25. So, yeah.
13.25.
Yeah.
Damn. So I actually invested $1,400. So that shit would have.
Yeah.
That's pretty doubled up.
Yeah.
100%. That shit.
Damn.
So okay. So you said Happy Penny Stocks at gmail.com?
Yeah, at gmail.com. And I'll send you those Tim Sykes videos, man, and watch them, man. I'll send you Tim Sykes. I'll send you Nathan Rashad.
Definitely.
Study those, man. A lot of guys have changed, everything about it. It really ups your knowledge 1,000%, man, from where you are, and they're long videos. I mean, they'll take you all day, but where you'll be at after you watch those videos. You'll be 1,000 times more knowledgeable than you are before you watch them. You know, they'll just change your very insight on understanding what we're doing here.
Okay. Because, you know, from, say, a month now, I've been roughly, like, you know, watching videos and stuff like that. So it's like, I kind of, as far as long term, like, I never really got to see a live chart, you know?
Okay.
It's just like, I'll do, like, technical analysis on Fidelity. I just open an account with them just to do the technical analysis. So it's like, I'm glad, like, I'm able to identify, like, the resistance and the support.
Okay.
Another indicator I think is the EMA, SMA.
Okay.
You know, I'm a little familiar with that, but I'm trying to get better at this for real.
That's what's up, man. Yeah, you're on the right track if you're doing a lot of, you know, studying on your own, because that's what's up, man. I mean, that's a good thing to, you know, to definitely be doing. Always looking to upgrade your knowledge, because again, this is really a science, and you can never stop learning. You never stop learning, and you always have to be able to pick up a book or something or a video that can change or, you know, change or introduce you to something you never heard before, and all of a sudden you're using that tactic to make yourself a lot of money. So always be willing to, you know, to be hungry to get yourself in front of some knowledge to strengthen your skill.
Nah, definitely, for real, yo. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate everything, you know. I wish you more health and wealth, man.
Appreciate it, man.
Appreciate you. Humble, man.
Much respect,
You know,
man. Keep watching the show, bro.
I'll be around. You know, I'll call in. And I'll send you that email right now.
Will do. All right, man. Thanks a lot.
All right, brother.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you for the call. 347. Call back anytime. Yeah, man. Look, I wanna create more traders, man. I want to create more traders out here. You know, that's a brother that was probably never introduced to this game, you know, although he knew about the stock market, but there's no one that actually said, hey, man, this is something you can do, you know, and that's kind of what I want to do. I want to introduce as many people into this as possible, you know, because, you know, this is, if you want to turn the culture around, you know, start creating that generational wealth. These are guys that, because once you start learning about the stock market, then you start learning about other things, about, you know, buying long and creating a real, you know, bag for yourself and your family. You know, changes your whole life. Because you can't learn to trade and be a dumb person. You gotta be smart. You've got to be smart. It forces you to become smart when you learn how to do that. You know. Yeah. It's Africa Emporium. Oh, okay, there we go, Africa Emporium. Africa, did you want to call in and talk about the weed situation? Yeah, Jay Bino's asking it. About whether or not we're smoking good quality weed, or are we all just smoking that genetically modified plant, man? Are we all smoking that Monsanto genetically modified plant? All right, Progress Pimp. I got your email, sir. I got your email, sir. All right, yeah, I got the email. Yeah, man. So let me see here, man. Going back. So, and again, I still want somebody to call me up and offer another gun that I should look at. A gun that you probably used before and that you hold in high regard. I still want somebody to give me an idea of a gun that I should use, man, because I like his police issue one. I like his police issue one. He said hardly find grapes with seeds. Man, that's disturbing. If you can't find grapes with seeds now. That's that Monsanto bullshit, man. I'm telling you. They trying to kill us. That's why in America, you don't see people in other countries, developing countries, dying of these cancers. Look at a country like Dominican Republic. You don't see rates of cancer in the Dominican Republic like you do here in America. Nowhere near. Haiti. Look at all these countries that you believe are quote unquote developing nations. These people living till their 80, their early 90s, hundreds. And they're older people, they're fine, they're healthy, they laugh, they walk up and down. And here in America, you got people in their late 60s stuck to wheelchairs, man. It's horrible. 706, you're on the air. What's up?
Hey, JB 85 again.
Hey, what's up, JB?
Hey, now that African Emporium's in Rome, I was wondering if you could call in and talk about Dr. CV speaking on basically smoking weed without seeds in it. And he also mentioned eating foods without seeds and how you could go to the store and you could hardly find even grapes that have seeds. And most grapes now are seedless grapes. And a lot of these fruits are seedless grapes, and that's most of the genetically modified foods, I guess. So if you call in and speak on that, I greatly appreciate that.
There it is. Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
All right. No problem.
All right. So, JB, African Emporium, hopefully you heard that. Putting your mic on, call in, definitely answer that question. Yeah, fast food is absolutely. It is exactly that, Dame. It is death. And unfortunately, it's death that's all over our communities, man. I mean, when you go to predominantly black communities, where do you see the fried chicken spot, the pawn shop, the smoke shops? All of that is death. All of that is death, man. But you got to understand, those stores are allowed to be there. Those stores are allowed to be there. And many of those stores are ran by people who don't even live in a community, man. They don't live in a community. They don't hire people from the community. They just steal. They're thieves of the community, man. Vampires of the hood. That's what I call them. Vampires of the hood, man. And if it was up to me, we'd all buck up on these motherfuckers and get them out of there, man. Vampires of the hood, man. And for those of you guys who lived in the hood before, them dudes stayed nothing, they do nothing but sitting there, allow all kind of just nefarious activity to take up in those stores. And many of them are assaulting young girls, sexually assaulting young girls, trading weed paper for ass. 912, you're on the air. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, Brother Sal? This is African Emporium.
Hey, appreciate it, man. Thank you for the call, man. So you see people reaching out, man, wanting to hear what you got to say about, what Jay Bino just spoke about.
Okay, yeah. So just in general, speaking on the marijuana, right? The ideal of obviously having it without seeds, which in itself is what they consider to be sacrilegious to nature. Nature doesn't produce nothing without a seed.
Well, hold on, African Emporium. It seems like I'm having a little issue with. I don't know if it's your end or my end, but it seems like you're not coming real clear. Are you behind a wall or something there?
I just actually cut my phone on. It was off. It was charging. I was showering earlier.
Okay.
Doing the show, so it probably had a bad connection.
Yeah, I got a bad connection right now, man.
Yeah, let me try to hang up and call back and see if it's
all right. Not a problem. Yeah, because you guys hear that crackling? Because I'm hearing a lot of crackling on his end when he called up. I was hearing a lot of crackling. SNW MP40. I copied it, Bruce Cole. I'm going to take a look at that this weekend. Like I said, I'm going to a gun shop tomorrow. I applied for the license today, so I'm looking to hear back from them about that because, we need to get strapped up out here, man. I just told you about the brother that, they just ran up on him, stabbed him in the chest because he was black, man. Y'all niggas better wake up. 912, you're on the air. What's up?
All right, I'm back. Yeah, I had a little crosstalk going on. I had two cell phones in my lap and a laptop.
Yeah, there we go. Sounds a lot better.
Yeah. All right, so kind of touching bases on the marijuana scenario.
Basically just kind of going back a little history lesson. We know that there was no marijuana. It only grows one place and one place only naturally, and that was in India, along the Ganges River. The cannabis sativa. It's the only one that's pretty much complete in its molecular structure. I mean, obviously nature produced it, fed by the natural minerals of the earth. So it has a lot of healing value to it, more or less than just a hallucinogenic kind of value that people get from smoking marijuana. They use it obviously for spiritual reasons too, but however, it actually healed a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard someone speaking earlier about the cancer scenario. Obviously, there were no cases of documented cancer back in days of antiquity. Cancer is 100% man-made. I'm pretty sure people have kind of, perused that in their mind before to think that, how did this get here?
Mm-hmm.
As of late, it has gone, run amok in terms of, a lot of this, I guess, new age neo-type culture, and that's because all the technology right now is kind of like overly abundant to the point where it's just emitting too much radiation. You couple that with a lot of the carcinogens that's in the food, stuff like that. The carbonic acid values, talked about that a little bit last week. All these things that kind of heighten these, bad cells in our body that cause the cancer to become, benign or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So, we're in a bad situation pretty much across the board, obviously, but we're so technology driven that, it's like, we're kind of having our back against the wall, and needing to have the technology and also kind of navigate. So, you just got to take some real important, smart steps to kind of protect yourself.
Okay.
Okay. So speaking once again back on the, like I say, the whole value with seeds, Dr. Sebi, right?
Mm-hmm.
Very, very, man, one of our greatest, I can't begin to give him the kind of his just due that's honored to him, man. This guy, went to work for us in more ways than a lot of people can even imagine. He got a lot of his good information from also Dr. Otto Warburg. I don't know if you guys are familiar with him. He was a German scientist that first, came out and kind of made it very known that, any kind of disease, cancer, whatever the case, cannot survive in a high alkalinity-based diet
mm-hmm.
or environment. So by that, you need to eat foods that agree once again with your biological structure, plant-based things that give your body, the needed nutrients and electrical charge that, to keep you going at a high level. So with that, if you're buying foods per se in this day and age, especially fruits and or, vegetable-based items, keep in mind, there's no such thing as a vegetable that has seeds. If there's a vegetable and it has seeds, it is considered a fruit, not a vegetable. So the misnomer characterization of a lot of these foods we're eating now is just, stupid at the end of the day. And we just follow suit with that too. It just makes no sense. Like a collard green would be considered a vegetable, right? A squash that has seeds in it would not be considered a vegetable. It would be considered a fruit. It's producing a seed. But hey, this is what we've been reduced to. So you always want to stick with things that have seeds in it if it's possible. You want to, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the SKUs and stuff like that. Obviously, I don't want to turn this into a preacher scenario, but you want to pay attention to the SKUs or the PLU number on your produce and your fruit, right? You want to stay away from the 4s, the 3s, right? You want to buy the 0s and the 9s. Those are what they call organic-based, items. A lot of us obviously don't read the packaging. We just kind of buy it in the idea of thinking that these people are going to serve us something that's supposed to be good for us.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where the problem comes in, because we've got stuff that's, completely, literally just drenched in pesticides, and it gets into the natural, the fiber of the fruits and the vegetables that we're eating. And once again, you put that in your body, and then you turn around and cook it in a microwave, so you're hitting it with gamma and theta rays, and it's pretty much like a neon glowing piece of substance you're going to put in your body. And, we wonder once again why we, messed up with cancers and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
But, I don't want to get too, overly preachy about it. But I want people to understand some basic realities when it comes to health and wellness, that you do not, always have to, succumb just for the quick fix. It's okay sometimes to heat your food up in the oven. And, take, a couple of minutes to wait, but it's worth it in the back end as opposed to just zapping it in the microwave. Especially it being a GMO, I heard the brother in the chat room talking about Monsanto. Monsanto is literally the new devil of the world. They are they are what they call a progeny of the so-called Antichrist. They are actually in Africa right now, running amok in Africa, destroying
I believe
top soil that's been there for thousands of years with this old genetic, what they call it's a parasitic strain of seeds that when it goes into the soil, it eats up all the natural nutrients in the soil. It literally zaps all the nutrients out of it. And these are some of the same seeds that the FDA that have permitted, that they're growing right now on Powder Spring Road. Like I said, for all my people that's in the DMV area, North DC, Powder Spring Road, this infamous Powder Spring Road is where they do all these, laboratory testing when it comes to the fruits and vegetables. The FDA has to allow it to be able to grow. You have to send it there first to even allow it to be, to have that FDA stamp approval. So, I peruse those areas. Obviously, I'm in the, in the culture of that. So, I kind of make sure I do my homework in every aspect. But, you just want to be, careful about, what we eat, how we eat it, and, so forth, things like that. But, just look at nature, man. Nature doesn't, once again, tells you every day what you need to do, but we just kind of overlook it, we take it for granted, and we just kind of get caught up in the synthetic culture. So, obviously, I know you're on on your path right now. What are some of the things right now that you're fighting with?
Man, right now, is trying to find healthy food that I can have all the time. That's one, like creating a daily regimen. You know what I'm saying? And finding out that things you thought were healthy aren't healthy anymore, or that's just been the struggle. And also still fighting those temptations of wanting to go and get a 2-piece and all white meat or some crap like that, because I still got the programming in me that I'm fighting the urge out. But it's been easier with every single day. I haven't had Popeyes, and I can't imagine now. I don't know how many weeks now. So it's slowly working to me, and I'm getting it down, and already seeing the change in how you feel. You know what I mean? So it's a good look.
Right, and that's it. You have to start small. You got to realize you didn't get this way overnight, right? It actually terraforms your organism to be able to receive the synthetic food. Obviously, I know that you say you come from the motherland value, from a close generation. So dog and well, there's no Popeyes in the Congo.
Right. Right.
And you're not getting it. You're getting the most best food on the planet coming out from off the most rich and fertile sand from the soil on the planet. So obviously, it's bonding with your body in terms of your molecular structure. Obviously, y'all heard me talk about that last week about chemical affinity. Right, those are two words people need to understand exactly what that means. That means you need to be putting things back into your body that bonds with your molecular structure. It needs to have an affinity to your own, to your body. It needs to be able to give you back something, in return to keep you running at an optimal level. Well, we know fried chicken with a, wheat berry flour, which is already man-made, and it tears the body up, produces carbonic acid, on top of arsenic-drenched, incomplete chicken. And I don't want to sound something crazy, but I'm just telling you basically what's going on here. So you actually start mixing water and oil, which never mixes, and you're frying it from the moisture of the chicken, and you put that in your body. So you have this grease sludge on top of the chemicals, on top of heavy flesh, and your body's trying to break all of this stuff down. I mean, if you just think about that for a moment, you're telling your body, get to work. I don't care. This tastes good, smells good. The biscuits are drenched in butter. Hey, get right.
Right.
And what happens is you go straight into what they call a little momentary moment of inflammation. The burping, the gas, the gastric, from the acid.
That's what I was thinking, man. It can't be good to be eating food and to, feeling like you're burping and having your body go through all these physiological changes as after you eat this food. It's gotta be, bad for you if you're doing all of that, right?
Your body's telling you that's exactly what's happening. Your body's telling you, hey, this is not what we're supposed to be eating. You're having an abnormal effect to it because it's not a part of something that, in terms, from the natural enzymes in the stomach that are breaking down a lot of this stuff that's actually trying to turn this food that's acidic into some kind of alkalinity value to kind of help, bring the pH value of your body up, right? So what's happening is it's actually taking a lot of your life force down
just to break this food down. So you actually pulling all the energy from your spinal cord and all your blood is kind of rushing to your stomach to kind of help pull this stuff down. So instantly what happens when you eat a meal like that, you always have what they call the itis. You ever notice that? You had that little itis moment? Where you, like, you feel
absolutely.
sleepy,
Especially with Chinese food, man. That's why I haven't ate Chinese now in a very long time. I mean, well over, I think maybe 5 months, 6 months plus now. But Chinese food, yeah, I was like, man, I would eat it. And then almost, 15 minutes after, I would get so tired. I mean, it'd get to a point where if I was to eat Chinese food, I know my day was fucked. I know I would not have a productive day after I ate Chinese food because I would spend the rest of the day sleeping.
Yep. And the soy, I mean, they use exorbitant amounts of soy in these stuff. And we know soy is literally, it's an antichrist in itself. I keep going back to our ancestors, George Washington Carver. He made it very plain and simple. There's 2 things you should not put in your body. Do you happen to know what those 2 things are?
What are those?
The peanut and the soybean. They will make a military-grade parachute cord and monofilament lines out of soy. And we putting this stuff in our body, talking about some edamame. No, you need to get somewhere and sit down somewhere.
Wow.
And the peanut, same way, man-made, hybrid, made in the laboratory. They use peanuts for literally everything. I mean, you can just Google peanut, George Washington Carver, and all the different inventions he's made with the peanut. And the number one nut that most black people eat more than anything on the planet is what? Peanut.
Peanut, yep.
Addicted to them, boiled, roasted, raw. Been there. And peanut butter. Think you're going to get a rush of protein, and you basically getting a protein blocker. It's like putting cement in your stomach. Crazy hard for your body to break it down. And on top of that, it's robbing your body of nutrients because it's so thick that it's taking more enzymes out of your body to kind of break it down. Which comes with the carcinogens because obviously its molecular structure is not complete. They're hitting it with the pesticides, et cetera. It's not necessarily abundant with your body like you think it is. Because obviously you got to keep in mind, being that, especially us African-based people that are in here, our molecular structure is very unique. Obviously, we've been the progenitors of all the so-called races. This is just science work. I don't want nobody to take this personal. I deal in the science, so don't take it personal. So being that we are the progenitor race, right, obviously coming from a particular area on the map, on the planet, that's conducive to the environment that we need to be in terms of our diet, the sunlight exposure, all these things really matter, right? And then we turn around, leaving that rich environment in which we were, and now we putting into these old, terraform, like living it up north. Like the worst thing black person can do is live up north like the majority of their whole life.
Right.
And never frequent near the equator to kind of regenerate or charge themselves up from the sunlight. So with most of our people are vitamin D deficient as well.
Wow.
Vitamin D and vitamin C deficient runs rampant in the black community. Vitamin C deficient is caused the number one cause of black death is heart attacks. Meaning your capillaries, your arteries, your veins, all these stuff, they're pretty much dehydrated. If you ever see a dehydrated capillary under a microscope, man, it'll make you cry. I mean, your blood is barely moving through your body, barely. And let you not have a very acidic diet on top of that. Now, once again, all the blood that it needs to even go to your stomach to help break any food is barely going to it. So it's not even breaking it down properly. So it sits in your colon pretty much halfway digested, halfway whole. And then on top of the chemicals that's in it, and now you end up with what? Colon cancer, right? And it's right on top of near your prostate. Now you got prostate cancer, right? You're not getting a full, erection like you're supposed to every day because your melatonin and your serotonin messed up as well.
That's why, man, I always, that's one of the things that I'm also, been doing. I want to really get back because I remember, man, and I've talked about this on the show, but if you remember as a child when you used to get hard at like 14, you know how strong it was. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit would hurt. You were so hard, you know what I mean, in school and whatnot.
Exactly.
But as you get older and again your diet becomes poor and all of a sudden, sure, you get hard, but it's nowhere near as what it used to be. So speak to that a little bit because that's one of those things that I know a lot of men deal with, but they're not open about those things and about how all of a sudden now you've got to really go up and beyond to get yourself excited or in the mood when at one time it used to be just something, that happened almost naturally.
Right, and I mean that's literally it. Once again, your body and your nature in itself is telling you something is wrong, right? And we mask it every day and make excuses, right? Or and you have that moment. Obviously, we all adults, and you have that moment. You with the sister, and you're feeling good about yourself, and obviously you've been drinking all night, and and you necessarily can't have that full hard erection like you want because you got so much sugar in your body, from the liquors, and these corn based and oat based and all these kind of weird liquors, and it's causing once again a lot of carbonic acid in the gut that's affecting the blood flow to your member. And some people say, well, no, actually, I'm actually really harder when I'm actually drinking. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's in your mind. You have two things that can cause that too. That's also imbalance from the sugar too. So you're having that rush that may do it for that moment, but instantly over time, what's going to happen is going to break down. What it's weakening the tendons in and around your genitalia, so it can get worn out too. Right? That's why they tell you don't supposed to have it, do it all the time. Especially when you get older, because this is kind of wearing on the tendons on your body. Wow. Especially if you're not healthy, you can't go hard like you used to when you was in high school.
So is that so? You actually so are you saying that as you get older, you should slow down on your sex?
Only if you are in a very unhealthy and acidic state, because basically at that point you're fighting your body to be able to go do something that should be done natural, but your body can't respond because it's sickly. So you're pushing your body to the limit. It's like driving a car without enough oil in it, right? Eventually you're going to sling a rod. It's going to be game over, right? So you got people that are, once again, 100% full impotent. Once again, we take the ancestor, Dr. Sebi. He was 100% full impotent at age 35. Imagine being 100% impotent at 35. That means if you put bumper cables to his member, it didn't even move.
Wow.
That's crazy. Severely overweight, over 300 pounds, very acidic diet, longshoreman, always out to sea for a long time. Something about being out to sea, you've been in the Navy. So, they were eating way more unhealthy foods, at least, as you guys had. You eat better food when you're military, but he was eating a, very, very poor diet. And drinking, like they say, like most sailors do, drinking every day, all day. Just making, his blood pretty much just turns to sludge. That's what ends up happening. Your blood turns into a thick syrup. It becomes viscous. And you have too many white blood cells instead of the red blood cells count. And on top of that, once again, not enough sleep, not enough proper hydration. We don't even drink enough water. Majority of people that's probably in the chat room right now, I hate to say it, but from a statistical standpoint, at least 2/3 of the people probably, or close to about half, I would say, people that's watching right now are dehydrated. And they think that they actually fine. So if I ask you, like, well, how much water you drunk today, you would tell me how much, honestly.
Well, I've drank maybe, if this is 20 ounces, I've drinking at least 4 of these. So 80 ounces right now of water. I don't know if that's good or bad.
Okay, so that's not bad. It's like a little bit over 2 liters, right?
Okay.
Now, typically you're supposed to have nothing less, a minimum of 3 liters a day.
Okay.
Right? Yeah, and I see you holding your little Nestle bottle too. I hate to drop down on it, but you know that's trash water, right? That's trash water. They got busted, man. Number one is it's very low on the pH level, and they got busted for taking it out of the tap. I don't know if you can read up on that, but
I read up on it, but I still got 10 bottles left, so I got to work that down because I done paid for it. So
I understand.
But I hear what you're saying.
Water is water, in terms at least you're drinking some value of or hydrating. I don't want to just call it water because at this point you're hydrating it, and that's better than nothing. So don't get it twisted. Don't let me get people all, well, man, it got to be this kind of water, because I know we had that conversation last week and people kind of got it up their arm, but I was just making a basic point in terms of having a good water if you possibly can, because there is a such thing called good water, but you're surrounded by so much bad water now because there's people looking to make a quick buck off you that you think you're actually getting hydrated, and you actually it's not. You're getting as fun as this may sound, you're getting that, but getting what they call a byproduct of water. The water's not even 100% like it would be in terms of its natural state. Meaning, because natural water that comes from a natural artesian-based spring or well, guess what it has in it? Living organism or organelle, whatever you want to call it. So they actually go in your body and do what? Like little nano like like a nanobot to a degree, and it helps repair the cells in your stomach, your esophagus, all that. That's chemical affinity. Your body, you are made up of the same cells. A lot of those are, but we want it to be like this, and it got to have sugar in it, got to have color in it. It got to, you get what I'm saying. But these are things that we're fighting. So, but just you guys got to keep in mind two things for certain: that you are, once again, what you eat. There's no other way around that. That's just not a cliche. That is reality.
Right.
And if you were eating it, chances are, for whatever reason, that particular animal or whatever the case, or a pesticide sprayed vegetable, you're going to take in that into your organism, and guess what it's going to do? It's going to run amok in your body. Right. So we know that there's stages to disease. Right. The first stage of a sickness or an illness is what? Excessive mucus. Now the body produces natural mucus on its own. Don't get it twisted. But that's obviously what they call mucilage in a sense. But that kind of mucus is governed by the natural pH of the body at a high level to coat the body, kind of like a self-lubrication system in a sense. But when it becomes overly abundant in mucus, now it becomes a transport for what? Bacteria and stuff like that just come in. Lowers your immune system. The white blood cell count goes up. In comes inflammation. You have that feeling of heat feeling, like that, kind of like you taking a niacin pill.
Yeah.
And you have that inflammation. Now, when your inflammation comes in, now your pH level goes from 7.365, which is the natural homeostasis of pH level of the body. It goes down to like a 6 or a 5. Now, if it goes below that, now you're in some real trouble. In comes autoimmune disease, AIDS, breeding ground for the cancers. Our sisters dealing with the fibroids, you know what I'm saying? The thyroid issues and stuff like that. They begin to run rampant. And on top of that, once again, you're constantly compounding your body every day with these old unhealthy behind meat. So if you take it, one good example, I don't want to get too preachy, but you're eating meat from the moment you wake up, you eat it again during lunch, you eat it again through a snack, and then you eat it again during dinner. Now imagine every time you ate a piece of meat, it was obviously, incomplete, carcinogen-based kind of meat, arsenic, all the different lead, mercury, all these stuff in these meats. And your body already having a hard time to digest the morning meat. And here come 3-4 hours later, you back packing yourself body again with more meat. It takes your body at least 24, or I would say like 17 to 27 hours to break down meat. One meal serving of meat. Imagine that.
Wow.
It's struggling to get that down.
Now talk a little bit about, because I'm seeing some people in the chat room talk about that drinking a lot of water too isn't necessarily the best thing as well, because you can suffer from water intoxication. I mean, I've never heard of that. What do you have to say on that?
Okay, so there's a balance to everything, right? Now, most people that go on a fast. Now, when you go on a fast, you do the water fast, whatever the case. Now, you can survive on water, right? You need water before anything. Let's just keep that real.
Okay.
But you're doing it just like anything. You're doing it in stages, right? Because if you're not hydrating properly, I mean, they're not going to the bathroom right after, or pretty much to release, the value for doing like the kidney flush, then that's how you can become, sick in that regard, right? So if your balance not body properly, I have some people I'm dealing with, like some of my clients, they have a hard time even going to the bathroom to urinate. And I'm like, how you clogged up that way too?
Wow.
If you drinking all these so-called liquids, right? But again, they're drinking a lot of soda, a lot of, once again, these old, hard beverages and so forth, to the point, and they're not, once again, balanced out properly in terms of the food that also, helps with the digestion value, that helps with the kidneys in terms of being able to kind of flush these toxins out your body too. So, fruits like apples are really good for inducing, healthy urination. Obviously watermelon. People always crack jokes about the watermelon, but you got to keep this one thing in mind. I don't want to hear nobody ever crack a joke about watermelon. Because the watermelon, number one, is very, very high in potassium and a lot of things too. But there could have been not a better fruit on the plantation than that of a watermelon for the slaves back in the days, because it was instant hydration, and it's loaded in natural electrolytes as well. And if people only knew the health benefits of watermelons, then, you'll be eating them, when the season comes around, you want to stock up on the watermelon. Trust me on that. But it obviously helps you, once again, urinate naturally, too, with the electrolytes to kind of help flush the kidneys properly. So it cleans them. But right now they tell you use what? Drink cranberry juice, right?
Right now, right now, if you want to get better, they would ask you to drink cranberry juice or some crap like that.
Right. For our sisters that have a UTI, so they have urinary tract infection, they tell you drink cranberry juice. You don't want to do that. You know why? Because number one, cranberries, is man-made. I hate to rain on people parade again. It's man-made, and it's also acidic. So you're trying to, remove toxins from the kidney so they can function right, and you putting in these acidic behind juices and thinking you're supposed to go to work. Now, it has some medicinal value to it on the back end because, once again, the body will metabolize it into a valuable alkalinity. But once again, it's fighting through the acidic stuff just to get the good out of it, right? So if you want to do what they call a kidney flush, simple regimen, dandelion root tea. You can buy it, in the box form, organic dandelion root tea, or you can buy the actual dandelions themselves. Boil it, add a little ginger to it. All right. If you want to go take it to a step further, you can add in, a little burdock in there, whatever the case, a little milk thistle, whatever. But dandelion root tea is like the best thing ever. Obviously, when our ancestors got sick back in the day, do you think they ran to the local vitamin shop? Do you think they ran to GNC or CVS or Walgreens? Do you even think they ran to the big house and said, hey, Mouse, what you got in here? No, because that's who was healing everybody. We were healing everybody. We were healing them. We were healing us. We were healing anything around it. And we went to the woods to get our medicine. And it's very simple. Even people that peruse through the Bible, you understand that it tells you in there that the healing of the nation is in the earth. In the earth. It's not in the laboratory. It's in the earth. So when a dog gets sick, what do a dog do when a dog gets sick? It eats what? Grass. It eats grass.
Wow.
It goes to get the most potent thing to help its stomach cool down, which is the chlorophyll, which is considered like the blood for plants. It goes for that nutrient dense rush of the chlorophyll, and it calms their stomach, literally. And then when they defecate, you see a lot of grass in there, but that's the natural, chlorophyll that's in it that bonded to the chemicals that might have been, it had a bad adverse reaction, and it pulls it out. Dandelion greens does the same thing. 100%.
Wow.
So, those are things to think about. And I see somebody asked about the drinking on the charcoal, activated charcoal. Like, obviously, I have a 20-month-old son. We don't use no chemical-based medicine in my home. We do everything naturally. He's way healthier than people his age at this pure level. Not one vaccination, not one synthetic value of this soy, sugar, milk stuff. None of this foolishness. Everything we make for him is 100% scratch. We make all this nut mix from scratch. We do Brazil nut milk and walnut milk, or hemp milk or quinoa milk, right? Mixed in with the sea moss, right? Which you're talking about 92 to 102 amino acid minerals that the body is composed of, which is the sea moss. It's the most nutrient dense, pretty much organism on the planet in terms of having that much chemical affinity for the body. So he's super healthy. And, he's not going to have the issues that most of our kids are dealing with when they're trying to dope them on sugar, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So activated charcoal. So if anybody in here in the chat room that has children, and even for yourself, if you ever get what they call stomach indigestion or something like that, first thing they tell you to do is what? Drink what? Apple cider vinegar, right? Wrong. Charlie Murphy style. Wrong. And you want to go for activated charcoal, which is pretty much just grind down coconut husk or plantain husk. The activated charcoal, which is the carbon that's in, like carbon filter stuff, it filters your body the same way. That's how you remove the poisons from your stomach. Right? Before you run to the hospital, let them pump your stomach, which is a very painful procedure. Get you a little bit of activated charcoal. Keep it in your house for medicinal scenarios to pump your stomach out. I guarantee you, it'll save you thousands of dollars and more headache in the back end anyway. And it's more pure in terms of letting it naturally kind of push its way throughout the body.
Wow. Also, African Emporium, we're living through a time right now where it's really interesting because, for many years before social media, the trend was, although many of us as people of color always appreciated, larger women, the trend, the media, the media as we knew it at that time, always appreciated the thinner, kind of slim, no curve type of woman. Now with social media, we've seen the discussion change where, we've decided now that the it girl is the girl with, incredible curves, whether it be real or fake. But many of our sisters now, for the most part, you can look at them and say, well, this woman is unhealthy. You know what I mean? This woman looks like she's a hamburger away from death, but they've been able to find, these group of men who appreciate women of that size to the extent where now they're almost killing themselves for beauty. I guess my question is, are these women, have we always had women of that size in our communities, or are these women really just killing themselves by eating poorly, or are these women quote unquote big boned?
Well, it's a mixture of both, right? Now, and let's take a quick little trip down what they call historical memory lane, which I love to peruse the historical value of life in antiquity.
Mm-hmm.
Now, some of us that may know about the Venus statue, right? The Venus statue, the Hottentot scenario, Sarah Bartman, right? The Khoi, tribal woman that they took up into Europe, and obviously they used her as pretty much a zoo exhibit to the degree, and obviously, they obviously I only begin to talk about what they did to her. It makes me upset, but they passed her around, they messed her up, and obviously she ended up dying young at an early age from the amount of syphilis and herpes that she got from them, just using her like that and raping her. Right, these old sick behind.
Yeah,
you already
it was
know
a
what's
sad
going
story.
on.
Very sad story. I think she died at like
Very
24
sad
years old. Horrible story.
Very horrible story, right? And obviously that trend carried over in the culture, and we need now even speak on that in terms of the transatlantic slave trade.
Mm-hmm.
And basically today you got people kind of just walking into that.
Right.
But once again, that's another conversation. However, in terms of that body build, the Venus statue or the Hottentot value, that has always been the anatomical value of a lot of the different women throughout the continent of Africa as a whole, right? Obviously, we come in all shapes, different sizes and colors too, because being that we are the progenitor base in terms of the of the so-called primate or the more Homo sapien type species, we to kind of encompass all the different quadrants of the natural physicalities. Obviously, most people don't even know about the Melanesian Islands, where the people down there have naturally blonde hair. And they ask, well, why do they have naturally blonde hair? Because the area that they live in is very, very fertile. The pH level in the water alone is so high that it causes what they call reverse pretty much alkaloid poisoning, but they're not getting poisoned by it. But it actually turns all their hair blonde, naturally blonde.
Even though they're black as hell, though, I believe they're also very dark-skinned people. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. All right. And you take once again the Khoi people, the Khoisan people, or the Hutu, the Hutu tribes, stuff like that down in the so-called Southern Africa basin, which obviously I don't call it South Africa, I call it by its antiquity name. It's the Munamatapa Empire. And it's actually called down north, right? They didn't call it South Africa. It's called down north and up south. Up south would be going up into Egypt. Down north is going into so-called South Africa, but whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But reality is that those particular people down there in so-called the Bushmen, right, the clicking noise with the opposite, they some of the old Bantu-speaking people. These were the people the first people to populate Asia. These were thin-based people, right? But they were light-skinned people and hot behind South Africa. If you look at the majority of the Khoisan tribe, they are light-skinned based people.
Mm-hmm.
And you would think they'd be, completely, dark like our West African brothers, or some of the brothers that come out of the Congo, or up into like Tanzania, Uganda, like that, before you get into Ethiopia,
right.
Obviously, which is a modern day misnomer too. We'll never call them Ethiopia,
right.
Abyssinia, and Moreau and all, Kashmir, but whatever. So, different, basically what I'm saying is different regions and different climates, when you get closer to the equator, far from it, it changes your body size, and it also changes your color value too because of the diet. So you take the Hutu or the Twa people, the first people that actually populated Europe, and first people that actually populated Asia, these were short people. They called the Pygmy people, right? So you imagine a short woman that's like 4'5", 4'6", and and she's fully figured, bust, butt, the whole nine, right? And then you mix that with, let's say, a West African that like tall people, let's say like the like some of the Igbo tribes, people on the Fulani or the Fang tribe, and they're much taller, right? The Igbo people, they're a little bit more taller. So you mix that tall frame with that short, round, robust. Now you build a woman that's going to be what? Tall, voluptuous, right? And you may have some that's thin. Okay, fast forward to where we are today in America, obviously in terms of the rapes that happen too. That's another conversation.
Sure.
But obviously our body has once again been anatomically or pretty much disrespected to a degree because you're mixing certain scenarios that necessarily by nature standpoint should not be mixed with certain values.
Right.
So you're taking, that, and then you in come the technology revolution, like you're talking about all this whole, I need to look like this, and let me, pull back my value, my natural value, and look like something that this magazine tell me because it's telling me I'm not good enough. But basically, who's in charge of the culture right now? Who's in charge of running the planet right now? That's the value that's shaping your reality to go out here and do these self-mutilated things to yourself or self-inflicted wounds to yourself to mess your body up.
Yeah.
Now, you could be big bone, or as we call it, big bone, the whole big bone thing, and be 100% healthy. I have a friend that she's a master fitness. Some of the people in the chat room may know it. Ayana, I keep messing her name. But she's like 200 pounds, Sal, of straight Amazonian brick meat, if you want to call it that.
Yeah. I want to show you because
healthy.
there's this insane sister on Instagram. Many of you guys, brothers in here, might know her. Her name is Miss Bond. I don't know if you've heard of her. She's throwing Instagram into a loop because they've never seen a black woman who looks like this before. I mean, straight Amazon. Let me put up a picture of her, and because I've never seen. I'm thinking like, can this even be healthy? Like, what is she? Is she natural or what? But let me show you guys, and I want to put this up on the screen here. Because I want you to tell me this I ain't never seen. I'm from Africa. I ain't never seen. But then again, you do see a lot out of, let me see here, media, out of South Africa.
Oh, I can show you something. I'm pretty encompassed throughout the country. I get a lot of my products from there, so I have a lot of relationships with different nations there. It's a lot of beautiful women everywhere. Don't get it twisted. I'm not making this just, but understanding that in our natural form, before all these synthetic foods came into being. I've seen that. Yep.
I have never seen this. Yeah, her Miss Bond. In fact, I'll put her Instagram in the chat room because I want you guys to see some of the pictures. They're insane. This woman is like just incredible. That's her IG right there, Miss Bond. And crazy, man.
But you take a birth. Two things you can kind of understand what's going on with her. If you look at the body from an anatomical value, the first thing you notice off the rip, of that Venus goddess statue figurine type body frame instantly, right? Small waist, big birthing hips, right? Nice square, symmetrical base, shoulder line, right? That's obviously what they consider to be that, in terms of her body from a symmetrical standpoint, it's in 100% complete unison and harmony to her body. In terms of, she not being overly compensated from her stomach area to her thigh, her hip to thigh ratio. She's just very thick in that regard. Now, obviously, Western, obviously, science and so forth would tell her, okay, well, you actually got too much of this, too much of that.
Right.
Okay, that was not an issue when they was running, snatching people up, putting them on them ships back in the day, and they had this horny craze to just rape our women like it was there's no tomorrow. Now, it's income, the thin, anemic, very, you get what I'm saying with that look.
Yeah.
Right, to the point where you starve yourself. You eat a carrot and go in the bathroom and throw it up the next, the 2 hours later.
Right.
Because you're trying to, compete, or, people using these Arctic waist trainers, right? And I don't want to drop no dimes and make it, make the sister sweat in here that may use those things, but those things are not healthy. You're squeezing your organs. You're squishing your organs. You're siphoning in your kidneys.
Oh man, that's not good, because I think this sister on the screen does use those. In fact, I think I have a picture of that too. But yeah, go ahead and speak about that, man, because that's got to be dangerous to an extent.
It's very dangerous. You're squeezing your kidneys, your lungs, your liver, all these things, right? Just to kind of gain this so-called, figurine aspect of your body. Because you know, when I seen her waist, I've seen natural sisters that actually have that same body build without the waist trainer. I mean, naturally. And, you know, obviously she was born with a, with a healthier cellular level in terms of her legs, right? And obviously I see that's why she wanted to do the weight training, because she want that, that still hourglass figure. But in her natural state, let's say that she was back on the continent, or, she was down in South America, right? And so obviously I got stuff like that I just see every day, just natural like that. And they built kind of just like her, without all the, waist trainers and all that foolishness, right? That's just a compensation for obviously her being, probably at some point she was a little bit heavier, from the gut region value. And that comes from eating a lot of bad foods, right? If I put her, let's say, on a more plant-based diet, not only will she lose some of the weight, but she'll still keep her figure, right? But it'll look more, convincing to the value without her, had she not ever used that waist trainer, the artist waist trainer, right? Or they call it the bonnet for the ladies or all that kind of stuff. Obviously, you know what that come from too, right? That was them trying to mimic the body of Sarah Bartman. They would put the corset on and tighten up their stomach and put the big thing in the back, for the fake booties that we walk around in England with and Europe with. They tried to mimic. They hated her, but they turned around and want to copy her body. They had a sick fetish crave for her body build. They never saw somebody like that. And that Venus, statue in itself is like, tens of thousands of years old. That has always been the anatomical build of most of the black women, that were down in the southern region, if you want to call it that. But long story short, she obviously she looks wonderful. I'm not going to take that away from her. But, the unhealthy practice that our sisters are doing just to kind of become so-called beautiful in the eyes of who, I have no idea.
Yeah.
But if you just eat natural and eat healthy to the best of your ability, and obviously if you get in at least 1,500 steps a day, which is equivalent to that of a mile, and you hydrate at least 3 liters a day, you living at optimal value. And obviously you eating the good type foods if you can. You're living at optimal value. Your body will respond to the way it was supposed to be anyway, because your genetic build is supposed to be that of what your mother and your father together, coming together, and all the lineage that came before that. So something you just can't get away from. You just have to go with the flow, and that, okay, well, mom was like this, dad was like this, his lineage is built like this, right? Like my wife, right? She takes after her grandmother's side of the body, right? Her family, she hips the whole line with that, right? On the dad's side, on the mother's side, they're tall and slender. So she's tall, and she got the hips from her dad's side. So that's the kind of stuff that we just cannot, we can't cheat nature in that form, because we didn't ask to be born that way. But you can't, see, she got the waist trainer on.
Yeah.
I'm just saying the picture popped up. So, unfortunately, right? Now, one thing I will say, the sister is beautiful once again, but sisters back then, before they got on these old wheat diets like they're on today, these very acidic diets, they were way more stronger, brother. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You got them sisters walking around in Africa right now, they carry 60-pound bags of rice.
Right. Right on their neck, man. Right on the top of their head like it's nothing.
And some of them be smaller than an ant.
Yeah.
And they got twice their weight on their head, neck muscles strong, and they don't look like they've been in the gym for 30 hours a day.
Right. Crazy,
Super
man.
strong. And that comes from just being naturally conditioned to the environment in terms of your natural regimen of what they call natural work. You're not having to go to the gym to kind of produce it. You getting it from your natural daily intermingling amongst your life.
Yeah.
So, eventually over time that's going to be a problem on her ligament.
Right.
I mean, the picture of the girl you got, because that's just too much, bottom weight on her ligaments if she's not, obviously living in a more natural state, meaning she's not eating the proper food that may be destroying her tissue or her cellular level, then eventually that's going to be a problem on her joints.
Sure.
Right? The whole nine, it's going to buckle at some point. So, beautiful, guaranteed. Can she lose the value of some of that? Yes, from a natural standpoint. You know what I'm saying? A natural standpoint, though, which would benefit her down the line. So, but we just want to keep that in mind too. So when we thinking about these kind of things, we don't get caught up at the point where we try to go out there and find us a sister, a woman or whatnot, and we're trying to conform her to this new ideology of what a woman's supposed to look like, right? And then first of all, I'm always gonna say this in defense of the sisters. Who are us as men to trying to tell a woman how she needs to look?
That's true. That's absolutely true. Absolutely true.
if you were doing the right thing by being a student of the game in terms of nature, you would know how to feed your woman correctly enough to where she's healthy, right? And she'll be able to kind of still, coexist with the body if she's thick, but she'll lose the proper weight in the right place because the natural diet is helping her keep her body in the right condition like it's supposed to be from an organism standpoint, not just from a shapely aspect alone. That's how you win in terms of being able to get your wife or your woman to compromise. You come in and say, oh, you got to change this. You need to get breast augmentation. Yeah. You need to cut your waist down a little bit. You need to do the Aeroka stomach.
But here's the thing, though, Africa, is that these women are going after that thing right now. It's not even the guys who are saying it's, you have some women out here that are breaking their backs to get these surgeries. In fact, I think somebody can correct me on that. There was a sister 2 days ago that just recently died trying to get some butt injections. So, the pressure, where is it coming from? I don't know, but some people want vanity so bad, or suffer from that so bad, and the attention of social media, that they will kill themselves either with food or going out and getting with these surgeries. Mm-hmm.
You just hit it on the head. Where are they getting it from? Right? They're getting it from brainwashed brothers and men. They're getting it from a double dose of it from the media all day long. Mm-hmm. Right? They're constantly being told, you're not this, you're not this, you're not this enough, you're not this enough, you're not this enough. You don't fit the mold of what we want in terms of how we want to portray you in front of a camera, a lens for your little 15 minutes of fame. Everybody's, jockeying for attention. Mm-hmm. So they're putting their body under the knife, or, okay, you take someone like Lil' Kim. Completely self-hatred. Completely level of self-hatred. But how did she get to that point? The psychosis that drove her to do that. Some ignorant behind brothers that didn't appreciate her in a natural state, or the competition value that she's in an environment, 4 or 5 brothers standing around, and here come, let's say, a Latino girl walking by in the Bronx, and now like all the attention goes to the Latina girl.
Right.
Oh, she's lighter. Her hair is this way, or the Brazilian and Latino women, they got nice big butts and all this foolishness.
Yeah.
Not even knowing that Lil' Kim, the black woman standing beside her, actually is the mother of that woman. She's the first progenitor of any other woman. So she is to be put on the pedestal to the point where not only does she feel good about herself from a natural standpoint, but from a historical understanding that you were mother of civilization here. Yeah. Come on. Yeah. I ain't even play that game. I know who you are.
And just to explain also for the whole Latina situation, they don't even know that we as black people look at them like that. I mean, for the most part, the Hispanic women that I know, they don't know of the color, the black color consciousness, that we suffer from. Many of us suffer from within our own community. They just see themselves as, hey, I'm talking to this, black man, this darker skinned man, but they don't look at it as like, okay, he's talking to me because I'm brown skinned, or they I don't think they realize it. I don't even think they realize it. So, just to put that out there, but it's sad that we in our community will put that on these random Hispanic women. Hey, you're the top of our food chain, and they don't even know why a lot of the times. Why the hell is these motherfuckers chasing me like this? It's not, they don't even realize it's because of, for a lot of brothers, their skin tone and the way they look and their hair and stuff like that. Sad to say it, but true.
But that's basically it, because once again, it's the self-loathing of I always go back to the quote that our great ancestor Malcolm X said, and I mean, it should stick with us enough to make us understand what we're dealing with here. Who taught you to hate yourself?
Right.
Right? You hate yourself enough to the point where you can't see beauty in your own self. You have to go outside of yourself to get it. And then the people that are so-called the Hispanic people, because ain't no such thing as no Hispanic race or no Latina. That's obviously, these are misnomer quotes to kind of recognize nation value, or landmass, if you want to call it that, but it's all of it misnomers, right? Those are pretty much Tainos in a sense, if you want to look at it from that perspective.
Right.
When these were the native-based people that were more African than anything else, and when the Spaniards and the Portuguese came over, when all the raping sprees that were going on, that's how they got that influx of that, Portuguese and, that French, that area in terms of that mixture, that Italian-based mixture. So cause that skin to lighten up.
So I'm reading here, Cora Lee. Are you and Dame? Are you guys saying that Puerto Ricans actually have a color system within their societies? I mean, I've known that within Cuba, especially Cuba and Dominican Republic, those are probably the worst when you talk about
Dominican
colorism.
Republic and Haiti share the same landmass, and they are diametrically opposed because of the caste system that was started by that raggedy behind Count Bonnet, the person that invented this whole racism mess. Well, I mean, there's others too, but that caste system value, I should say. Him and Blumenbach and all these people that they had a systemic racism issue coming off the backdrop of the Darwinism foolishness that caused people to kind of look at so-called darker people as inferior-based people. So you don't want to be considered inferior if because you're darker, or you consider to have what they call African blood in your body. So you're doing everything you can to eradicate that reality. So they got you, number one, with that, and then they turn around and make this racist behind census form where they have this black, other type, Mexican, Hispanic, all this stupidness to further divide people mentally. They already suffer from a psychosis for understanding what happened from slavery. People got uprooted from their land. Their bloodline got destroyed from the rapes and all this stuff. And then income, okay, if you want to be accepted in America, you have to put down that you're what? Caucasian.
Right.
And you sitting at around 60-something plus, 50-something plus percentage of black blood in you from a natural DNA terms, and your nucleotides, all that stuff, are showing that you're more African than anything, yet you're going to put down from a psychological perspective just to kind of roll in the classes and value that you're what? Caucasian. So when you got people that come into your environment, overrun your economy in some degree, and it disrupts the natural flow of how people even coexist with one another, because now you're trying to be like the people that's so-called in power.
Right.
So you start dumping on the people that are darker than you, right? Because, Dominican Republic and Haiti fight all the time.
Yeah.
They're constantly killing.
It's so funny you say that because, there was this Boricua that I met, and she talked about how that she's considered dark-skinned. I'll show you this sister, and in certain circles, depending on where you are, she can be considered black, but in any circle here in Black America, she's probably, let me see here if I got, I think I sent the picture, because she's actually considered black, like dark skin in her country, in Puerto Rico. And that's a picture of her right there. She's actually considered dark skinned in Puerto Rico. This is a sister who, in any city in America, she passed the paper bag test, but in Puerto Rico, she is considered dark in her land. Right. But again, those goes back to those crazy rules that they have in those countries. Sad to say it, but true, man.
And that's totally it. You take a country like Jamaica. Jamaica is so messed up down there that where do we begin? The bleaching of the skin is running rampant in Jamaica. Rampant. Right? Obviously, places in West Africa have issues with it too. We get it. We know what's going on with that. We know what happened to that. That's the backdrop of colonialism and the whole ideology of, once again, trying to identify with your oppressor for the same value, thinking that white ice is colder than black ice, that necessarily that you being born in your natural state to be who you are. If you knew who you are, you would not put yourself through that mutilation anyway. You would see yourself as a representation of the highest form of what they consider to be God or goddess, because you know that you are the progenitor of the base. Yet you've been reduced so much to look at yourself like you ain't about nothing, because you can't compete at the level how this world has been dominated under this Roman capitalist society, to the point where you can't even identify yourself with yourself. You got to go out and look for something that totally don't even agree with your value to the degree, and say, I want to be like this. Right? This whole, once again, classism, casteism, all this stupidness that got people, these so-called countries, they call them third world countries. Ain't no such thing as third world countries too. I'm tired of people saying that dumb junk. Right? Like, who gets to define what, like, stop. All the resources in the earth are in these so-called third world countries, but yet they're third world countries. Right? If they cut off the veins from then all these, parasitic cultures feed off them, erroneously, then we'll find out who the third world country is when you come begging on our door, let us get some of your resources.
Right.
But that's another conversation.
Yeah.
But you get, but this is what I'm talking about. So when you take a sister like the one you have posted here, beautiful sister, right? And you would take a sister like that, and she may catch flack in her native country, like you say Dominican Republic or wherever she's at, or Puerto Rico, right? She comes to the States. Oh, you already know what's gonna happen.
Right.
You know, she ain't gonna be able to get off the plane or the boat long enough. Right? She's gonna have. They're gonna be on it like white on right.
Yeah, and this I'm about to put is actually the preferred, I guess, how women are supposed to look in Puerto Rico, being that this woman was elected Miss Puerto Rico or decide, I don't know how they choose. This is the preferred. So here you have a Puerto Rican woman there, and then this is Miss Puerto Rico. I believe she's 2015 or 2016, I'm not sure. But so very drastic. You have one person who's very European, and then the other who you can tell is actually the descendant of an African.
Right, completely, right? So when you look at the sister, obviously on the right, you see instantly from a feature, right? Because obviously I'm big into the whole kind of, the feature value, that kind of, understanding, the different jaws, prognathic jaws for the African. She's completely got a lot of Spaniard and Portugal in her. Right. The girl on the right, the Puerto Rican. She obviously, the hair follicles. I mean, whatever. Once again, just science. So I would tell people, don't take this person. I just deal in the value of the science.
Sure.
And then you take the sister on the left, right? Clearly more Afrocoid features. Clearly more Afrocoid features there, right? And you got one that can be no more indigenous to the value of the land than one that would consider themselves, okay, I'm Puerto Rican, right? And we know from a natural value of, you want to play the Darwinism game, from a natural selection, we know who's going to be the more, more honored value of person that's supposed to be in that land mass. That's going to be the sister on the left, period. Right? Because we talking about South and tropical Capricorn, tropical Capricorn, which produces this heavier pigmented person. Right? You're not going to find that in that area, or you're not finding those kind of people back in days of antiquity in those areas. They put heavily dark pigmented people or lighter based colors like the sister on the left.
Sure.
You didn't get like the sister that's on the right, being in that area during times of antiquity, talking about I'm Puerto Rican. No, sister. I'm sorry, you're not. But hey, that's just another scenario. But obviously you take like South Africa, and that's another conversation. I don't even want to go there. You got people saying
that's
South
a whole
Africa.
yeah, that's a whole different other
Right.
conversation.
You miss South America South Africa, and you straight Dutch, straight Boer, straight and
yeah.
Now, how can you be not indigenous to the land, but be a representation figure of the people?
Now dragging this back into food, because as people of color, being that unfortunately we're in a situation because of these systems of the global system of white supremacy, we can't produce the foods that we grow. I mean, we're not even allowed to, for the most part, to grow our food. You need permits to do even that sometimes, just to have something in your backyard. Would you say that our food that we as people of color are eating is not programmed in our best interest to allow us to thrive? I mean, I've always believed that. I just feel like from everything from, of course, the poisonous water that we have in our communities to the food that we eat, that it's not even programmed for our bodies.
That's 100% exactly it. And these are the things that the ancestor Baba Saber, Dr. Sabi, obviously went to an unfortunate, untimely grave, trying to get it through our thick heads to understand just that. Like last week we made the analogy that you cannot take a polar bear and put him in South Africa.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot take the grizzly bear and put it, in Antarctica. Right? Obviously, we can be able to coexist in it, but it's not necessarily made to be, a natural habitat for us. You take the African that's south of tropical Capricorn that lives in the more, sun-drenched areas, and you stick him in Antarctica. Obviously, a lot of the Grimaldi people, right, the 60,000-year migration up out of Africa, right, the Homo heidelbergensis primate, obviously coming in contact with some of the more archaic humans at that time, the so-called Cro-Magnon man, Neanderthal, right? These are some of the older, earlier versions of the primates that was able to breed with these people, right, and produce this so-called OSC2 gene mutation-based, certain people, obviously on top of being trapped in the Permian Ice Age, trapped behind that blanket of sulfuric ash that blanketed Europe from all the, the volcanic, ash that was dumped on there that terraformed the soil in itself and the people, and their molecular structure. And then yet, here we are today, in terms of having these so-called different shades of color outside of the, you move further away from the equator, it gets lighter. The more you come towards the equator, it gets darker, right? And unless you live in, once again, higher up altitude, obviously, in terms you get up towards Ethiopia, Kilimanjaro, the altitude up there is a little bit more higher. So obviously by that, their skin color by natural default is going to be lighter. But you got some of the people that's in the basin areas, like the Oromo tribe or the Mercy tribe, the Mercer, the Afar. These people are much more darker. You take like Sudan, beautiful black sisters, beautiful color black, right? And people look at them like, man, she's too black, man. What is too black?
Right.
What is that?
Right.
People say, right, they're too black. What is that?
Now, Coralia, because I'm seeing Coralia in the chat room. What does she mean by Taino or Taino? When they say Taino, what exactly does that mean?
Indigenous, more indigenous Bay people of so-called, if you want to call it the Caribbean, South American, read the Mesoamerican. These were indigenous people, the Tainos, or the so-called native. If you want to use that misnomer, the native, admixtures that were so-called already there before.
Oh, okay. I was not aware that Puerto Rico was inhabited before, because many islands in the Caribbean were not inhabited, but I wasn't aware that Puerto Rico was actually inhabited.
You'd be surprised, Brother Sam, before you say that.
I knew some of the islands, but I wasn't aware that Puerto Rico was included in one of those. Okay.
Yes, the Grand Bahamas, the Bahamas, all those. Keep in mind, when we were already circumnavigating the universe before, once again, anybody else was actually moving around on the planet, is calling what it is. And those powerful rift currents that take you from West Africa, they take you right where? Right to South America, if you want to call South America, which back then was not called South America. Obviously, North America was not called North America. Or you want to call it the land of Mu. We know it as an indigenous thing. They called it Turtle Island. It's called Turtle Island. If you look at North America from a map standpoint, it looks just like a sea turtle. How was they able to know that thing looked like a sea turtle if they had not navigated all around the shores of the whole continent to know that, to call it even that? That lets you know people are already charting and circumnavigating in terms of being able to on ships and learning how to land map stuff.
Yeah.
And this was before Europe was still in its so-called, primitive stage.
Right.
The Olmec Z, the so-called Mesoamericans, the first ones that were there, the Olmec Z, were African-based people. They call them the Olmec Z, which obviously turned into Mexican, Mexican or Mexico. These were Africans and Taino-based people that were so-called admixtures from the West Africans and the Asians, because the first people obviously to circumnavigate was Africans, and after that it was the Asians.
Yeah.
They were so-called Mongoloid.
That's how you got that
so-called.
They were prolific farmers too: squash, beans, peppers, peanuts, pineapples, calabashes. Yeah, man, they were the great farmers too. I'm seeing here some of the plants that they, some of the stuff they grew, and I do see it was a matriarchal system. So the women were the most powerful in their communities as well. So interesting.
There you go.
Yeah. So I could only imagine. I can only imagine here you have these Taino communities, right, where you have matriarchal system. So the descent is traced through the mother, and I can only imagine it's traced through the mother. All of a sudden these people showing up from this distant land where the men are all kind of controlling, doing all the pushing and shoving, and you just supposed to all of a sudden just take orders. It's crazy, man. Crazy.
But that's it. You think about that. We come from a matriarchal environment. That's how the world was set up to be. Everything that produces life in turn that gives life, that's where you get your first level of destruction from. Who taught you how to be you? Who was the first teacher you ever knew? Your mother. So you show me where a man was able to push out a baby to give instructions to tell a woman what to do and how to do what she need to do. And, you know, this whole patriarchal system that we're under right now in terms of under racist white supremacy, that's basically all it is. It's a synthetic anomaly that's kind of, you know, taken the world as a whole and made it, you know, an imbalance, basically.
Wow.
Right? That's a positivity-based culture. That comes from obviously early, what they call archaic Europe. Archaic, what do you call it Europe back then? That's archaic Europe, where you had to practice polyandry. Right? In Africa, we practice what? Polygamy.
Yeah.
Right? Polyandry is the opposite of that, which you have what? One wife to what? 5 men.
Mm-hmm.
There was a hunger shortage up there. There was not enough food, so it was scarce. So one wife, she needed about 5 different men that can go out there and particularly try to hunt to bring food back to her, which increased her odds of what? To eat.
Yeah,
That's why they dumped on the women. So if a woman gave birth to a girl, 9 times out of 10, they would kill the girl. Because that's more mouths to feed in the event she turns up what? Pregnant.
Right. I see here also reading up on these women. Despite women seemingly being independent in Taino society, coming into the era of contact with Spaniards, the Spaniards took Taino women as an exchange item, putting them in the position of playing a role in diplomacy. Dr. Shanka, a physician who traveled with Christopher Columbus, reported in a letter that Spaniards took as many women as they possibly could and kept them as concubines. Some sources report that despite the women being free and powerful before contact with the Spaniards, they somehow became the first commodities that the Spaniards used to trade and sell. Man, that's horrible, man. This marked the beginning of a lifetime of theft and abuse of Taino women. Man, that's crazy.
100%. Income, the so-called mulatto case. Even though the Tainos were not mulattoes of a bastardized version in terms of the rape that happened that produced the so-called mulatto. Income, the value of the case system. They used that, once again, the lighter complexion people to be able to correspond with that of the darker people, because they still looked at them as family, right? Because you had dark Tainos, you had some that were a little bit lighter. Once again, that comes in terms of what? Being an eco, diet, all that stuff mattered. But these were natural-based people that were already here before the first Spaniard or Portuguese set off a ship and began their raping spree. So these people were already naturally beautiful, naturally, curly-based hair, the whole body build, the whole reality to that. And now that becomes the issue. Obviously, like last week, I told you guys about the book Destruction of the Black Civilization. I recommend, if you can get that book, everybody in the chat room, download the free PDF version. The Destruction of the Black Civilization by Chancellor Williams. Tells you 100% what happened in terms of black greatness and antiquity, and also stolen legacy, George G.M. James. It breaks this stuff down. Ivan Van Sertima. Ivan Van Sertima was another great historical scholar, Dr. Ivan Van Sertima, that broke down a lot of the so-called Mesoamerican, South American history that we were obviously, he wrote a book, They Came Before Columbus, right? Which is very powerful. It's detailed information about, the different Caribbean islands, South American, the Tainos, the Olmec Z, right?
Yeah.
We know that the Toltecs and the Aztecs, all these after the fact. They didn't build a lot of those monuments you see down in Mesoamerica.
It's so funny because I've always wanted to know what those Olmec heads are, because one of the things about those Olmec heads, African Emporium, is these Olmec heads have very strong Africanoid features, man. I mean, they if you want to use that unfortunate term, but they look like African people when you look at those Olmec heads. And for people who haven't seen them, I'll put them up here in a second, but they look like African people.
Because they are. As soon as you turn the Olmec Z head around, what do you see coming down the back of the head? Braids. Show me a Mexican over there right now running around with braids still in their head. Show me one. They had braids. Same thing with the Buddha statue. Who are the progenitors of so-called Asia? The Khoi son, or the Khoi son people, the Twa, the Houthi, the Houthi tribe, or the Zuni tribe. The Buddha sit up there with Bantu knots on his head. Where's the only place you see Bantu knots at? It's indigenous to what culture and what culture only? Africa. Now, how do the Buddha got Bantu knots on his head? but he's supposed to be so-called Mongoloid. Krishna, this whole thing with Krishna for our brothers and sisters in India. No, this is no disrespect now. Don't get it twisted. I'm just speaking from a scientific standpoint as a scholar. Now, you can do your own research, but let's keep it real. So you take that brother, the Omeg Z statue that you have posted here, the prognathic jaw, the big buckling of the lower base, the thick lip like that, the nose, the big wide nose, West Africa all day, booby tribe, Fang tribe, we can Mandinga, we can go on and on and on all day, and someone would sit here and look you straight in your face and tell you what? Well, no, that's that's a Mexican
or an alien or some bullshit like that. I mean, I watched this very episode of Ancient Aliens, and they literally tried to describe these, what I can basically tell are African people, as aliens. I mean, they literally tried to describe these people as aliens, and which is absolutely ridiculous because they don't look anything like what an alien, it's just absolutely insane. Absolutely insane.
And here you got Neil deGrasse Tyson telling you that outright, like this is the most racist mess that Europeans could ever even utter out. They lying behind the lips to run around and tell you that aliens built the pyramids. Mm-hmm. They also helped the so-called the Toltecs and the Aztecs build the so-called the great monuments all throughout South America and Chichen Itza and all them areas. And stupid people are running with this foolishness. And here they are knowing that the technology in terms of the several liberal arts that the world uses today came up out of Africa. We already understood the golden ratio, the whole so-called the pi symbol and all that. We already knew extreme or intense mathematics way back in the day. And here's something that's also going to cook people bubble right now that's listening in the chat room. The first mathematical instrument, where was it found? Do you know that by any chance, my good brother?
No, I do not.
It was found in down North Africa, so-called South Africa, Muna Matapa Empire. Here's something that's also going to cook you, brother. It was called the Lubumba bone, right? It has a specific set of notches on it that was very, very instrumental in terms of when they found that particular bone and they carbon dated it back. It's well over 100,000 years old. And it has a specific set of notches on it that's going to really blow a lot of these guys' mind in here that's in the chat room. They're living on this patriarchal mindset. It had 28 notches on it. The number 28 is synonymous to what? Man, when you look up in the moon at night, you see what? Right? You get a full moon to a what? New moon. Mm-hmm. It takes how many days? 28 days to get a new moon or a full moon, right?
Okay.
It takes a woman 28 days to get her what?
Their cycle. Wow.
She was charting the moon from the astrological standpoint to be able to tell when her what cycle was coming on.
Coming on, yeah.
It had 28 notches on it. The woman produced the first mathematical instrument. 28 days on the T. Guess what? Her cycle came on. Now she knew how to keep track of what? Her menstrual cycle.
Wow.
All this is a woman, a black woman. All the high sciences spawn from that of the woman. The first teacher and the nurturer and the first teacher is your mother. You did not come out of your mother with a book strapped to you, with instructions on how to get this. Mm-hmm. It's already innately in you. So a lot of the sciences that we was able to observe from watching nature, from being in Africa all those years, unattested and not interrupted, we was able to quantify the sciences by observing what? Nature and astrology.
Yeah.
And all religion is, I don't mean to step on nobody's toe, but all religion is just what? A usurpation value of understanding astrology. All of it is. It's just, different anthropomorphic values to that and also different values of trying to explain it.
Now, one thing, Africa, that when you talk about Egyptians, let me see here if I can, being black people, and I've gotten into these arguments before with people, and obviously, that is no doubt the truth, but there's one statue that a lot of the white supremacists like to bring up. Let me post it up here.
I already know you go there.
Let me, and not only of this woman, that they say, hey, this is an example of. Now, some people are going to saying this is now is things are changing. Historians are revisioning that this could be a fraud. This could have been developed a lot later in the period. But kind of explain this particular statue, because if you talk to any white supremacists who,
the Nefertiti button,
right, they would just bring that. That's the only thing that they have laid claim to Egypt. They say, well, that is a white woman, and that ends the conversation that these people could be black or dark African people.
And I'm going to end the conversation real fast before we can go deep into the analytical value to this. It's a 100% complete fraud hoax. It's straight, excuse my language, it's 100% straight bull crap. It's 100% complete fake bull crap. The information on that then came out. And yet it's still circulating to this day that people that are not of the understanding of the sciences, that understand these things, that peruse and does this kind of research, don't even know it, because it's easy to hide it right in your face because they know you're not going to do the research. Yeah. You're going to follow suit as opposed to doing the research. It's 100% complete fake. If I show you the real bust of Nefertiti, it will blow your mind. Sister Lord, she's straight from Uganda. Straight from Uganda. Which also was the wife of who? Akhenaten, right? Aten, right? I give life under Ra, which that's what his name translates to. Aten, Unken, obviously means what? Right? And obviously derivative terms of being able to be a likeness as a joining value to his suffix of his name was Aten. Aten was a representation of what? The hitting one, or the sun Ra to a degree, before they changed that into Ra. So obviously it was like, I come to give life under Ra. That's what his name meant. So names back then obviously carried what? Meaning to him, right? So Nefertiti, his wife, by all means, intents and purposes, was 100% what? Black woman. The bus, I got pictures, because I do museum tours. I do the Metropolitan in New York. So if you guys ever in the DMV area, you want to get a real hard primary resource value of understanding history, get with me. I'll take you through the museum, the Metropolitan Museum in New York, and break this down to a T. I even got a linguist on hand, too, that'll break down the Meta Nature for you. We start off in Mesopotamia, where all this stuff kind of got colonized, and we'll take you through the whole thing, from the Byzantine Empire, the Syrian drama. We'll break all of it down for you. And I guarantee you walk about that museum, you're going to be like, man, what did I just witness?
Wow.
Guarantee it. But this bus got right on your screen, throw it in the trash, bro. That's about as good as it works. It was a German scientist that came up with this racist behind stuff. They copied a picture of his wife. The same way how they did the Michelangelo with Caesar Borgia thing, to produce this so-called Jesus representation, which is Michelangelo's first cousin, Caesar Borgia, a faggot homosexual. The same way they did this old racist behind this bust of so-called Nefertiti.
Wow.
There's no African woman running around in antiquity during the time of the golden age of Africa, during the golden era of so-called Kemet, that look nowhere near like that.
Yeah, I'm also reading reading here that although it was found in 1912, there are no official records that appear of the bust until 11 years after its supposed discovery. In fact, it wasn't even revealed to the public until 1924, and over 12 years after they found it, because many people thought that it was fake and they were kind of creating a story behind it.
Instantly, that's 100% it. The goal is, if you're already then usurp everybody's culture and their history, and a lot of the things that made them great, because they was able to kind of pass down their oral tradition, and you didn't usurp that because now you're the spokesman for all that of mankind, so-called, to that degree, by land grabbing and snatching all this stuff. It's easy for you to write the story. You guys got to keep one thing in mind. Let's not be brainwashed. We're too intelligent people, right? The victor always gets to write the story. The victor always gets to write the story. So what kind of story you think they're going to write? One that's going to venerate you as the progenitor, that they got everything that they know and learned in terms of being able to even to coexist in life. You think they're going to tell that to you when they're trying to keep you subdued and suppressed? Or are they going to tell you the story that makes them look like they're larger than life? Like every last one of them run around like John Wayne.
Now, with that being said, though, Africa Emporium, okay, so now when it comes time to restoring our people to consciousness, right? Obviously, many of us, whether whether in South America, Central America, wherever you are, we have been bred to, literally bred to worship the Christian, Europeanized version of the Christ. I'm curious to know, what is your belief? Like, obviously, we've talked about this before. I have learned, as since that show, doing some research, I'm going through my quest of kind of deprogramming myself. But what do you believe in? What should we as people of color believe in? I mean, because we've been given, again, this Eurocentric God, like ideology. It's hard for many of us, and I've had people try to fight me because I've said, hey, that person on that wall isn't real. What should we believe?
All right, so you take it back to a very, very simple, and I like to use kind of basic scenarios and analogies because it makes people kind of garner the information a little bit better without it being so personal, because there are two things that people get personal about: their political stance and their religious, beliefs, right? Which is the weirdest thing of all, because basically both of them boils down to what? Rhetoric and politics, and also what? Philosophy. So it's not necessarily grounded in terms of primary resource fact or artifact. It's based on a belief system to a degree, or something that we can kind of quantify just by kind of repeating it over and over again, and then it obviously take root, but it has nothing to kind of bind it to the truth, right? Or what we consider to be the truth, or something that's factual. So you're kind of perusing through life at a point where majority, let's say over 70% of the planet at a certain point was illiterate. And the only people that had the high sciences or high culture civilization was that of the Africans, obviously being here first. Just basic common sense. If I'd been here hundreds of thousands of years before you got here, wouldn't it suffice that obviously I've been able to kind of quantify nature to the point where I can say, okay, I know that this is going to happen like this, like the La Bamba bone, the first woman that, made the first mathematical instrument, by watching the constellation or the moon go from a no moon to a full moon, and knew that 28 days it was a full moon every new moon, and then her cycle would come on. What does that tell you? That means I got time to peruse through life to kind of quantify things a lot earlier than you do. So now I can begin to build my civilization or my culture around that, of what I've garnered from watching the cosmos, and then what I'm living in my natural element in terms of the mineral domain, the plant domain, and the animal domain. Pretty much that's the order that it goes. It goes from mineral domain, plant domain, animal domain, and then us as primates. So obviously we're not, I don't want people to get it twisted. And then no, we do not come from no monkeys. I don't want to get sidetracked, but we don't come from no monkeys, right? I know about this two chromosomes, all this. I don't even want to get into that right now, but we can have that conversation too. But let's stay on course. So being that we was able to look at life and say, you know what, everything that we get out of life that we need, it comes from what? Nature, right? To this day, everything we really need actually comes from nature, right? Doesn't come from a laboratory. So when we began to set up our so-called, if you want to call it just for the sake of the chat room, a principle or a philosophy of life to follow in terms of, you want to call it a religion, it was based upon that of nature, because nature was the first teacher. So when you take a lot of the busts and the statues of ancient Kemet, right, you see them with the animal heads, right, and the human bodies, right? They call that anthropomorphization of a figure, right? Basically, what that stood for, they call that, right, when Greeks and other people came into our culture that were illiterate, all right, these Asiatics, if you want to call it, like the Hyksos or the Tamahu, these are people that couldn't quantify natural phenomena that were happening around the earth in terms of, let's say something as simple as lightning, right? Now, you know all about the so-called burning bush and Moses, right? Now, here's something that's going to cook people noodles right now. I know they're probably like, hold up, man, you stepping on my toes a little bit here. Okay, lightning strikes to this day. It hits a tree. The tree catches on what? Fire. Imagine somebody back in antiquity days that could not quantify that for the first time and saw that. They're going to turn around and say what? Oh, it's a sign from the God. Or it's a sign for something that, something, and you instantly start trying to put a name on it, a face on it, like baby said, put some more respect on my name, or put my, whatever he said, something crazy. And that's what happened because they could not understand the quantified science. Positive and negative ions in the atmosphere, right? That causes that what? That electrical discharge that comes down and strikes the bush and catches on fire. Now you saying, oh, God did it or God's figure did it. When there's no such thing as the word God in Africa at all, at all.
Wow.
Well until the 1600s or around the 1600s. No word of that. It was no word. That word was invented in Germany. They didn't even use that terminology. You had the Nkulu, you had the Neteru, you had Naga, you had Negus, you had Iyabo, Oba. I mean, we can go on and on and on. R10, obviously Ra, Amen Ra, if you want to use that value, because people obviously in their prayer and what? Amen, right? And the Arabs say what? Amin. Now, where they get it from? Where did they get it from? Amen. Amen Ra, which obviously back then we didn't use vowel, we just used consonant value. And obviously it was already determined that we know how to speak in terms of, the language. It was based upon the culture.
Yeah.
So our dialect was obviously the influence value that we didn't have to put, vowels were just not needed. But you get what I'm saying. So this whole thing about religion was just that these people were coming into our high culture civilization saying that we had all these so-called statues. We had, obviously the pyramids, they call it the pyramids, right? That's a misnomer. Right, its real name is not called a pyramid; it's called a Mirkut Sut, to be exact, which is the high house, right, or the marketplace in a sense. That's what it considers to be.
I believe when it comes to the pyramids, we haven't even touched the surface of what the powers that lie behind that and what they were used for, man. I think we haven't even touched the surface of that study when it comes to Egyptology, period, because we have so many. The people who are studying it for the most part are white supremacists, man, and they're looking to, put white eyes on everything that comes out in terms of the knowledge. That's why if you ever notice, the scientists are so crazy to clone everything, but we don't want to clone any of those mummies that coming out of Egypt. They don't want anybody to know really what, who are those people are and how they look like. And please believe, I do honestly believe that if they were truly what would be, the so-called white man, I think that they would be walking today. They would reborn those people tomorrow if they could, honestly. So we've had some quote unquote DNA tests come out. I think those are pretty much fraud, but we'll see what happens.
So this is my lane all day. I can speak for hours on this and break this down and show you primary sources. This is, once again, the racism, white supremacy, usurpation of the African culture, trying to reduce the progenitor into the progeny. This is older than time memorial. They've been using this old bait and switch tactic since time immemorial. We just spoke about the so-called the Twa people or the Picton people that was inhabiting Ireland, where they get this whole so-called St. Patrick's scenario junk from. African, all of it. So you got them even with the misnomer value of the word Egyptologist. Why do you need to invent a science to study that of people that's not even of their own origin if they were so-called their people? Why are you digging up your ancestors if they're your people? Who does that? It's sacrilegious to even dig up their ancestors in terms of what? If you read anything about people that's Muslim, that's in the Quran, any of that stuff, it's sacrilegious to dig up the dead. Even in the Christianity, this usurpation of Christianity, it's pretty much telling you that you should not defile the dead. But why are they digging them up then if they their ancestors? That's number one. That's the number one common sense reality. Before we even start getting down to the deep nitty-gritty of it, obviously African people at the highest level. All these racist German people that had this so-called land grab that rushed up in Africa when they were, looting and pulling all the so-called treasures up out of Africa. First, it was the Arabs. We know that first. It was the Arabs, right? It was the so-called Asiatic, Indo-European, because that's what they really were. The first so-called Arab was also black people too. That's another conversation. But they were Indo-Asiatic people, the so-called the remnants of the Persian and the Hyksos or the Tamahu, right? Coming in, we open our arms to them, let them in. Next thing you know, they doing what? They defile the system. They took over, pulled the coup on us, and now you got this so-called indigenous, parasite that came in and stuck his feet up on your couch like Charlie Murphy started digging in your couch with with a white couch with black shoes on. Telling you about you when you've been there for thousands of years. He just got on saying yesterday, and on top of that, he was completely illiterate. And so they were grave robbers, thieves, bandits, vandals, and Visigoths, Ostrogoths, these people wild beast savages. It is what it is. Historical data for people that live it from what they call an unbiased perspective or peer-reviewed journal information of people, they tell the truth as it is. These people are just savages coming into a culture of people that were, once again, that built all this stuff, and then obviously after they laid waste to kind of constantly raiding them and bringing war to them, they turn around and try to claim it as their own. But that would be like me going into, like, okay, this is my family, right? I'm going to turn around. I done buried my mother, like, yesterday. I'm going to come back, later on, after I bore my first child, my second child, and say, you know what? This is what you got to do. You got to go back and dig up your grandmama, right? And put her in a display case and let her know that, let the world know that, that she actually lives or something else like that. Does that make sense to you? Wow. Would you go dig up your dead mother? If this was someone that meant something dead to you, would you dig her up? You wouldn't do that, right? This is common sense stuff that miss people, right? So show me where the Africans, when we so-called, mummified, which is also another misnomer or racist word. Ain't no such thing as no mummy. They were called a sahu, right? And I could break that word down, but that's another concept. It was called the sahu. Right, when they laid the sahu to rest in the so-called the basket or the container of life, which they call a sarcophagus, which is another misnomer, was not called no sarcophagus. That's the Greek, and the German, that's that German bull crap. It was called a neb-unk, right? Neb-unk meaning pretty much the divine container of life, right? Which the unk means life. So neb-unk means the container of life, meaning when you pass on, you don't necessarily die. You just transition back into your spiritual form or your energy-based form. Right, so you transition properly through the value of being in the neb-unk, and they look at that as okay. This is these people worshiping the dead, whatever the case, right? This is all this stuff. Then they turn around and tell you that this is our ancestor. How can it be your ancestor, but yet still you can't even translate the stuff? You don't know what's going on with the culture and all this stuff that's happening. That's 100% telling you that these black people. Africoid features to the umpteenth degree. Ain't no such thing, no sub-Saharan Africa. I'm tired of that racist misnomer junk too. And then you got people coming in, and taking your history and your culture, putting their name on it. All your great scientists, Hippocrates, Socrates, man, we can go on and just name drop for all day. All these people came in and sat at our car head priest and learned a lot of the high science. And when you was talking about the pyramid, so-called pyramid, which is called the Merkut soup, that was all designed by, once again, the sacred geometry. Are you familiar with the sacred geometry by any chance?
The sacred geometry? No, I'm not familiar with that.
The Eye of Haru?
The Eye of Haru, I am familiar with that one. Yeah, I definitely am familiar with that one.
Okay, the so-called fake Illuminati scenario, all this kind of craziness, this stupidness. Okay, basically what it is the golden ratio. It's the number 9, the Eye of Haru, right? It has all the mathematical fractional equations to break down the science, the 1/4, the 1/3, the 1/2, the whole. Right, I could once again, whatever. Right, I don't want to step on no Mason toes. There might be some Masons in the chat room because I could decode their mess too, but we'll leave that alone too. Right. You know where that came from as well. That also came out of the Kemet, the plumb line in the square, the original plumb line in the square, being of the original craft. Mm-hmm. Right, they call it the craft. You want to craft of Amara, whatever, the craft of Ptah, whatever, long story short. But these were things that were obviously, once again, usurped and taken from out of you. So religion as a whole, basically all it is just a study of astrology. Right. That's all it is. I don't want to, once again, step on nobody's toes.
No, I understand because that drives people insane. And again, when you have been in the church, for some of these people, 3 generations, it's hard to approach them and say, hey, what you believe isn't real, isn't the truth. But again, some of these people will try to fight you, cause physical harm to your body, if you bring this to them. I mean, but I can understand how, if everything you've ever known could be destroyed with a simple conversation, you probably fight back too. With that being said, man, what do you think about the Haitian religion called voodoo? Do you?
Voodoo. It's called actually voodoo.
Voodoo.
Right? It's a backdrop of an Ifa. It's a backdrop of a Palamayombe. It's a backdrop of all the things that we had in West Africa Obviously that stems up out of East Africa and the Congo basin, actually, from where your ancestors come from, where they took this from, and they demonized it, saying that we were worshiping the dead, calling on all these different seances and rituals that were considered to be evil. Now, keep in mind, this is a racist person that then tore your life up from the root up, displace you from your home, then turn around and try to criticize how you venerate or accept the value of the high principle value of a so-called God figure or deity value that you kind of pay homage to, and now they calling it racist and bad and black magic because they don't understand it. Now, some of them same practices were practicing what? Kemet. But if these were white people, so-called progenitors, how would they not, when did they forget their high sciences or the nature of understanding these different kind of so-called principle seances that we were doing? How do you go from being, this is my people, our culture? Number one, we know that because the weather alone wouldn't allow, but that's just another conversation. Because if you ever go to Egypt right now, modern day Egypt, which is a misnomer too, Kemet, when you have the so-called tourists there, majority of our so-called Caucasian brothers and sisters, they're hiding in the sun at 12 noon. Because the sun is so intense there, you can't be out in it. That's straight skin cancer, instantly. Once again, this is science. Don't take it personally. It's just science. So that in itself automatically debunks that conversation. But, some people, you got to take them there and start breaking it down. Then they'd be like, okay, well, whatever. So voodoo, in the same practice, was just something that we use in terms of being able to call on that of the ancestry, right? Because in Africa, we don't have this sort of thing that's called, once again, gods and all this. We have ancestor or anthropomorphic values where we venerated that of nature, that gave us everything we wanted. So if I go to the river and I pay homage to the river, I'm paying homage to the river because it gives what? Life. It's fertile. It gives fish. It grows the papyri plant or the reeds that they were there to make the first paper with that came out of Africa. So you paying homage to that of nature that's producing your life, right? So today when we pray over so-called food, we actually doing the same thing, but we're just doing it from a usurped stolen value of understanding what it really means to pay homage back to the food or the animal or the plant that we're consuming in our body. Then we turn around and give all the credit to a fake deity that never existed. Excuse me, chat room, I don't mean to step on nobody's toes, but we pay homage to somebody else's deity.
Yeah, I mean, but it's so sad because, man, again, when our people are so beaten up, man, black and brown people all over the world, that are so beaten down, so depressed, and we looking to this God that we've been taught to give us salvation, and you got some people who swear by it, and then we wonder why, our things aren't being answered. Why there's a church on every corner. The poverty's still poor. Where I honestly gotta believe that it's gotta be our religious system. You can't. What kind of religion, can you have that if you have a church on every corner and then you're still poor? You're still struggling. You're still, I feel like people gotta wake up. But when is that? When are people gonna wake up? Our churches, if anything, are filled with women now than ever. I mean, if you go to South America, these pastors make millions of dollars. You go to Haiti now, it's a hustle. Right. So when are people going to wake up, man?
Especially Southern Africa. Right. So you got to keep in mind, we are in what they call a fog or a funk of historical autopause. We're on a historical autopause in terms of our culture and our history of antiquity. Just think about that for a minute. You're in perpetual vertigo of autopause. They just strip you your name, language, culture, norms, mores, principles, values, blood, everything. And here you are trying to make sense of it all, looking at it from the eye through the lens of your former or your, still current oppressors. Trying to make sense of your historical value from your biological value to your more principled philosophical value in terms of the hand-me-down oral tradition that you've lost umpteen degrees over because they didn't usurp all that too. And you're trying to peruse through life to be accepted. That's basically what's happening with religion. You're trying to be accepted by the system that put you in this funk, that beat you down to a bloody pulp, raped your women upside down, raped you to dismantle your children, killed your babies, alligator bait this, slit the bellies of women open and stomp the head of the baby to put that psychological fear to make sure that you should never run away from your so-called earthly master. Ephesians 6 and 15, 6 and 5, whatever it is. Slave, obey your earthly master. Why would you so tell me that this got to be the most brutal, racist, savage, so-called deity, so-called God ever that could ever be to the existence of a planet or a universe. This person is, or this so-called representation of a spiritual, got to be the worst thing ever, because everything that it has proven to be considered to be good is destruction and death. The plague, the killing of the firstborn, kill these kids, kill these firstborn, or eat the babies, right? Eat the babies, right? I'm gonna put this famine on y'all. Then I want y'all to turn around and eat the baby.
Right.
And you following this with a straight face in your face and serious and will fight and cut me because I'm telling you. Let me ask you something, brother. So do that make sense to you, really? Do that really make sense?
Not at all, man. Absolutely not. And you know, I've said this before, man. It's just, you know, our people need to wake up, man. Our people really need to wake up. And it's so sad that, you know, that we got so many people out here who are really brainwashed. I mean, I can't tell you how many times since moving here to the South where I've seen literally people, you know, they can quote scripture like I mean, I've never seen these people. Like, I don't know if they were pastors in the past or what, because every other word is a scripture quote. But yet these people are poor. You know what I mean? Their children are struggling financially. I'm thinking like your religion should empower you economically, physically, in every kind of way. So how are your neighborhoods, again, some of the poorest neighborhoods, churches on every corner, but people living in poverty, people, you know, just struggling financially, children struggling, and everybody thinks it's okay, and I believe it's not okay. You know what I'm saying? That you can't get your light bill paid, that you can't, you know, retire, that you can't, you know, go on a vacation. That's not right, man. Something's wrong with your empowerment system.
So you take that and you look at it from, once again, a very analytical perspective, from what they call a natural human nature perspective, a natural law perspective, omitting all the foolishness, all this so-called new age technology and the nuances that are out there today. You strip the whole world of that, and you take us back to so-called a primitive point in life, right? Well, a lot of these so-called other things don't matter at this point. And then you get people starting to do one thing and one thing only. They start to start thinking again, using their first computer, which is their mind, right? Not their feelings, but their mind. There's a difference, right? That's why they obviously always understood that the body as a whole is just obviously a shell, right? We're so-called, you know, energy beings moving around in a plasmic form or organism type form, right? But when you pass on, obviously just go back into the energy that you come from. But, you know, whatever. So they understood that the car and the body, the spirit and the soul, right, was a representation of your so-called higher self. That's why we were talking about earlier about the anthropomorphic value of the animals being attached to the human bodies. When they saw that, they thought these like, well, what is this? This animal worship and human worship. This some old crazy mad scientist. No, it wasn't. It was just understand that when you have a animal head and a human body, that means that's just master your animal domain, master your animal self, your lower self, and ascend to your high intellectual self. Right? You need to be able to kind of conjure up both in a time of need. So that's basically what that means too. So religion says, okay, I don't need you to think for yourself. I just need you to follow everything I said. And the word religion, in terms of its etymology value, which is a Latin word, which means religare. You know what that word means? It means to bind or to bond or to hold back. Meaning religion said to what? Bind you, and hold you back from being able to think on your own reconnaissance. If I tell you how to think, when to think, you know, where to think, and all these things, then guess what you're going to do? Especially when I control all the resources, you're going to do what? Follow suit, because you want to eat. It's like the caged monkey or the caged lion. Eventually, if you want to eat, you're going to turn a trick. Or you're going to follow suit. Or you're going to curve and bow down to the dominant society so you could be accepted, so you don't get lashes on your back. Is that not what happened when we first got up on them slave ships? And the first thing they gave you was a so-called Bible that you couldn't even translate anyway, because if it was yours from the beginning, you would already know how to translate it. Even if they switched the language from so-called Hebrew and go through this whole kind of Socratic text and all this stuff and break it down, and stop. People need to quit it, right? Because, there's no way you came over on them ships with a Bible strapped to you. You didn't come over here with a Quran strapped to you. You came over here with your indigenous culture, with the principles that you follow in terms of philosophy, be it voodoo, if you want to call it that, Ifa, Polymeon, all these different things. So you had that came from your culture. Now you ask yourself, what culture in Africa, misnomer if you want to call it that or not, was running around here, right, doing the things that the so-called book tells you to do in terms, okay, so were there slaves in Africa before Europeans and Arabs got to Africa? And I'll ask people that in the chat room. Do you think there were slaves actually in Africa before the first Arab came in there, the conquest of the Ottoman Turks or the Hyksos, or the first Greco-Romans that came in there? There was no such thing. That stuff started outside of Africa, and it came into Africa in terms of the invasions that we were getting. So if I want to subdue you, if I overpowered you from a military standpoint, the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to take your women, and I'm going to rape them. I'm going to produce these bastard children that going to be, once again, like we talked about earlier in the Taino scenario, how they were taking them and using them as the so-called the diplomatic person to kind of translate back and forth between the community. And then I'm going to turn around and give you a religion, which is no more than a philosophy. That's all it is. It's a philosophy that cannot be backed and quantified by science or data. Can you quantify that with the things that you say that's in the book? Can you quantify a talking snake? Can you quantify that, brother? Can you quantify, let's see some other stuff that's in there that that's larger than life. There's unicorns in the Bible. Can you show me the last time you seen a unicorn run around, bro? Show me the last time you seen a so-called Pegasus flying about in the sky with the cherubim or the so-called angel. When the last time you seen one of them?
Crazy.
You gonna tell me that they all cease to exist at a point where the so-called God figure say, you know what, I'm gonna hide all this stuff because I don't want no people in the future to see this stuff, right? Y'all don't deserve this. It is only meant for the people that time. You don't deserve the opportunity to see this kind of stuff, this larger than life stuff. The so-called the griffin, right, with the lion head and the body of a horse and wings of an eagle, and the tail of a so-called serpent. When last time you seen one of them? I'm just sorry. If you did, please let me know. I'm gonna hunt it.
Never seen it, right?
I want to get that stuff and put that in my basement so I can. That's my trophy. When the last time you seen this stuff? So when the last time you seen a monkey turn into a man? Where was the severed portion in terms of the genome splice, where it just says, you know what, I'm gonna deaden this process or this natural mutation, and I don't want no more monkeys to turn into a man. Where that happen at? Or where they do that at? And people follow this stuff, and it tells you once again, slaves obey your earthly master. Now, if I had a means to want to control you and whip you and beat you into submission, but I want to get to the point where I don't have to do that anymore, obviously the art of war, Shinzu, right? To get you to fight yourself without me lifting a bullet or a knife, then that's my goal. That's my aim. I subdue you. I bleed you. I Roman taxation you through tithes and offerings. The same thing they were doing in Greco-Roman time, fleecing the people of all these fake tithes and offerings, taxation. Now you become, once again, another slave, a mental slave, a spiritual slave to my system or philosophy, so I can continue to use you as any way I can possibly need and need for my benefit. And you follow this. And then as soon as your children are born, the first thing they get is what? A heavy dose of what? Acidic food and religion. Terraforming the organism at a baby stage. It becomes ingrained. It becomes a psychosis now. Now you have Stockholm syndrome and cognitive dissonance that set in. So when I speak about this, you get up in arms. No, don't you talk about my Jesus. Don't you talk about my God. But you broke. Your light is about to get cut off. You overweight, and the book tell you that you ain't supposed to be a glutton. But how you fat? How everything in the church fat? No disrespect to people that are big in the chat room now, but y'all know what I'm saying. You know, we're living on these philosophies that tell you you're supposed to be a certain way, and you're a hypocrite to the value of the thing that you follow. So you why waste your time when you can just live your life and be normal and be happy, and not worry about all these rules and regulations that got you bonded and binded, which is what word religion means: religare, to bond or to bind. So they've tapered you off at all aspects. They got your culture, they got your history, they got your language, they got all the things that made you phenomenal. And then they turn around and give you a usurpation of what you had before they came in contact with it, repackaged it, sold it back to you at an exponential base price to it, and got you following it. And they sit back laughing. And look at them over there following this through this. We was only using it as a test run. We didn't know it was going to sink in like that. They out-church us. And we did it only because we were just trying to, steal what they had.
Which is sad, man, because again, I mean, I remember playing that video from last week where we talked about white churches and black churches, and yeah, black churches go harder than the white churches do. We go longer, more hours. I mean, shit. I mean, we shout the loudest. I mean, it's crazy. We do love God, I think, more than them. We love Jesus more than them. I really believe that. I think black Christian folks love Jesus more than white Christians. I honestly believe that.
And you got people going into Africa that carry the Caesar Borgia look. You seen the videos? They got them out right now. Racist video. They walking Africa, and the people didn't act like they didn't. Everything stopped. The whole city shut down. This European boy coming through there looking like so-called fake Jesus, which is whatever, fake anyway. And then they worshiping him, crying.
Yeah.
That's racism, white supremacy at its highest degree.
Yeah.
Same thing in Mesoamerica. You go to Brazil, the most African-based African, most heavily populated African region outside of the continent that's on the planet. And the one thing that they got overseeing the complete country is a statue of what? A big, tall, giant statue of a fake Caesar Borgia.
Yeah.
To subdue the people psychologically.
Yeah, crazy, man. Crazy. This is a huge,
yes,
the tallest statue of Jesus in Africa. I believe it's one of the tallest in the world, right?
On the planet.
Oh, wow. Wow.
To subdue the biggest African colony outside of the continent. Another form of racism, white supremacy control. Towering statue over the people so they can always remember at the end of the day, and the color of it white. Why couldn't it have been the color of a Taino? Like the Asians, at least they so-called gods or deity figures.
That is true. That is true. Even that's absolutely true. I got invited one time years back to a Korean church, and if you ever go to Atlanta or North Atlanta, the Duluth area or whatnot, you go into some of those Korean churches, Jesus, it looks like them. It's an Asian Jesus. It literally looks like an Asian Jesus.
If you go to 5 Points down in the district, the Mexicans in that area, they stuff look like them.
Wow.
You go to Arab areas, Allah looks like them.
Yeah.
You go to the Asians, the Buddha, if they even practice that, or Zoroastrianism, Buddhism, all that, Hinduism, they look like them. You go to the African, it look like everybody except them. They running from the things that look like you. Yeah. Matter of fact, if you bring someone that look like you, they're gonna beat it, shoot it, drag it with a truck, everything.
Oh yeah, I mean the other black people will convince you a black Jesus he can't be the savior. I mean they will go out of their way to convince you that ain't Jesus.
And the first so-called anthropomorphic value of a principal value of a savior was who? Asar, which the Greeks called Osiris, which they turn around, usurp that, and turn it into Serapis. From Serapis, it turned to the Christos. From the Christos, it turned into Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
The letter J wasn't invented to the 1600s. But you got a so-called Jesus running around at 0 AD.
Yeah.
And then they say, well, the J was changed to the Hebrew language, all right? The Syrian text, and so it was actually an H and a Y. So it was named with Yahshua and Yahweh. And I'm like, okay, so if this was the case as well, and Abraham was supposed to be the progenitor to all this, show me somebody in Africa running around the name Abraham during that time of antiquity, when there was already people here on the planet that was already, again, high culture civilization that already had their own so-called philosophy systems and so forth, to the point that needed Abraham to come in and tell you how to do something that he just got here yesterday. Mm-hmm. And which obviously he didn't exist either, but I don't want to step on no toes, just like no Moses existed. So when the last time you seen a body of water stand up and split down the middle in the ocean, and so you can walk through it? When the last time you seen that, bro?
Crazy, man. So I wanna start talking now about some solutions, man, because Africa Emporium, we can definitely talk about, the problems that keep us as Black and brown people down. But we need some solutions. Obviously, we all know we got to create an economic power for ourselves within our own homes. I've always loved the idea of, individuals getting back to planting food. I saw Cora Lee talk about that, and some other people in the chat room about planting food, growing their own food, little things like that we can use to, urban little plots that we can develop and create a little industry for ourselves within our own homes. Just something to get some cash coming into the house wherever you do it. I've also seen brothers, whether it be in D.C. or any other city that I've ever visited, where you got, sisters and brothers selling plates to each other. Unfortunately, a lot of this food isn't healthy, but I could see it's a business where, guys are making plates, putting it on Instagram, saying, hey, show up here at 3:00, you get a plate for $10 and whatever, anything to bring some money. We are so desperate for some money, man. I know African Emporium, I don't know if you really get into the business aspect of things, but
this is what I do. Oh, you missing out. This is what I do.
Okay, so tell us. For a brother out there who is struggling financially, okay, great. I'm talking about the stocks thing, but he don't even have the $500 he needs to even get started in something like that. How does a brother with no job, not trying to get out here and be exploited by the white supremacists, what can he do right now to, make some money, but at the same time benefit his community?
So here's one thing you got to understand. The first entrepreneur on the planet obviously was African-based people. By natural default, the majority of the people, all of us are natural entrepreneurs, period, on the planet, period. Everyone has an entrepreneur spirit, right? Being that you've been conditioned psychologically to follow suit and to depend on your slave master to be able to produce for you, right? You stun a lot of your natural innate growth to be able to kind of go out there and fend for yourself, as you would do back in times of antiquity if it came down to it. The same way nature gets up every morning, where the gazelle got to be faster than the lion, and the lion got to be fast enough to catch the gazelle. Well, it's the same thing in terms of the economic value of understanding life, right? So you take a scenario where, number one, you're an endangered species in terms of the environment that you've been put in that's not your own. Black men in America, number one. I'm just going to use that algorithm and keep it very basic, plain and simple, right? Tons of intelligent brothers in the community. Tons of them.
Mm-hmm.
All the potential in the world, but no resources to help catapult their vision and their dreams. Right? I'm a very, very big follower of Dr. Claude Anderson. These are my teachers.
Mm-hmm.
By default. Dr. Claude Anderson, Dr. Boyce Watkins, Marimba Annie, Yah Baruti. I can just go on and on and on and on and on. I don't need to go through all that. So basically what you have is you have people that have, astronomical amount of skill set, but no natural resources, because they haven't been taught the value of financial fertility, how to grow their money or their mind power into tangible resources.
Mm-hmm.
Right? How to say, okay, I do much better taking my life by the reins and going at it from my own reconnaissance than trusting Mr. Charlie.
Mm-hmm.
Right, where he's going to get 8 or 9 hours out of me to the point where I can't even go home and self-educate or become autodidactic, which means to be self-taught or self-educated. To the point I can't further my value of my natural study to enhance my own natural skills because I'm overworked and overpressed and underpaid. And now what it does, it starts to kill your dream. Everyone in this chat room know what it felt like to get into like the 10th, 11th grade and start thinking about all these delusions and dreams that you was going to do. I'm going to be famous. I'm going to be this and I'm going to be that. Slowly, that seed begins to die.
Right.
When you find out that you're coming from an environment or a home that doesn't have the resources to help you catapult your dreams, and it's telling you that you're going to have to go out there and fend for yourself.
And that's the most frustrating thing for a lot of people of color, man, is because, again, many of us do not have, unfortunately, our parents do not even have the basic, can't give us a bag to go out there in the world. When you look at a lot of my white peers, they all had a bag coming out of school. You know what I mean? They had $10,000, $20,000, sometimes mom and dad paying a down payment on the house and doing all kind of shit for them to put them in a position to succeed. But unfortunately, many of our mothers and fathers, God bless their soul, we know that they worked hard. We know that they loved us, most of them. They know that, we know how hard they tried, but they didn't, there was nothing for us. They just, unfortunately for so many of us, it's just go out there, good luck, find a job, maybe master will take care of you.
So we pass down generational debt, not generational wealth. The reason why you're behind, and I'm just going to keep this very frank here, black man and black woman, is because the resources that were meant for you in terms of the labor that was labored for you by your ancestors that you had to endure antebellum, chattel, slavery, Jim Crow, all these things were taken from you, left you pretty much handicapped and maimed in terms of the evolution value of the world when you already gave everything the world needed in terms of high culture civilization, and then they locked you away from it. So every time you got to start to build something, they turned around and what? Destroyed it to set you back, right? Because we know in the black community, when you have a setback, you don't go back half a step, one step. You go back about 5 or 6 steps. I always tell people every day, we don't have a luxury to have a luxury at this stage in the game.
Man, they're miseducating us now. I mean, you still see it on today. I don't know if anybody in the chat room has seen those commercials where they're selling our grandparents and our parents these $20 a month insurance policies that only give you $15,000 when they die. I mean, this is I can't believe when I see those commercials. The same commercials for white people, $45 a month, $500,000, $550,000, $600,000, and then the commercials for us, it's a $20,000 policy. I mean, it's crazy. That's why for so many black people, we don't come into money until grandparents die, and after they die, because they got miseducated, the policy isn't even big enough to really do anything. After you pay your bills, you ain't got shit left.
And this is the ultimate hustle of the reciprocal value of understanding racism and white supremacy at all levels, how they've been able to garner the world into a system that funnels all the resources back to them in a way where only they win and they win only. And it shuts everybody else out, and then it makes you feel guilty that you're poor, and then it turns around in the same breath and tell you that you need to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. And you ain't even got boots to even pull a bootstrap with. How ignorant of us to sit here and think that, okay, sweat equity has to be the only way for me to feel like I'm substantiated, to be able to coexist in this society that seems to be so great when it ain't nothing great about it, because everything that it has built and been able to sustain itself from came off the backs of people that did not have one iota of insight or sitting at the round table to even discuss this information, how they was going to be able to coexist under. And you finna sit here and tell me that, number one, that you're going to come in like in the fourth quarter and these people were having 3 whole quarters by themselves of just racking up points on you. You come in the fourth quarter as if the game just started and you already down, let's say 100 points, and you finna try to score 100 points in 15 minutes just to even catch up. That's just to catch up. That's not even the win again. That's just to even try to catch up. And they already up 100 points. And you finna sit here and tell me that the resources that you needed to be in the game on a fair, even keel finna be not useful to you? And you gotta feel, guilty because, you ain't able to get it like they get it, or you ain't be able to get $100,000 education so you can kind of, fit in or get along and go along and all this foolishness, when all you need is the natural skills that you have within you innately, and you find other brothers and sisters that have that same passion drive like you do, and then you learn how to quantify what limit you got and make it become big by practicing things like group economics, think tanking your way through this thing by getting with people, building a strong neural spider web network, whatever you want to call it, and start to say, this is how we're going to change our scenario. This is how we're going to do an urban land plot. This is how we're going to go down to City Hall and get us some old peddler's license. It ain't got to be the full license. Get you some peddler's license. Go down to the district. Go to Canal Street down in New York. Go to USA 1 in South Carolina or Lexington and get you some products at wholesale and get out there on that corner or that block and beat it down until you find a way to turn you a profit. And when you feel good about it, man, because you did it under your own reconnaissance. You start small because that's the only way they're going to let you come in the door unless you have a little bit of education where you can come in and try to peruse the grant reality. These are things we do. I don't know if I never told you that, but yeah, we actually do financial literacy help. We do credit repair. We offer trade lines. We do Dun & Bradstreet recognition, help you with that. We help you with real estate information. We do the stock market investment help. We also do the sales recognition. We help you get your products patented. We help you do a lot of things to get you off the ground. We call it the urban economic empowerment scenario that we offer, right? Getting people that have that mentality where they're sick and tired of being tired and sick, that want to be able to do something to kind of help themselves become more financial free from this system that is always going to be there to trip you up. Or what it does is if you go through the whole school university system, spend 4 years going into debt just so you can work along with Mr. Charlie, and then one day he up and decides to bring his daughter in that got there yesterday. You've been here 5 years, and she overshoots you in the company. And you sitting there telling yourself, well, you know what? Yeah, I know it ain't right, but it's okay. No, it's not okay. You're telling me that I'm not, I'm only here as to help. I'm here as a pretty much a member. I'm not here as a person with feelings, with children, with bills, with aspirations, with all this. And see, this is the game we're playing.
Right.
We're thinking we're going to force fit our way into the society in a way where we're going to force them to accept us. And we don't want to unify under the office that we need each other. Obviously, as I always say, Ubuntu, which is Swahili mean I am because we are. You stand beside me, brother. You don't stand in front of me or behind me. We the same. Even if you got more knowledge than me, we still stand beside each other because in a circle, the infinite loop of life, that's when energy is contained. That way, everybody picks up on the same frequency and vibration. If you behind me, you can't get it because you just severed the link. It's the same thing with the loop algorithm for my coders out there. You break that link, then you sever the what? The information. And that's how we messed up because we severed our information, our natural innate information, being able to coexist with one another because we are what? Disorganized. We self-loathing. We've got a lot of self-hatred. We self-inflicted wounds. We self-medicate. We're doing everything we need to do and run away from our problems except turning inward on ourselves and then start finding other brothers that think just like us and start building on that. And yes, this does not mean that we just exclude our brothers and sisters from all other races too. It means that, number one, we are in the bad shape because we're on the bottom. So our issues come with us having to fix our problems first. And then we can reach out and kind of say, well, you know what? I'm going to bring you in if you're honest and authentic and you there for our people and you see the conditions being put in. Yeah, now I trust you. And here I always tell people this right here. Now, people probably get upset when I say this here, but I'm going to break this down. Here's how you know if you got real people that really care about you. When I'm talking about other races. If you ask the average person out there that does not carry the same genetic code in terms of your race value, you ask them, do black people deserve reparations? And these are your so-called, people that we consider to be our white friends or our Asian friends. Ask them, do they think the black people deserve reparations? That answer alone will tell you if these people are your enemy or your real friend. Right. If they say, but, they're not your friend. So you're going to tell me over a billion black people died during Middle Passage and the sub-Saharan slave trade and translated slave trade, and yet so-called 6 million Jewish people died, yet they deserve reparations and black people don't. When black people built this country from the ground up, you got to be out of your rabbit mind to tell me that I don't deserve reparations. Just because you feel like I get a chance to partake in the privilege that you're obviously affording me now, like you're giving me opportunity to be able to run alongside of you in a system where I know it's not even built for me. I wasn't even at the table when they wrote the Declaration of Independence or all these so-called constitutional laws and UCC code. But you're going to tell me that I'm supposed to be equal to you?
Crazy.
When
man.
I know that's a bunch of bull crap, and every time I go down to these offices and say I need this and I need that, and you give me all this backlash and drama, are you crazy?
Man, Africa
You don't
Emporium.
go to your same out the bed, you go out and take it.
Crazy, and Africa Emporium is so crazy because as we talk about, you know, having to restore, you know, or actually just give black people again what they are just due. I know you're living in D.C. right now. We know what's going on with these missing girls. I see people in the chat room have brought it up. It's an interesting topic. You are over there, man. One of the things I looked into these missing girls is that a lot of them are runaway girls, and that's kind of one of the reasons why the police aren't looking for them. In fact, actually, the people who are looking for them is child services, because again, many of our, unfortunately, the most desperate of our community, their homes are not, you know, sufficient enough to raise children in, man. Because again, this white supremacy puts that foot on your neck, where as a sister you can't be able to raise your children the right way. You got to run back to work. You know you can get evicted. You can lose your job. So our children fall through the cracks, and they feel unloved and unwelcome, and they end up running away from homes. I mean, what's going on with these girls? Are these girls being, you know, are they being used for some experiments? Are they is this just a pimp situation? What the hell's going on in D.C., man?
Well, if you think about it, once again, these are the culmination of the things that has been conspiring for years.
Yeah.
This is what they call the backlash, or the cataclysmic value of things that went unanswered for so long. Where you had people coming out of the so-called 50s and 60s that traded in their last bit of what considered to be natural resources and funneled it into an integration system. And you traded in having dignity and pride and natural sovereignty for a seat at the bar of a white dinner table, in a sense, for lack of a better word, but you get what I'm saying in this. Being that you never garnered the resources you needed to the point where you can pass down once again generational wealth and come to poverty, right? You take a place like D.C., Chocolate City, right, which ain't so chocolate right now. It's actually Oreo City. It is what it is. Gentrification of tearing the planet up right now in terms of not just the planet, but, you know, especially in America, but it's tearing a lot of the so-called black places up right now.
Mm-hmm.
And the poverty being there's no resources there, and the parents are younger than ever. There's nobody passing down what they call the proper way to go about and how to do things in life. So you have a lot of people that are kind of trying to run away from their own environment because it's foreign from a lot of the different, you know, elements of white supremacy that are put there obviously purposely. A lot of dropping off the box of gun that they're doing at Chicago.
Oh, of course.
The other things that are happening, right? The same thing that happened, obviously, we know about the so-called Boko Haram when they snatched up those girls in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Is that not the same thing that's happening here now? So you got organ trafficking. That's another thing. Right? And this is one thing I don't want to kind of get off top here, but just to kind of caveat off that, right? There's two things that racism and white supremacy does very well to the black woman, because they know the power of the nation is also in the black woman. Because every man in this chat room know right now, we know who the true God is, if you want to use that word God. We know who the true nature is. It's that black woman. Because if you don't believe me, do something to make her mad. Unless you go to bed for a couple of weeks by yourself on that couch, I promise you, you'll get your mind straight real quick, buddy. So let's not play that game. So we're not protecting that woman like we need to. And then if they having babies and they trying to raise them on their own, right? Now in comes the real big problem, which obviously that's by the system design too. We know about the whole WIC thing and the welfare thing that was designed back in the early days too, to separate the black man from the woman, right? In comes Gloria Steinem back in the FBI days to infiltrate the black women with this whole women's rights movement. Black women that have poverty, man, they would come out of slavery together, hand in hand, built up Black Wall Street, all that. Got infiltrated by this white woman that was trying to usurp more power from her man.
Mm-hmm.
And now that broke up the black home. Got the black woman looking at the black man like he ain't nothing. Or the white man tells you, okay, I'm going to give you this benefit. I'm going to give you some little cheese, a little cracker, a little government cheese, a little pork in the can, give you a little food stamp, a little money so you can shut up, but you can't have the man in the house.
Mm-hmm.
Now you done traded in your protector for some food stamp, some WIC, and a little 300 square foot apartment, and you can't make a job well over $15,000, $20,000, or they're going to take all that from you. And people start settling for that. I'm going somewhere with this. That's why I'm kind of building a picture. And your income today where you have the society norm where you don't have a lot of protectors in the home or women that can look up at their men as a superior so-called being to protect them. Obviously, when racism, white supremacy then kicked our natural behind as black men, obviously because we're kind of outgunned and outshunned a little bit here from an intellectual value. And now you have, once again, a lot of fatherless women running around, right? The most dangerous species on the planet is a woman without direction from that having a strong balance in her life in terms of having a feminine principle and a masculine principle. When you upset that parameter or that balance of life, in come the issues that'll make your children more susceptible to get picked off, like walking target. So as soon as they get to peruse around the things that we were talking about earlier, when they don't, feel accepted, they want to be like the people in the videos, the Turn Up Crew and the Thought Crew and all this craziness, you trying to escape home. You trying to do everything you can to escape the system of what you've been in terms of poverty. Your mother about near the same age as you, she's trying to out-club you. And then you got people that are out there looking to kind of benefit on your disparity. And now they knowing that there's areas out there in certain areas of DC, like Temple Hills and certain areas throughout there where you got all these kids running around, these young women running around, and once again, they know they out there in the life, a lot earlier than they need to be. They have no tangible skills to really do nothing with, or they're dependent on the system, and they picking them off, right? Once again, organ trafficking is very serious. And I ain't trying to go too deep, but
I've always, because, man, I find it so suspicious, man, because, the white supremacists, one of the things they're really tired of, they believe Planned Parenthood isn't doing it fast enough. And for them to start picking off some of the most vulnerable black women, obviously the ones that are most likely to end up reproducing quickest, are sisters who are unfortunately find themselves in these foster homes, these child care homes. These young girls all of a sudden are disappearing. I have no doubt that the white supremacist is behind it. And I just hope that they find this whoever is behind it very quickly.
It's 110%. It happens so, here's how it gets crazy, bro. It happens so freaking out, and we so desensitized to our own value in terms of our death, our despair, that when we see it, we have this so-called fake outrage for about a good day or two, and then guess what? It's gone. Because they condition us to even be desensitized about our own people. Let one white person get lost or die, the whole planet stops until they find out what happened. In case in point, that brother that was down in Virginia that they so-called got hemmed up, and they were saying that he so-called raped that girl and then end up killing her. I'm sure you probably remember that story about a while back. The guy that they caught down in Virginia, that so-called raped the girl, right? The brother. How they put the whole world on pretty much standstill to try to find the girl. Okay, this is them protecting their race. When one of us go missing or something happens, we make it to the milk carton or something like that, for lack of better terminology there, or go on a poster. How many brothers and sisters in the community are organizing think tanks and groups like that to kind of go out there and do their own police to find their own people? We depended on the slave master or the master to go out and find your baby. When they don't have a vested interest in your baby at all. No more than a fake fugazi law that they put in your place in that they're there to serve and protect you. And you believing in that, is that going to be the end all be on to help you kind of garner back your loved one. And you will go home and sit on your behind and cry and sob and pray and beg and plead instead of getting off your behind and getting out there, forming people that have an interest that going to care about your baby the way that you're supposed to care about them, and then go out there and help you find that stuff, or putting together enough resources to do it, because we resource deficient. Just like the vitamin C and vitamin D deficient, we are vitamin D deficient times two. We vitamin D deficient from a mineral standpoint, and we vitamin D deficient in terms of a monetary standpoint. We vitamin dollar deficient. Because we want to blow our money on stupid stuff and not put up, once again, have a war chest in place when something's happened. So we can be able to kind of form our own police. We got a lot of movements that I'm a part of, right? I don't want to kind of go too deep because I want to throw all our little stuff we doing, but we got little, people that got little movements like, the Hewitt P gun clubs, and, we got our little New Era things and whatever. But we're trying to do our part. That's all we can do.
Right.
But if you got brothers and sisters out there that are looking at you like, well, man, I don't want to get involved in all that, that so-called black stuff. Like, what is that? Like, what the hell is black stuff? Like, am I not carrying your best interest in mind? As soon as they snatch up one of your babies. Now you want to be black. Now come on, man, I need some help. Somebody come on and, organize with me, and so I can fight the system. Or shoot one of your babies down, or body slam one of your babies. Now it's like, so I'm gonna need some help. We don't see the value in ourselves enough to kind of make it be like an extreme situation the same way the other coaches do. Something happened to the Asian community, the whole Asian community mount up. If you don't believe me, Peter Liang, New York, the Asian community went to war to get that boy free.
Oh, yeah.
Michael Brown gets shot down. We have fake outrage for about a good week. We burned the city down halfway, not even all the way, halfway, not even halfway, a third of the way. And then we go back to the Jordans, basketball, football, thought, music, clubs, strippers, making it rain, rims, lean, weed, trivial stuff, trinkets. We don't have value in the value of knowing who we are, so we don't even garner the kind of muster up the innate energy to go out there and form something to help ourselves. So this is why we stuck. So when you got all these girls turning up missing, now you have some dedicated people down on the ground, because I got some people down in certain areas they're dedicated to trying to find out what they can do.
Right.
And you got all these people, got all this money running around in D.C., right? Some of the most wealthiest places in America in terms of the black community, Prince George area, Prince George Island, all the areas, loaded with black wealth. And them people turn their nose up to the very thought of a poster like that even being in their neighborhood. Like, man, I'm posted up in that neighborhood. Like, what the heck? Like, are you kidding me? But let one of your babies get snatched up. Oh, I got to call the NAACP, call the ACU, call the Urban League, call everybody. And this is what we've been reduced to. We don't see the value in our numbers. We're not playing the game like we're supposed to. We don't understand the numbers game. We may be, few and many in terms of the populace in terms of America, but we great in terms of our natural collective, and we come together because we carry a lot of innate skills that the world feeds off of every day. They parasite off us every day, and we allow it. And this is why it's easy for them to snatch our babies up, right in our face. Right in our face, snatch our babies up. And then we'll turn a blind eye to it and say, you know what? At least it ain't mine. Better theirs than mine. We do that when we see people get pulled over side the road by the police. Better them than me. Which is the dumbest thing to say.
Yeah.
Is that we excited about somebody else being caught up and it's not us. And it's the same system that's designed to destroy that person. If they can find any loophole to mess that person up and set them back once again, them 10 steps, especially for black person, you know what time it is. And we're supposed to be fine with that because it ain't us. So once again, we never found the value in collective unity or to love ourselves enough to where we can say, you know what? Hey, brother, you may got $5 and I got $7, right? Together we got 12, right? We can take this $12, right? Let's go down and find us a nice little wholesale dealer to buy some little small stuff, right? Here's how we're going to form our empire. Right. You take a person like Damon Jones, right? Same scenario. Started with some hats. All
right.
And met and got on the grind. Mama gave him a loan. He started with some hats with some shirts and pants came to FUBU. Now he's sitting there on the Shark Tank. Transactions of billions of dollars.
Crazy, man.
Because, once again, how bad do you want it? Right? There's 3 things I got taught from a good master teacher, one of mine. I ain't got to put it out there. But, every day, you got to ask yourself 3 things. You get up in the morning, you look yourself in that mirror because that's the best reflection of life is what you see when you look in that mirror. That's the best reflection of life, but you can believe that. You ask yourself, what's my purpose to be here? How bad do I want it? And anytime I go into any environment, I need to learn how to read the room to be the best comedian you can be. And you find other brothers that think on that same paradigm once again, and you build on that. Because you can't save everybody, because a lot of people don't want to be saved. They want to be self-medicated, inebriated on drugs because they can't deal with racism and white supremacy. People blow their brains out every day over these same topics we talk about because they can't cope.
Yeah. Or get on crack or get on drugs or get all kind of things to because I've always believed one of the biggest reasons why cocaine does or crack dose so well in our communities, because we got people out here who are just trying to mend the pain, man. Just trying to mend the pain.
Self-medicating.
Mm-hmm.
Which destroys you even more, because now you get off you messing up your circadian rhythm, you messing up your melatonin, your serotonin. You can't think properly, your neuromelanin out of whack. You can't formulate, proper sentences or proper thoughts, or nothing kind of even carry the kind of mind weight, brain power you need to kind of form some kind of way to kind of get yourself out that rut. You just start sinking deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. And now you're on the corner, on your drug high. Racist white supremacists come through in a van, snatch up two black girls right beside you. You don't even lift one finger. You just look up, and go right back down. You just care about the next whiskey bottle. And because we don't see the power in our numbers. And this is why this stuff is happening. And you have the cases like Kendrick Johnson down in Valdosta. How he rolled himself up inside of a gym mat. Get the heck out of here. The thick old behind gym mats. People know what I'm talking about. They've been in middle school. Them things heavy and hard. You roll yourself up in that by yourself and commit suicide? Are you kidding me? And yet they dig up the body and all his organs are missing. Stuff his body with newspaper.
Right.
And that's just one of many cases. They busted a ring up in Chicago of Jewish people that were harvesting organs and sending them back to Israel. This is happening every day. Black women lay down to give birth in these hospitals. The first thing she signed off of and don't even know she's doing it is she signed away her placenta.
Yeah.
The strongest thing in her life in terms of the hell life, and she give it right away to the system, and they're going to turn around and use it for stem cell research. Another Henrietta Lacks all over again.
That's crazy.
Melanin people. Stem cell research.
Hey, Africa Emporium, I wanted to know, have you seen this video that was posted about 2 days ago? It's called "It's Getting Serious Out Here Protecting Your Babies," and it's looks like a young sister coming from school, and she looks like she's being stalked by this European white man, obviously so-called white man, and let me see here, and she's being stalked, and luckily she's smart enough to pay attention of her surroundings, because she looks back, and luckily a neighbor was also coming out of his home, and as you can see, I don't know if you can see this when I'm going to play the video, and he eventually bolts forward, and I'm going to play the video here. So as you can see here, the young girl is real quick. This man was following her, and luckily a neighbor pulled her right in, and there was some other activity into the neighborhood. You said it was 7 white boys that followed her home, Nisi? That was crazy. The video will play back again here shortly. But this young girl was being followed home, and it'll play back again here in a second. You'll be able to see. There it is again. Boom. Made the turn. Yeah. They are stalking our sisters, man. They are stalking our young girls, man. We got to be very careful out here. We got to be very, very careful.
It's exactly what I was just talking about, Sal. The same thing. Learning, once again, you get up every morning with a mission to understand that, number one, you are being exterminated. I don't care if you got a 7 Series BMW or a 5 Series Mercedes or Bentley, all that stuff is trivia at the end of the day. You are still being exterminated. And then you wake up every day and you don't train your kids to understand that they are obviously behind still these kind of situations, and you got them in this old, once again, living this delusion of grandeur life where they think they can just kind of peruse around and like nothing can happen. So they don't even have basic survival-based skills. So, like I said, those 3 things. How bad you want it? What's my purpose? Always read the room, read the exercise. Who in the room? Who the loudest? Who the quietest? You always checking your surroundings. And sad it has to be that way, but okay, last time I checked, we didn't come here free will. Well, not most of us. Some of us already here, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So you still behind so-called, quote-unquote, enemy lines. And you got yourself under this so-called illusion of occlusion that everything is equal. But every time I cut a TV on and there's a brother shot down in the streets leaking, or a sister then got beat up in the jail and got raped and all this stuff that's happening, all these people that keep turning up dead, and then ain't no, cases have been handed down. Well, I'm saying no convictions. How many cases we need to figure out what's going on here until we wake up? Yeah, like, what is it really going to take for black people to say, okay, I'm at my tipping point. Enough is enough. What is it going to actually take? What we haven't endured already? Right? This is the reason why I got mad when people were talking about this whole Trump campaign, this presidency, that like it was like they finna start getting plane tickets. I'm finna leave the country. Man, when I'm living with Trump as a president. And, like, what have you gone through from Jim Crow slavery, antebellum slavery, that was 20 times worse than what this stupid Trump could do to you? You endure all that, and now you finna get up and run just because you don't like this man because one or two, you done had a couple so-called racism, white supremacists, splinter cell spike up that has already been happening, and now you finna give up on life.
Right.
Like, as if we didn't go through a woman being strung up by 4 horses, and the horse had been whipped and ripped the body apart, and the baby inside fall out the womb. And we didn't witness Mary Turner down in South Carolina being strung up from a tree, and they cut her belly open, sliced it open, the baby fall out to the ground, and the slave master stumped the head in front of all the slaves. As we didn't witness Cecil Stinney, the youngest boy ever executed in America, in South Carolina, same way, obviously mistrial scenario, wrong accusing, and they electrocuted this boy, 12-year-old boy, 12-year-old boy, electrocuted him. This is racism, white supremacy. That was electrocuted child. Fast forward today, the same racism, white supremacy pulls up on how old Tamir Rice was, 11, 12 years old, pulls up on a 12-year-old baby, gun him down, 2 seconds. Let that have been a white kid. Oh, put the gun down, Timmy. You know you're supposed to be out here playing. Matter of fact, let me give you a ride home. It's not safe in this community.
Yeah. Crazy, man.
This is what and people once again want to make excuses for this kind of stuff all day, every day.
Somebody,
every day, man.
Somebody in the chat room said it could have been a student. I doubt it, because as you can see, we've got situations where in communities all across America, we got these people who are pretending to be high school students. As you can see here, a man was recently arrested pretending to be a high school student. This is happening all across America, man. So you got to be very careful who's around your kids, because we got people out here pretending, to be your friends' peers and whatnot. God knows what he was trying to do to these young girls. So be very vigilant.
But you just take the case that just happened up in New York. These people are being activated. These people have been dormant, waiting for an opportunity to kind of go down in the last stance of racism, white supremacy, all these so-called splinter cells throughout the country that's been waiting for a radical mind of an old world kind of institutional-based, racism, white supremacy leader here in terms of Donald Trump. They got these people literally up in arms for that thing. They finna have their last ride in the sun. So these people being activated, right? You got, obviously, we know the month of April is hell for black folks. Because the whole Hitler birthday scenario, the H8, the number 88, the Heil Hitler scenario. This is when these people get crazy, right? They get activated. They go out looking for rites of passage moments to kind of do harm to black people. And black people running around here talking about what's getting rims, clubs, lean, turning up, making it rain, Mr. Charlie, whatever, under the sun, and not worried about how you finna, once again, protect yourself and your babies and doing the things you need to do to kind of help your scenario to the best of your degree of nothing else, at least till you are aware of your surroundings.
Oh, yeah.
Are we leaving our babies to, once again, raise themselves because we're too busy all, running around doing the foolishness, and the kids are raising themselves by themselves, and they always out and about, in the streets, looking for what they need to be getting at home, and then one of them gets snatched up. All right, you've been working for 15 hours a day because you got to work hard to put food on the table because obviously you don't have a 2-parent home system, or you're just too busy out there trying to relive your childhood because you feel like as soon as you got a child, you didn't get a chance to really finish out your childhood, so you wanted to leave your kids to the wolves. And this is the issue we're dealing with. And all of this makes none of us perfect at no value, but these are things that are happening.
Crazy.
Because we have no organization, no natural organization. So, we are at the mercy of all this, of everybody else. So yeah, this stuff happen all the time. I mean, you take the scenario that happened down in Savannah, Georgia. You know, the in school little so-called officer that slammed the girl all across the room like a grown person.
Crazy, man.
Once again, this is where we are, man. So basically, I'm saying that to say we don't even value our children. If we don't value ourselves, if we don't do nothing, at least value our children. At least let that be the last stronghold we got. We don't even value our children.
Yeah, let me play this real quick video here.
At a local school, police say a 15-year-old student cut the holes.
I don't know if you guys
crawled
can
up
hear
into the
that.
ceiling to spy on girls. Channel 2's Justin Wilfon live in Paulding County. Justin, the teen's facing some serious charges tonight.
The boy is being held tonight at a youth detention facility and is now facing 2 peeping Tom charges after he allegedly went into the ceiling here at Hiram High School and spied on girls while they were using the bathroom. It's a picture that could show the work of a peeping Tom. Given to us by a Hiram High School student, it shows holes in the ceiling of one of the school's girls' restrooms, holes allegedly put there by one of their fellow classmates.
I think it's crazy, because just the fact that somebody would do that, it's just, yeah.
The Paulding County Sheriff's Office believes a 15-year-old boy crawled into the school ceiling to watch girls in several of the school's restrooms. Authorities aren't sure when the student began spying, but say it ended Thursday, when a student spotted him coming out of the ceiling.
It's disturbing. We feel for these girls that
These
had to
motherfuckers
deal
are
with
crazy,
this.
man.
Investigators say it's unclear how many girls
this
were
is in
spied
high
on,
school,
but we
a
talked
high
with
school.
students who fear
Now,
he
who would have
watched
a
them.
vested interest to put something like something like that up in the school?
Bathroom, but I don't know if it happened before or after.
We obtained a copy of this letter Hiram High School sent home to parents informing them of the incident. School officials
And these type
would
of
not
crimes
tell us
that
what
these are not.
disciplinary action
And
the
once
student
again, I
could
just keep it
face
100.
for an alleged crime.
These ain't the
that's
type of crimes that black people commit. Ain't no black people tongues run around.
Hell
on
no,
some
man.
Technology, and he broke as it is just to be peeping in on somebody.
These brothers
Get the heck out of
ain't
here.
doing ain't doing crime like that. If anything, brothers in high school are oversexed. They getting more ass than they need, man. They getting more ass than they need. That's why I know these kidnappings and these are not black. These cannot. I just don't
Those are
believe
not
that they're
crimes
young
that
black
we commit.
people. Now we got some sick older men in our community. We got some sick older men, and I would agree with that. But I just don't believe that this can be the act of a black man, because it's just a little bit too random, too quick, and just something going on that's real fishy here, man.
And you pretty much know what it is, because once again, it's like, hey, if it walks like a duck and quack like a duck, so we need not even dress it up at this stage in the game. We're too far in the game to have to be politically correct about reality.
Yeah.
Right? Obviously, I come from a place where I don't use the political correctness reality, because that's a bunch of rhetoric and it's hyperbole and bull crap. Right? I need to speak it from a place where you know exactly where I'm coming from. Because if I don't, you're going to take it as if I'm kind of weak or defenseless, or I don't know, I'm trying to go along to get along. Right? That's that whole limit test you game. No, you ain't testing this black man. Not happening. Right? We can coexist and live in the kind of harmony and peace we need to debate the coexist, but you best believe you ain't pulling nothing over my eyes at no point, or my children's eyes as well.
Right.
Because I understand the system I'm living in. And if you cared that much about it, once again, why you ain't down at the UN helping me fight for the reparations that that's owed to me and my people?
It's
So
so
you can't-
funny
they
because
can't fool me with that.
we just had a situation where let me see here. Nisi in the chat room just said, yeah, if it was a black kid, they would have showed his face. That's absolutely true. That's absolutely true, because that was a situation where we had a couple days ago. I could pull that up here too. That's crazy. That's absolutely true. Absolutely true. I bring that up here. This happened. Actually, this was late last year, where they put it. This is high school. This is a high school brother. They put his face right on the screen. This is somebody's child, 18 years old. He had pretended to be an FBI agent because he was horny, being young and dumb, to get some action from a prostitute. And sure enough, they put his face right there on the damn screen. They put his face on the screen. They put his face on the damn screen. So I know for a fact that this would have been, I don't care how old he was, the fact of the matter is he was still in high school. and he was being, you know, and they put his face on the screen. So you can see they've got different levels, you know, to clarity when it comes to when our people commit crimes and when people commit crimes.
This is another extension of psychological warfare, psychological racism the same way. Our people miss stuff like this all day long because you've been desensitized to see it as, okay, it's the norm. Ain't nothing normal about that. If it ain't happened in terms of everybody's community, then why is it normal for your community and not for everybody else? And it has happened more than average to the point now where you need not even try to sit here and politic inside your head that, okay, well, you know, maybe they're just trying to set the example. No, that's bullcrap. You know doggone well that's psychological racism.
Mm-hmm.
The same way they did with the young teenager boy down there, I think it was in Texas, some of them places, a little guy that was an athlete, and he was sexting with the white girl, and then the parents found the phone that they were sexting, and actually she initiated it. And they went after him for charging and didn't charge her. About to mess up this boy's whole life. The guy was an all-star athlete, finna get ready to get serious, get ready for college, and they finna mess his whole boy life up because a horny white girl was sexting him.
Right. Oh yeah, I remember that one.
And he just basically responded like teenagers would do, and now he the bad guy, or he the devil, or you influenced him. I mean, get the hell out of here with that. You know, and once again, black people make excuses for that. You got them black people make excuses for that. Well, you're right. He shouldn't have did this. He's doing like any other kid that in that parameter, perusing through racist white supremacists would do, put in that situation. And the sad part about it, once again, he didn't even initiate it.
Right. That's crazy.
So we got a lot of apologists.
Now, did they end up locking that boy up? Because I remember that case. Did they end up locking him up, or is he still going through the unfortunate white supremacist quote-unquote justice system that we think we can get, you know, fairness from, but it's never showed black people fairness?
To be 100%, I'm not 100% sure where the case went at a certain point.
Okay.
And the sad part is that as long as they get you in the system, get your name in it.
Yeah, that's all they need.
Collecting data on you to build up these affidavits, right? Even though you get acquitted, your name's still in the system, and the parents don't come behind that, because that's obviously a big case, you know, in terms of that, and get your record expunged. That's sitting on your record, even though you got acquitted. Which shows you a certain value of that. You may have a value of guilt to you, a la Nate Parker. Got acquitted, and they drugged this brother through the mud 20-something years later just because he dropped that movie about Nat Turner.
It's crazy.
Got acquitted, and they were trying to get this man to confess on live camera that he actually raped this woman. When he got acquitted, and the girl actually ended up confessing later on that it was consensual. Same thing with Jameis Winston, Florida State. The girl came out of her mouth and said it. They consented. She let them run a train on her. All of a sudden, now they want this man to go around and tell you that he a bad person. Like people that went to college ain't whatever. Don't mean make me go there. But you know what I'm saying. It's the black all-star figure that's on the spotlight. He got to be Mr. Clean, squeaky clean. He can't even thump a booger out his nose without getting in trouble for it. You know, this is the kind of stuff they put us on. They put us under this microscope all the time, and you raise your kids to walk on pins and needles. You're not even teaching them how to be aggressive at life. You teach them how to be defensive. No one needs to be taught at an early age how to live a defensive life. That's unproductive. That means you're stunning my growth because I cannot be myself in the natural. I got to walk around making sure I don't say something wrong, look at somebody wrong, or bump into somebody wrong. That's stupid. That's slavery all over. That's Jim Crow segregation all over again. Instead of raising your child to be progressive and aggressive at life and understanding how to garner the resources and understand that they need to be producers and sellers and not just consumers. Right? We teach every child that I'm a part of, especially under Dr. Boyce Watkins. I'm affiliated with them, with the Black Millionaires Tomorrows and stuff we do with that. You need to be a producer or a seller.
Right.
That's part of the mantra.
That's true.
We ain't raising no more consumers. The consumer days are over.
It's over, man. Because that's a dead end road. It's to be somebody who's not out here, you know, creating things for people and being able to be either, like you said, a producer, for the community,
Period. If you ain't raising your children to be that, you losing. All right, here's how I get you. This is what I always thought of when I kind of get in little small lectures, when I go around and do these little small lectures, or we do our little tours and whatnot. I say, finish this sentence with me, especially these for when it's just black people. All right, so I want you to do the same thing, Brother Sal. So finish this sentence out with me. Go to school so you can get a good what?
Go to school so you can get a good job.
a good education, and then you can turn around and get a good what?
A good job.
You've been brainwashed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, I've said it many times, man. I played right into it, man. Did my, had good GPA, went to white university thinking I'm, getting good grades, networking and all that other bullshit, man. I ended up falling flat on my face, man. I'm thinking here I am, A+ brother, went through the Navy, all that. I've told my story many times here. But yeah, man, there was I didn't get any. There was no white man, you know what I'm saying? No rich dad to pick me up. I realized that I got sold a dream, man. I got sold a dream. And that until there was some miraculous white man who was going to come out, of the woodwork and say, hey, I like you. I want to give you this opportunity. I was on my own. And if somebody would have told me that from the beginning, I would have saved myself $40,000, saved myself 4 or 7 years of the work I went through, and I would have built my own thing. I don't care if it was, working a day-to-day on a job, just somewhere, not in a job, but starting my own business, doing something. But I would have found a way to depend on myself if I knew that was my future. And I'm smart enough now to know that, that when I get into, especially a young brother's ear, I say, man, you got to build it yourself because there's nobody out here that's going to save you. And I love the fact that you guys are doing that.
And you think about that. You go into debt to get out of debt. Where they do that at?
Crazy, man.
Where they do that at?
And that's hurting black people the most, is that we got too many of talent. I got an email from a sister yesterday. I called her yesterday from one of my credit letters things that I put out. I have another business, Dr. Credit or whatever. And she told me she's got a master's degree. Africa Emporium, this woman's got a master's degree and makes $30,000 a year. She said she's $78,000 in debt, has a master's degree, and is only making $30,000 a year. She said, I feel like committing suicide. That's how bad it's gotten. That's how bad I feel. I mean, our people are struggling, man. And we got black folks out here who would throw it in your face. Hey, man, I got a degree. Nigga, you ain't got nothing. I can promise you ain't nobody, bro. In fact, if you black and you got a good job, I can tell you, man, you got a white supremacist on top of you watching everything. You are living in hell. You are living in hell. You're not free.
Completely.
But we will go around, many of us with black people with degrees, we will go around and stun on poor black people who were smart enough not to do what we did, because we got white mommy and white daddy giving us a few thousand to be able to pay our bills. Even though we're not getting rich on it, we're barely making it for the most part. When you're talking about the black college grad, you are barely making it. Who are you stunting on? You can't stunt on your white colleague. You can't stunt on any of these people in the white neighborhoods. They're white kids. Why are you out here stunting on poor black people? I hate that shit when I see black people doing that shit. Oh, I got a degree. I got a master's. Nigga, you ain't nobody, man.
The bourgeoisie society.
Yeah. I cannot stand when black people do that shit. I always check black women, especially black women. Black women are very bad at doing that. And you got some uppity ass niggas out here too doing that shit too. But for the most part, you see a lot of black women like, okay, but you ain't nobody at the job though. Yeah, okay, you got the degree, but I guarantee if I go to your job right now, you ain't nobody at that job. You got a white person telling you what to do. They send you out to go get the drinks, to go get lunch. So why are you out here stunting on your brother and your sister, man? You know what I'm saying?
And another form of racism, white supremacy, separate the black woman from the black man. The black woman is the most educated woman in America, literally on the planet. She is the most educated woman on the planet. And the first thing that comes out of her mouth, which racism, white supremacy put in terms of her psyche, is that she needs to be what? Independent. Independent of what and who. So you finna lay down and produce a baby by yourself?
Wow.
You finna be able to kind of take up arms and protect yourself from racism, white supremacy kicking down your door in the night? You finna be independent and to know how to go out there and do all these other things that, you know, that's very useful in terms of having the masculine principle around you to make your life a lot easier. And you finna tell yourself that it's easy for me to walk around with this fiat, pretty much piece of indoctrination and programming paper called a degree, and I put this above my own reality and my own cultural aspiration to the point where they take your children, make them loyal to the system because you already kind of down and out poor if you don't come from that kind of home. Your children become loyal to the system because they feel like Mr. Charlie gave them something. Then you go work for Mr. Charlie, they give you a paycheck and a little benefits and a little kind of pat on the back. You turn around and leave the community you came from that needs your help and your skill set that you went out to kind of acquire in these colleges. They're supposed to come back to your community and help build it up. You run far away from it. And then you turn around and look at yourself in the mirror when it's the right opportune time, or you around your people and call yourself black when you necessarily don't even want to identify with it. And you change your voice inflection to put on this mask so you can be around the crowd that necessarily look at you as asked to help, but you want to look at yourself as the so-called, I'm a part of the crew, the illusion of inclusion. And you finna tell yourself in your head that I'm, you know, just as powerful as the people I work for. And you could be owning your own or getting rid of the people that think like you so y'all can own your own, but you are dependent upon Mr. Charlie, but yet you call yourself what? Independent. Oxymoron. Get the hell out of here with that.
That's true. Somebody in the chat room said, if I think pursuing a degree is worthless, for most black people it is. Let's just be honest. For most black people who are pursuing a degree right now, it is pointless for you because many of us will not find a job. All right. You will not find a job. And if you find one, you won't even be able to pay back the loans that you've accumulated for so many of us. Now, obviously, if you're pursuing a specialty degree that's going to be able to lead you to medical school and whatnot. In fact, many of the black professionals who end up on that road, we end up in so much debt, we can't even be able to prosper like many of the white colleagues do. You know?
You come out the hole in the hole.
Oh man, the black college graduate is in so much debt. It don't even make it. It's they spend their whole lives paying off the debt in comparison to the white college graduate. So much debt. You know.
So ask back, like, where your stipend at? Where's your trust fund at? Where's your opportunity to kind of hit the road? Catch traction on the pavement the same way everybody else do. All of that go for the brothers too.
Yeah.
So you know that you come from a collective that is far and few between when it comes to these realities. So how dare you take this skill set that you're finna go out and get in terms of this brainwashing program? Because here's the difference between intelligence and programming. People miss this all the time. Brother Malcolm X broke this down to a science. A degree is a programming. Natural intelligence tells you I can go out there and get it any which way I can under my own auspice. Because I know how to think on a wavelength where I can connect with any and every environment. I don't need to be programmed to do one thing and one thing only, and everything else around me escapes me because I'm so programmed and narrow-minded and tunnel vision that I can't see that there's layers to life. So I'm already limiting myself instantly if I don't even come into school with that kind of mindset.
Mm-hmm.
You're going in to get a battery in your back and a boatload of deck, and you're going to be a bag holder like a bad stock person, and you came in too high, and everybody that sold, and you stuck.
My thing is that many of us, we're going to some of these schools that are way too expensive. You know, some of these HBCUs, we don't even need to be going. I'm looking at some of the prices of these HBCUs. I'm like, brother, just go to a community college. I mean, the community college will save you about $20,000 a year that HBCU is doing. You know what I'm saying? These white schools is giving you more financial aid than the black schools is. And this is supposed to be a black school that's helping me. You know?
I agree. And
we had somebody in the chat room talk about the what's it called programs, the job training. Let me see, the trade schools. I love the trade schools. I think the trade schools are the way to go for many black kids. Many of these black kids do not deserve to be at a 4-year university, man. Many of them can't even read at the grade level, and we're sending them to schools like, you know, that they can't perform. I mean, you go to these universities today, and I did this for 2 years outside of school. You know, all the black kids are in these remedial math programs, remedial English programs, where they pass them around for 2 to 3 years. You're not even moving with the program. You know, you're in a remedial math, remedial English, and many of them don't even make it out of these programs. The trade schools built the middle class, the black middle class in the 1940s, 1950s, and 60s. That's what, you know, right. If you go back and you study some of these Black Panthers, many of their parents were trade school. They came out of trade schools. Their parents were not executives. They were not, you know, college educated middle managers and all that. Many of them, their parents were auto mechanics. They worked in the factories and whatever they're doing, trades. You know, many of these black kids today, they do not belong in 4-year universities. They can't handle it. You know?
I always tell people, bro, when I do my museum tour down at the National African American Museum down in D.C., I always tell people, you got to realize something that's very, very vital to your upliftment and your inspiration as a black person, or if you want to call yourself a black person, whatever the case, in this country. When we walked off the plantation, right, in what, 1866, 1865 era, right, there's one thing that black people had above all things that was to their benefit. Only thing that they had, literally, besides the color and the skin and the culture that's embedded in them innately, it was one thing that they had above everybody else. What did they have when they walked off the plantation?
One was skills, man. They had skills. That is absolutely true.
Basically, we had all the skills. We were doing all the work. Everybody was sitting on their flabby behinds, drinking lemonade, whipping us and raping us, and just pretty much trying to be the director. We had all the tangible skills.
Yeah.
Income Black Wall Street right away. Income Rosewood. Income Durham, North Carolina. Income Chicago. Income all these other places. Right? Same, you fast forward to today. Black man still got all the skills. The natural skills. Now he's trying to circumvent his natural inability in terms of even natural skills and trade it in for the value of, in terms of a college acceptance value of degree to kind of go out there and compete in the so-called job force, to be alongside the people that put in the situation when you stop and think about, like, okay, if I got all the skills, or I got all these great ideals in my head, you know, is it really conducive to me to take this and put my life on hold for this 4 years to get more indoctrination and brainwashing? How about I just go down to City Hall, pay for me a little business license, about $100 something for a business license, right? Get into some of the UCC codes and learn, you know, it depends on what you're trying to do, or get with some other brothers and sisters thinking just like you, and start your own business and start from the ground up. Your debt ratio will be a lot lower, because majority of people, like you were saying earlier, don't even have the financial prowess to even be sitting up in university, because they go to school and they so distracted from poverty, what their parents are going through back home. If their brother going to be on the corner getting shot up, they can't even focus in school. I recall a lot of brothers and sisters that when I was in college that was going through that same thing. They couldn't even focus on school. They ended up dropping out. 2 semesters in, they gone. 3 semesters, they gone. First semester, they gone. Came there with good intentions, too much issues going on the backdrop. They can't even focus on school naturally.
Yeah. It's so funny you just talk about that, man. One of the things black people used to master in was furniture making. Furniture making used to be we as a group of people, we were the masters of furniture making. Now you can't get a brother to make a chair. I don't know if you can find a brother who can make a chair now. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. If you go back to some of those early days, you still have a few schools here in the South that teach it, furniture making, but we were masters of making furniture. In fact, 90% of the labor that was 90%, excuse me, the people who made furniture were black. You know, we were the masters at that craft.
Having all of the skill sets. Mm-hmm. So you take us where we are today. If you're not going to college once again for a specialty field, you need not waste your time, because I guarantee you, back in the days, obviously not to say that it wasn't useful, that because we needed to learn how to be able to coexist under racist white supremacy, you still need to kind of be able to navigate it. So you need to have to become educated. Don't get it twisted, because we're definitely not telling people not to get educated. Don't get it twisted. Yeah. We're telling you that you need to make a fair assessment of what is necessary and warranted for your better value in terms of how you need to kind of come at life.
Right.
If you want to go to school just because you said it sounds good to do so, right? Or because that's a cliche, go to school, right? So you can get a good education, so you can get a good job, so you can go work for Mr. Charlie. Then that's a broken blueprint. Because if that's the case, if we got a $1.3 trillion GDP, and not even a third of it remains back in the black community. Not even a third of it remains in the black community. Meaning all your hard-earned money, all your hard-earned so-called college degree money, and your dope boy slinging money don't even stay in your own community. Now, who winning, who losing? Obviously, us losing. Because we don't even know how to keep it in that community. And so-called, obviously got the little initiative going right now, buy the block back. Okay, yeah. Okay, what happened all the other 10, 20, 30 plus years before that? The block didn't matter then? When they're dropping crack off in the neighborhood. So, we're fighting a lot of different layers, basically, at the end of the day. To put it in the nutshell, we're fighting a lot of different layers. So basically, we need to put our things, look at our lives in terms of, and put it in the proper perspective. So if you have like 2 or 3 kids, 2 of them might be kind of intellectually and more mature enough where they can handle college. That third child don't need to go just for the sake of saying they need to go to college. When they can go into a trade school, or they can come in from an entrepreneurial standpoint by just doing what they call OJT, on the job training, meaning they watching somebody else that own a business and learning it from an apprenticeship perspective, and come right into the game debt free. Hit the ground running day one, making money. In the black business school that we teach under Dr. Boyce Watkins, guess what? You coming out as an entrepreneur. Bypassing college altogether. You're going to get these skills right now. All this intellectual prowess, you're going to get this right now. You coming in already with a portfolio, an investment portfolio, a business plan, and proper determined value that you're here to protect the value of your culture and your people. That's the difference. That's the difference. So you bypass them going into debt, so they don't have to file this old guilt trip feeling of being loyal to Mr. Charlie. Because first thing you get when you get a scholarship is what? You get a boatload of so-called loyalty for Mr. Charlie, because you feel like he gave you something. Right. The first thing these old idiotic behind athlete slaves get up and say in terms of a news conference when they kind of get selected to go to a college is, oh, man, I can't thank Mr. Charlie enough for this. He's a father figure I never had.
That's a whole nother hour on that. I want to wrap it up. I see here Jay Bino asking about the UCC and the straw man. Are you familiar with that? I'm not sure what he means by that.
Yeah, UCC code, the whole legalese, they write your name in the cap.
Oh,
okay. They got us with that. That's the first. That's how they really messed us up. That's how they really got us, by the kahunas. Because we don't even understand basic legalese. We sign over our rights every day. Obviously, me and I think the sister Q-Tech, them, the other day we were talking in the options chat room. We were talking about these same things when it comes like the vaccination, right? And I was telling her in her case, obviously, she was wondering, was she being forced to get her children vaccinated? No. Show me a federal law that tells you have to get your child vaccinated. There's none. UCC codes and laws like stuff like that in terms of your legalese value protects you from this stuff, because it's not it's not federal law. But yet they bank on you not knowing this stuff, and you're going to go along and say, okay, well, I'll do it. Or you'll sign over your rights by signing your name, and they tell you to print it in all caps, and then they tell you to sign, that's pretty much writing signing in your straw man. Your straw man is your fictional value of who you are that's going out representing yourself, representing you in terms of your Social Security number, which is your so-called slave number all over again, or your so-called legal prison system number, if you want to call it that. So in the event that if you go to court and you don't show up to court, guess what? They still have that case because you signed your what? Legalese. Your straw man, your fictitious man, actually sits in representation for what? For your disputed or litigation for that case. So at that point, they sentence your straw man to contempt the court. And guess what? They come pick your what? Physical self up and haul you right off the... They getting you with... It's all the same. Just like people saying, maritime law. The whole birth certificate, right? Giving birth, that's a maritime law thing. When the ship breaches the earth, a dock or a landmass, that's considered a what? A birth. You breach new land. In come the birth certificate, which is a Q-SIP value that they use to kind of necessarily take ownership over your rights. They take over all your sovereign rights when you sign that birth certificate. Even further, it goes deep when you sign up for a Social Security card. Now they got you really good. That means you are no longer able to make decisions on your own. You need to follow under the system that we set up for you to be able to govern your life. So you have no autonomous value anymore. They strip you of your autonomous value as soon as you sign that birth certificate, and then you turn around and accept that Social Security card. That's saying that I want to be accepted under society as a unit, in the sense that I cannot be able to function under my own reconnaissance. I need you to tell me what to do, how to do it, when to do it, everything else under the sun. And they get you again with that. And then you don't understand the value of the UCC codes, even to use them in your benefit. I don't know if you know, the case in point, a scenario where a brother down in Texas recently, he took hold of a property down in Texas that was abandoned for certain loan. He used the law, the same system against them, and got into a what, $300,000 house as a squatter, went down to City Hall and filed like a $15 paperwork, and he got the house outright, meaning the original owners don't come back and claim it in a year, the house instantly goes into him.
Yeah, I remember reading about this, brother. Yeah, and in fact, that was the big thing back during that time is all of these foreclosed homes. You got a lot of people running up into the court trying to do something. Unfortunately, you had a lot of municipalities come out and try to scare people off from, hey, we're gonna lock you up and do all this stuff. But if anything, that's probably a good thing to do now if you read up on the laws, finding out how to, being able to get these properties with that paperwork, if you could figure it out now.
And that's why people get upset with the squatters. And you got a lot of brothers and sisters actually come from Africa. They do just that. They go to squat because they understood from the basic aspect. They didn't got online, read up all this information online before they got here. They know exactly what to do. They come in and squat in these homes. If you be there for a certain length of time, you can go down to City Hall and get the lights cut on and the power on the water, and then you hold the property for a certain length of time. Instantly, by default, it becomes yours.
Man, we got so many homes in our communities, man, that could use somebody with a little bit of money to come up in that house, start making a few changes here and there. I mean, you got cities out here. I know in Detroit, for example, they'll give you the house if you willing to pay back a little bit on the taxes on it. But I mean, there are so many ways that people could come up on some properties. If we just take a look and do a little bit of digging. And again, it don't even have to be an urban area. I mean, we've got so many little black communities all across America that are just ripe for black people who are just willing to take a little bit of initiative, buy some land or take over some property and just, be a little bit more aggressive when it comes to, wealth creation.
And these things we do with the House Jerk scenario under our real estate program we offer called House Jerk, right? Where we help people get money to go out and just do that. Go buy these short sales. Go buy these foreclosures. Go out and buy these properties that are, beat down and run down, right? Which coming in literally 2/3 under their value darn near. That will require a small a stipend or a restoration fee to build it up to get it up for sale quality, and then you turn around and flip the property and make twice as much off of the property. Real estate is a huge market. Keep in mind, this whole colonialism, that's what it was all about. It was about real estate. It was about land grabbing. And we don't want to, obviously, I always tell people, if we're going to be in the game, right, in terms of being able to kind of roll around in this capitalist society, then doggone, you better get in the game then. You cannot sit on your hands and wait for something to happen or for something to fall out the sky, right, something magically to happen, then you're not doing nothing progressively or aggressively to change the status quo, right, but then you want to complain about it, right? So I always tell people, I always leave people with this saying here. He that is most comfortable is least likely to change. And he that complains the most is least likely to accept the help that he needs to change. Hence, you stay in the perpetual funk that you want to do nothing outside of that, that can really help boost your life and your community because you're waiting for somebody else to go out and do it for you. When you can take a brother, like I say, like yourself and 2 or 3 other brothers, pool your money together, right? Or go apply for the grants that are out there, right? We also help with grants too, right? Government drop shipping. We help you get government drop shipping grants. Where you get free money to build a business to turn around and sell products back to the government. How cool is that? You use the government money to go out and buy products and sell it back to the government. Good money you can make with that. Same thing when it comes to the real estate stuff. Buying these short sales, these foreclosures, for literally pennies on the dollar. Once again, taking an area like Detroit, that whole area up there, where all these so-called rundown homes, right, waiting for a developer to come in and kind of build up the city overnight, which is going to happen one way or the other, because they're starting to do it slowly but surely. It's already getting gentrified up there, too. My good brother Jason Black obviously just put out the movie. I don't know if you guys are familiar with him, but Google him. His name is Jason Black. He put out the movie 7 a.m., and he also put out the movie Gentrified, showing you exactly what's happening in terms of the gentrification. Obviously, with the third chocolate city into what's called, Oreo City right now, Manila City. It's happening. So we at a point now where they've turned up the level on us when it comes to this stuff. They're really trying to squeeze us out of here.
Yeah,
they're trying to squeeze us up out of here.
Oh yeah, they are. It's so brilliant you bring that up, Jason Black. I do watch him too, and people need to watch Jason Black. Definitely. The TBA here on YouTube. Great material. They are pushing black people back where? Back on the farms, man. I mean, seriously, they're literally pushing us out of the urban cities. For the most part, black people we're being pushed out further away from these urban jobs, and they're pushing us literally back into the countryside, man. And if anything, I'm looking at opportunity like, hey, I'm going to grab some of this land. If you don't want it, I'm going to take it. That's what I'm looking at it as. But it is crazy because they are pushing our most vulnerable members of our communities and pushing them out further away from jobs and opportunity. So you've taken the most vulnerable black people, pushing them out to the countryside where most of them don't have any skills. They're not going to grow nothing. They're not going to, do anything out there. So, I mean, what does the next 25 years look like for black people? And right now, I'm worried, brother. I can't tell you. I feel like I'm worried. I'm not worried necessarily for myself because I know what to do, but I'm worried about the most vulnerable members of our society. What are they going to do 20, 30, 40 years from now, man? What are these black people going to do? Is the young brother coming up today in middle school and high school? What does his future look like? And I'm worried for a lot of these young kids, man, coming out of middle school, high school right now, coming out of elementary school. What does the future look like for them? We have nothing, for the most part, nothing to offer them. We don't have a plan for them. Many of us, parents, don't have a plan for them. So, what gives?
That you pretty much summed it up. This is where we go. This is where we're headed. Because we don't have a plan or procedure in action. We don't have no kind of referendums to hold us accountable for us. We don't have no kind of, collective value to say, this is how we're going to reverse our situation, because we're going to start understanding that we cannot do this by ourselves. We can't have this fake pseudo-independent mentality and try to get something done when at the end of the day you can't get it done by yourself anyway.
Man, I can't stand when I hear no black person talking about I'm an independent. You ain't independent as shit, But go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Right. It's the most dumbest misnomer title you could ever call yourself. I always tell people, if you so independent, how you got here? How you gonna take what you got then? If you're independent, how you gonna go out there and peruse through life once again and get everything you need without somebody else? First, number one. The whole word in itself is a misnomer. You independent of what? Once again, who signed your paycheck then? Who give you so-called benefits? Who sell you the fake land that you're living on? Which is pretty much a glorified rental agreement. That's all owning house is in America, just glorified rental. But, you know, you're not independent of nothing, right? You just been given this title so you can walk around here, so you could be what they call ignorantly selfish. So you don't have to be held accountable for things that you know that's necessary for your upliftment of your community. So you say, I'm independent, I got mine, you go get yours. And then you lock yourself behind walls and all this stuff, and now you just retarding your growth like never before, because you've been sold this bill of goods that's going to turn around and backfire on you. As soon as you, once again, do something on the job enough to kind of watch what happens. Now you're independent. Now you want to call, once again, the ACL, and all these, you know what I'm saying. Now it's like, oh, I need help now. So, I mean, once again, it's that whole, once again, divide and conquer technique. The whole scenario to kind of take us off our square, to get us to the point where we're conforming to, once again, racial white supremacy and giving up everything that has to do with black. We don't want to have these conversations because people want to feel what? In their feelings, right? They feeling too much as opposed to getting stuff done. Right? I don't work under the auspices of feelings anymore. I don't have the luxury to have a feeling right now. We're too far behind to have a feeling right now. You say your feelings when you start having resources and stuff where you can have the luxury to have a feeling. Right now, you don't have the luxury to have a feeling. You need to be building. You need to be practicing group economics like never before, aggressively at that. Every day, you got people running around here, like for every so-called like 50 cents that a black woman has in terms of wealth, the white woman has 5,000 or 1,000. So your 50 cents to my 1,000, who winning, who losing?
Yeah.
So how independent are you truly?
It's crazy, man. Crazy. It's so crazy. I in African Port, I don't know if you guys do this, but a business that I had started, but I got so depressed with it, was debt collection. And debt collection, for those people who've ever been in that, if everybody been in that business, you basically are buying people's old credit card or past due loans from other companies. And there are websites that you can literally Google this, buy old debt, and they'll sell you. These companies will sell you debt for pennies on a dollar. So what would happen was, and this is the time I had moved back to Michigan after some years, you can buy the debt, and what would happen is particularly you would want to buy debt of people in your state. So you would buy this debt of people in your state, again, pennies on a dollar. So somebody who owes $10,000 to Citigroup, they'll sell it to you for maybe $2,200 or $2,300, and you would take that person to court for the past due debt that you now owe for the 10 racks, right? Once you get the judgment, you'll get the judgment guaranteed, because they're not going to come and show up to court. They don't ever show up to court.
That's the UCC code.
Exactly.
That UCC code
boom, there it is. And then what would happen is that you would eventually hire a tracer to find the people and then use the judgment to get a lien on their income. But what was so sad about it is that most of the people were black people, man. 99% of the people that the debt that you would buy, I'm looking at the name and I'm saying this is a black person. I can tell just by their name, where their address is. I'm buying debts of black people, putting them in debt, garnishing their wages and whatnot. I just said, man, this can't be for me, because I just can't do this, man. But that's another way to make money. Unfortunately, it's a scam. It's not a scam. It's a legit business, but it's just so sad, man, to get calls from people. Oh my God, y'all taking money out of my check and all this. It's just, oh man, it was just, I had to get out of that.
You said it right the first time.
Yeah.
You said it right the first time. It's a Roman capitalistic scam. It's a Roman capitalistic scam. You don't need not feel bad about saying it and calling it what it is. How you finna take a person's livelihood when they're already struggling, and you done oversold them an overinflated value of a loan agreement that you know they're gonna 9 times out of 10 default on, and tell them, not giving them the proper education on how to what? Be able to maneuver it, and then turn around, you hit them 3 ways: coming, in it and on the way out.
Yeah.
That's how they get us. And we miss that all the time. They get us coming in, they get us along the process, and they get us on the way out.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're not making the kind of careful decisions, right? These predatory lenders, right, that tore us up during the housing crash market when you had all these people going out there getting out these old stupid behind adjustable rate mortgages that ballooned literally overnight when the market began to go crazy, or the debts, and people just, oh, what's this fixed stuff? No, you don't need that. You need the adjustable one, girl, to get your payments down. Or boy, this right here, you don't need that fixed stuff, man. Don't worry about that. Hey, get the adjustable rate. We'll get your payment down even cheaper. On top of that, you'll have more money to do what you want. Oh, well, why you never mentioned to me about the escrow stuff? No, that's for other people. Didn't even know the escrow is to pay your property tax. Just make sure you save enough money at the end of the year so you can, when they kind of pass you this little property bill tax, you can pay it off, okay? Well, why I can't get the escrow stuff? Well, if you want to get it, we'll set you up. But, typically, you don't have to worry about that. You don't have to worry about putting away no more money than you need. Just pay this adjustable rate mortgage, and you'll be fine. And they got you again. Soon as the market go crazy and everything go belly up, you go from down like a 3%, right, to up like a 7% literally overnight, like a bad stock that got away from you on a short squeeze. Now you can't even think about it. You're on a fixed income. You're barely making it as it is.
Right.
And here you are paying dang near twice your mortgage rate, and as soon as it go into default, in come to what? The debtors and the collectors.
Yep.
It's when they prey on you, eat off you like a vulture.
And foreclosure, man, is that if you want to talk about stealing wealth from black people, foreclosure is the number one culprit, man. Foreclosure, so many black people have had their wealth, family's wealth, grandma's house, mom's house, taken from them through the foreclosure system, man. It's really, really sad. Honestly, really, really sad.
And then going through the bank systems, right? Using it to the money that you put in the bank, taking loans out of it and giving it to other people so they can go out and build businesses and homes, and you go apply for it. Your interest rate higher. That's if you can get approved for it. That's even if you get approved for it. Everything higher, and it's set in terms to trip you up. And once again, people take this stuff every day for what they call intellectual granted, meaning they don't want to do the necessary due diligence to make sure that they don't put themselves in such a tight bind that's not necessarily guaranteed. So right now, there's a thing coming out right now where people understand this whole buying a house just to live in it, to go that deep in debt, is a hustle. It's a hustle. If you cannot pay at least over a third of your house down on a down payment, you can't afford it. True story. End of discussion. And I put that against anybody out there that's going to sit here and tell me otherwise. When you look at the numbers from a grand scheme thing, from the compound value to the interest alone, if you're using the CAT calculator, the compound annuity calculator, it makes no sense to go that deep in debt for the interest rate for something that just seems to be larger than life, when you come out better buying the house and renting it out, make money off of it. You can use it as a rental property.
So you're not a believer. You're not a believer that the home is a way to build wealth for black people? Is that what you're saying? Or are you just saying that black people need to start buying homes they can more afford?
Number one, definitely that. And on top of that, you need to use that. If you're going to do that, use that equity value to what? As leverage. If you're not using it as leverage and you're just using the kind of layup as a domicile, how you benefiting from it? Because here's how I know this to be true, and I know it from the numbers perspective. If you go bail up tomorrow, you lose your job, or something happens and you get hurt, and you don't have the necessary, funds in place, or pension or insurance to kind of float you to a certain, because keep in mind that stuff only gives you a small percentage of your net worth value that you are getting to garner from a job perspective, where it's only enough to barely float you. It's not enough to really cover all your excess and bills. 9 times out of 10, when that stuff happens to people that in the scenarios, what they have to do? They never have to downgrade, because they came in too high. Trying to live like George and Weezy, and you got money like Rollo. And this is the problem. And you don't understand your debt to equity ratio does not necessarily line up with your net value. You don't have enough liquid assets to even balance you out. Because you're too far in debt value trying to live like somebody that you can't and you don't have what they call tangible assets. You got a lot of so-called paper equity, right? Yeah, because you signed it, you came in at a point where your credit might have been good, but let something happen to you. So I asked the average person in the chat room, do you have at least 6 months of wealth put aside in case something happened to you? Majority of people in the chat room can't answer that question. This ain't no slight against somebody, but if you don't have at least 6 months worth of income set aside in case of emergency or rainy day, then you ain't got no business owning no house.
Oh, well, I mean, I've already read studies. I mean, I've read studies that 70% of black people can't even come up with $1,000 if their life depended on it, man. So you know, it's sad. I mean, again, we had a sister who was down in Texas who died after calling 24 people. I forgot what Sandra Bland, that's her name. Sandra Bland called 24 black people, and they couldn't come up with $500 to save this life. Can you believe that shit? 24 black people she called on that phone, and they couldn't come up with $500. I could give that to her every month.
Property tax.
That's crazy.
To go on her behalf as a lien. This is what I'm talking about. So if you're gonna use it to your benefit. Like I got a rental property. Actually, finna buy my second home. Coming up real soon. And if in fact, in terms of how we look at it, it just makes sense at this point. If you're going to use it, like right now, the whole Airbnb scenario, that's real. People buying property just for that now. It used to be back in the day, it was a timeshare scenario. Now it's straight Airbnb. Let me find a way to make money off this and use it for leverage, proper leverage. Let me pull back on my necessarily need to kind of live larger than life, and then I can stack what? I can stack a higher liquid value. Because my debt to equity ratio is very low now. My overhead is lower. Mm-hmm. And I got income coming in, supplemental income. Right? $150,000 house, the mortgage on that no more than what? $1,200, $1,300. You get it financed down good, refi it down, you paying about $700 a month. You take that $700 a month, you charge at least what? The same amount, like $1,300 to $1,200, inflated a little bit, $1,300, $1,400, $1,500 in rent. Right? You double your mortgage value. You take a good portion of that in terms of paying the principal down. You tack on an additional $300 or if not more for some cases. Right, you compound on your house payment. You take the other $400 and bank it, put it in a money market account so it can accrue interest, or you put it in the market and let it turn over faster. Basically, you keep growing your money and let it become further for you. Now you work in the system on your behalf. You get your good LLC, establish you some business credit. You take out another loan. You go out and buy another property. Maybe a fixer-upper for a lot less cheaper, right? Put a little money in and get it up and running. Now you can come up on the rental property even a little higher. You capping down another 60% profit or 7% profit margin. You in the money big time now. Mm. You living in something under your means in a property that's not overpriced, and on top of that, you putting out all this supplemental income, and you got all this equity that you can borrow against to go out and acquire bigger loans. Now you get into the business where you really finna get in the ground. Now you finna really start getting it. So if something ever happened, you got a real what they call blanket of security, because you got what? The property equity value that's not necessarily you being living up under in it and not necessarily being able to use it to your true benefit. You don't pay yourself rent by when you live in your own house.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And one thing we have to also be honest about is that black communities don't appreciate, because you got to understand appreciation is more of a white term, but for the most part, black communities, if you do your research, you'll find out that they don't actually appreciate and value. That's why sometimes a lot of people are shocked when they go and say, yeah, their mama bought the house for $20,000, and now when it's time to sell, they're getting 50, 60, maybe even 70 for it if they're lucky. But for the most part, black communities, homes in the black communities don't appreciate. So it's so important that we buy our whole houses at the lowest possible price we can get it for, so we can go out and own them free and clear as soon as possible, because we're not looking at our homes as ways to, build value out of them, because unfortunately they don't appreciate fairly.
And this is where we are. And this is exactly where we are, Sal, because like I say, even if we're renting and we're not, once again, putting away the kind of wealth we need, to be able to kind of make the proper moves down the line, we're once again, we're paycheck to paycheck, or we're, one trick to the next trick, and we don't have a contingent plan to a degree, right? Or we don't have, once again, the entrepreneurial spirit in case if something went down or something happens, that I can still kind of go out there and still find my way through this.
Right.
Being your own boss, I know you feel you go through this all the time. Being entrepreneur yourself, ain't no better feeling to be able to get up there and be able to go out there and find a way to get it on your own.
Oh,
When
absolutely.
you're dependent upon yourself, there's you can decide how much you want to make, when you want to make it, and you can really dictate your life based upon that. You can throttle the button up or throttle it back down. But at the end of the day, it's all dependent upon you getting up, moving your feet to eat. So, and that, again, being, LLC scenario, getting your LLC, protecting your personal values from your business dealings and stuff like that. Once again, you start to put a shield around yourself to protect yourself. So in the event they come at you, obviously you can buy a property under your business. You could buy a property home under your business.
Yeah.
Tax write-off, all these kind of things. And once again, you use it as some, a value of leverage in a sense. It's the same value.
And we haven't even gone into the whole idea of tax liens and all those things that you can somehow buy sometimes in pennies for the dollar in a lot of these small communities that I've been doing some research here, especially out in the South and even in the North, some places, but especially down here in the South, where you have these small little communities where, you got these little 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom homes up in the tuck where you got tax liens that are going for $300,000, $500,000 that you can buy and then end up owning the property free and clear if they don't pay on it. But for the most part, they pay up on it and you end up with, what you paid for it plus the interest.
100%. And see, this is, like I said, there's so many ways you can make so-called income out there. But once again, there's no college sitting up there teaching this stuff at the level that you can get it if you got with somebody that can really break it down to you. They're never going to tell you, once again, you go to school to become pretty much programmed to be able to go out and perform a specific task or duty. It's not free world thinking where you can say, how can I, expand on my natural skill set to the point where in case something does happen, I have a fallback, fail-safe mechanism to kind of assure up that I'll be able to kind of still survive.
Yeah.
Once again, because I know brothers and sisters, once again, like you were saying, they have master's degrees, even PhDs, and they're McDonald's, slinging pizza, delivery driver.
Yeah. We had a situation where, what's his name? This brother who's in a Congress, this is a congressman. I gotta pull up this man's name. Let me see. Black congressman, daughter driving Uber. Let me see here. Driving Uber. I forgot his name. What was his name again? Elijah Cummings. That was his name. This is Elijah Cummings, the Democrat from Maryland. I mean, this is not a guy who just showed up there. His daughter has a graduate degree, and she was driving Uber. I mean, you want to talk about powerless as a black person. Here we have your daddy is a congressman and can't get you a damn job. And you've got to go out here and drive Uber with his congressional vehicle. Man, this is pathetic, man. It's just so sad.
And all his so-called connections and all the cooning that he does. And yet, here's your daughter putting herself in a very, once again, income is income. Don't get a twist. I ain't just dumping on it, but you would think she'd be in a much better situation in terms of her opportunity. You know what I'm saying? Opportunistic value. It should be up exponentially because of the circles that he so-called run in. Him getting beat over the head back in the day during the civil rights movement. You finna tell me that this is all this was your trade-off?
Man, it's sad to say it, but unfortunately the successes, especially when you talk about black families, the successes for the parent typically doesn't translate to the child. That's why for a lot of black families, if you've got a very successful mom and dad, for the most part, the children don't end up being as successful as the parents because the white people, again, who made a way for the parents aren't available to the child. So the child's got to go out there and make their own way, but they don't have the help that the parents got. So they end up not being as successful as the parents. That's why you'll see a lot of black parents who are successful, their child are a little bit, behind the 8 ball in terms of their parents' success. So they end up depending on their parents for many more years than the parents even expected for the most part, unless, again, they get a lucky hand. But for the most part, a lot of black parents who are successful, doctors, lawyers, blah, blah, if you look at their children, many times, unfortunately, the success doesn't translate even generationally. Sad to say it, especially when you have a parent that went through the traditional route and not necessarily like the business or, growing your own field for that matter.
Mm-hmm. And that's basically it, too, because, once again, the parents use the catalyst of being, subservient to the system to kind of get in it, and then they got comfortable, kicked their feet up, and looked at the kids like, oh, hey, I got mine, you got to get yours.
Yeah.
Basically what happened, sold us out. Yeah, and I'm going to say it. Civil rights movement sold you out for a corporate job, a tie, in a small little cubicle office, or a job next to Mr. Charlie. Sold you out. Left you up the creek without a powder, then turned around and told you, go out there and get yours. I got mine, get yours. I did it. You go out, it's your turn to go out and finish, and left the child with nothing. That's and crazy. Then in comes, once again, the phrase, the slogan of death. Go to school so you can get a good education, so you can get a good job right underneath Mr. Charlie. So you can be loyal to the system because it feeds you pennies on your worth, and you're supposed to be happy with that.
And again, we wouldn't have a problem with that, Africa Emporium. And for the most part, we wouldn't have a problem with that if it was a trade. If the brother was learning a trade so he can eventually go out and do his own thing. But for the most part, we have our brothers and sisters who aren't learning a trade, and they're just simply unskilled degree holders with no real skills, and then going out there to the world and hoping to God that, Mr. Charlie keeps you long enough, for you to retire on. But unfortunately, for many of us, it doesn't lead that way.
It's volatile. It's like a bad start to get away from you sometimes. It'll be volatile because they're waiting for the one moment to get you up out of there. So they don't have to pay you all that, exorbitant back-end interest value in terms of insurance for being on the job that long, or, a payout pension plan. They're trying to keep that for them. It is what it is. People don't want to talk about this stuff and keep it real, man. People want to play this game and act like we're all in this so-called melting pot of life and this whole so-called big melting pot in America. Like, man, the numbers don't say that. I'm a numbers guy. The numbers do not say that that's happening right now. Because you're still on the bottom. We're still on the bottom. And the system is every day showing you, improving you, that they want you to stay there. They're not giving you that fair seat at the table. Only people that are corporate America is hiring is women and gay men. They're not hiring strong black brothers. Okay, how educated and intelligent you are, they don't want you there. You are a threat to the masculine energy up in that environment because they know, given the chance, you will run circles around them and in the opportunity when it comes to that stuff. I've been in it myself and seen it firsthand. Didn't have done it. Came in last, ended up being first. They got hella jealous. Like, no, bro, you can't, man, look at him. We got to find a way to sabotage you because you came in and picked this up overnight. How you was able to do that? I've been here this many years. So you got to navigate that all day. Then you got to pull back some. You can't be yourself. You got to put on this mask, put on all these different layers, go in and change your voice inflection. You got to laugh at stuff that ain't funny. You got to, come on, man.
Yeah.
That ain't living.
That's true. Man, you hit it right on the head when you said about that laugh. I mean, that's the biggest thing I remember when you work some of these corporate jobs, especially as a black person, having a laugh and shit that ain't funny, man. And for black people, that's painful. You know what I'm saying? So you learn to just chuckle, for most of the point as black people, you just learn to chuckle because you can't even laugh because you know it's not funny. You know that joke was corny as hell. You know that it wasn't funny. So you just end up chuckling, man. And that shit is painful to have to laugh at a joke that ain't funny. But because you're around the white supremacists and you trying to keep your job and show the fact that you down, to play team, you've got to go ahead and go through that pain. Sad, man.
You bite the bullet every day. You get on and put on that mask and go up there and fake smile to the point then it becomes what they call habitual. It becomes repetition. Now you start owning the part. Now you start to thinking that you really are one of the fold. And keep in mind, the old saying as it goes, they are not laughing with you, they are laughing at you.
Mm.
And you just keep keying away. And he's like, okay, this person don't even know.
Mm.
And this is when you've been blinded by reality.
Yeah.
And as soon as it goes down, you the first thing to get up out of there, or you the first thing the blame goes towards, or you the first thing to kind of, lay waste to kind of being the martyr for all the black people in the job because one then did something. Now it's like all y'all done did it.
Right.
So once again, I ain't trying to dump on people's kind of if you want to make them feel like they're useless and defensive, but people need to kind of come at the world in a real world perspective and understand that there's layers to this stuff, right? You cannot just be out there thinking you just all inclusive.
Mm-hmm.
There ain't no such thing as no all inclusiveness, because if that was the case, everybody would have been hit here at the same time. Things would have been all kind of in natural vacuum. It just doesn't work that way. Nature, once again, is telling you at the end of the day, this is how it's supposed to be.
Right.
Like we can coexist. Don't get it twisted. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there's ways that people live their lives according to their cultural background and their natural philosophy. That there's no one size fit all mold basically to life. And it's the same way when it comes to being here in this obviously a foreign environment of a corporation called America, trying to navigate it, and then tell yourself that you can be independent in it when you know you need your people to help you get through it. Because if that's the case, once again, you wouldn't have all these kind of systemic scenarios out there that are kind of retarding our people every day. Everybody will have the equal amount of chance to go out there and fight for it the way they claim it. We can get it. With this whole pull yourself up by your bootstrap bull crap. It just doesn't work that way. And then the first thing that will come behind that to prove to you that they care about us being all-inclusive, so-called, the first thing they would repair us for slavery. They would say, hey, I know I owe you trillions of dollars. Here, I ain't going to worry about it. I know you're going to come in, a lot stronger than a lot of our, white, counterparts that are kind of struggling. And they don't want to take advantage of this white racism supremacism that we built for them. And they just spinning their wheel. But I know if I give you an inch, you're going to take a mile with it. So this is why I can't give you this money. Because you're going to bypass me overnight. Yeah, I'm going to get some of it back. Because I know you're going to go buy Cadillac and rims and liquor and shoes. But most of y'all, y'all can take this money and flip it. You're going to bypass me. They ain't going to let that happen. Well, they're going to fight us tooth and nail for it. So I'm saying if you know that to be the case and it's reality because you didn't seen it happen in your own lifespan and your parents' lifespan, then why not become your own boss and go out there and take it the best way you know how on your own time, under your own reconnaissance. Build your own business. Go out there and find people once again that are thinking like you, moving like you, getting it done, align yourself with that, find out how they did it. They ain't trying to charge your arm and leg how they got it. Obviously pay them for their time because people's time is valuable. You don't have to give them exorbitant, just saying, hey, I appreciate you. You know what I'm saying, for this opportunity, what I need to do. Show me how to fill out this paperwork. How do I submit for my UCC? For my LLC. How do I separate my business? How do I apply for business credit? How can I do these things to kind of get myself under my own, so I can be good and have a fallback? And if they ever come for me, I can separate my business from my personal.
That
right?
is, man.
And this is how you get on the grind. You go out there and start doing it.
It's so crazy because African Emporium. I want to do next week, especially maybe a show where we can teach people how to buy real estate, especially cheap real estate in the hood, man, where they're selling our communities for 10, 15, 20,000. I mean, I've seen, especially if you go to communities like Memphis and many of these other black communities here in the South and in certain places in the North, where these people are coming from India and China, and they're coming up, they're buying places in the community and then selling them, turning on renting to own to black people, man. They're literally putting their kids and their grandkids through college on the backs of black labor. It's crazy, man. It's absolutely crazy. I mean, people turning $20, people turning $20,000 houses into generational wealth for themselves and their family, man.
And here we are, perusing around through, once again, a so-called hood, right? You don't own it, but you call it a neighborhood. Ain't no community, it's just a neighborhood, it's a hood, it's a corner, it's pretty much a little cut.
Man.
And you claim it and you fighting over it like a turf war. Obviously, that's systemic too, but there's no outlet from that.
Man.
It's perpetual vertigo. It's a free fall. You can never escape it until you garner enough intestinal fortitude to break out of it. It's like a stock that's getting ready to break out.
Yeah.
If not, your resistance is always going to be there. But you have no support. Here's the thing about it. You have no support in the black community. It's just a resistance. Meaning they're not going to let you break out the area, but you got no bottom. Meaning when you fall, it's bottomless.
That's sad, man. I see somebody talking about Camden, New Jersey. That's sad that, you got houses for $7,000. Man, at that close to Philly, that close to Philly and New York, you got houses going for that cheap. Ridiculous,
676 man. Bridge, going across the bridge, right? Leaving out the Independence Hall area, Philadelphia, this wealthy area, and you go right across the bridge into Camden, and
that's ridiculous, man. Absolutely ridiculous that we have communities that near some of the biggest cities, most important cities in the world, and we can't afford to own some of these communities. And it's so sad because you know that they just allow these houses to go to hell so they can come up and snatch them up for pennies on the dollar. But because we don't know the value of our own communities, we allow these Indians, Pakistanis come in here, buy this house for $20,000. They don't even fix it up that much. Because real talk, they don't even fix up the houses. They might do something with the roof or do something with the plumbing, but the houses for the most part ain't even livable to the best of its extent. And they put it up rent to own. And unfortunately, a sister with a Section 8 voucher, she don't have many choices. She's looking for somebody who's going to allow her to come in as soon as possible. And here you go, Akbar, with this house that he just bought 2 weeks ago for $30,000. He just half fixed the plumbing, and sure enough, she's in there for 3, 4, 5, 6 years. Done paid off the house 4 or 5 times in voucher payments. Man, he's been making money living on the other side of town, living good.
And these are the things that are happening every day. The affirmative action plan, the whole reality of using, once again, our despair as a way to come in to the country as so-called immigrants with AAA credit. No credit established on this land, not one day iota, but they come in instantly with AAA credit and owning stuff. It's a hustle at the highest level, and we just don't get it. So, and once again, I'm only saying that because we don't understand that the power for our upliftment is going to be in our ranks, in our numbers, group economics, which we do not practice. People do not shop black commerce as if it's the last thing on the planet. We run from it, matter of fact, to go run it and spin with Mr. Charlie or Habib or, anybody else except us. So, I cannot even grow my business, right? Or I cannot put the fresh bread on the rack because you don't want to come by. So it's a day old, a little molded, and I got to leave it there till I sell it because I don't need this profit loss. You don't want to shop with me. And you go right across the street to Habib, hang out in front of his store all day like it's the best corner store on the planet, sweep the front of the gas station, he'll give you a little beer, and you out there all day. People in and out that store all day, and they don't even go across the street to the black business and support it. And then you can turn around and say, man, ain't no black business. And man, we ain't got nothing. Man, get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
You your own problem. You the problem. You the problem why we ain't got nothing.
Yeah.
And this is what we're dealing with, like I say. So, it's a lot of layers to it, man. I know we can go on and on about it.
Yeah.
But, but these are the kind of conversation that has to happen to the point where it sets in and take root.
Well,
these
that's
are the
good, man.
conversations that
we're doing it. We're doing it. We're putting it out there, and it's just going to be out here for people to listen to. Again, I want to definitely do a real estate show next week in Africa. I don't know what your schedule is, man, but if you can call in and drop some dimes on us at that moment, we would appreciate it too. But you've been a blessing to the people who have been, working with you in the Discord room. You've been a blessing here on this show over 2.5 hours now today. But not only that, from the previous show, you dropped a lot of great information that's changing lives, man. I'm so grateful for you, man. I really am.
Yeah, my honor goes to you guys, man. I always tell people I do it for the people, right? Because we have a collective interest to make sure that we go out there and perform at the highest level to make sure that people understand that we are serious, right? Because if they never take us serious, then this is going to continue going on the way it is. So always stand on your square. And in terms of what we talk about, stand on your culture square, and you do not waver. You don't have to play this political correct game. Obviously, you be savvy and use tact, but you stand on your square and say and feel and do as you need to make sure people take you serious. Because if not, they're going to push you over and run all over you. They're going to run over you. They're going to overpower you. So you need to make sure when you're in that room, you stand on your square. You stand on your square and you speak with conviction. And you let people know you're not going to run over me, right? Over me or my people. And from that point, people begin to take you serious, and they know how to come to you sideways. From that, you can find other brothers who's thinking just like you, and then you start building on that. You help people that have the voiceless reality. You speak and be their voice until they can speak on their own reconnaissance. And from that, we keep going. So obviously, what you're doing and having this room, this live stream every day, is more impactful than you can ever imagine. And I'm sure you hear that all the time, but I guarantee you find me some black capital ventures out there that are so-called college educated that are doing things like this to kind of help the people on the bottom. You find me one out there that's doing these kind of live streams. Find me one, right? And then you realize who's actually in the game and got skin in the game to get this thing done, or who's out there just kind of flossing and fronting. So, man, kudos to you. It's my honor to be a part of this. And I want to say everybody in the chat room the same thing. Man, we are collective energy moving together. And I promise you, the stronger we are together, the more we can be divided.
Yes, indeed. Appreciate it, man. Thank you for the call, man.
It's my honor. It's my honor, bro.
Appreciate it, man. That's Africa Emporium 912 giving us a call, man. So many deep gems. So many deep gems. I mean, I could play this 20 million times, all them bombs on those deep gems that he just shared among. And that's why I said next week I really want to do this real estate show, man, because we got to transcend. That's one of the things. It's so funny because I was talking to Sinclair about this because he's in real estate too. Whether it be in Memphis, I like Memphis just because, the brothers out there actually have work. They actually can find work. Because so many communities, although the homes are dirt cheap, we got our people who can't even find work, to be able to maintain the rent. But I want to have a real estate show because I want us to be able to, buy these homes, man. We should be buying these homes. The black people who are aware and woke, especially if you call yourself woke, you should have one property, man. You should have one property. And I feel like I'm talking to myself when I say this. I feel like I should have at least one property in the hood that I can have a black family out there who's dependent on me to provide them, but at the same time paying me, right? Using my tax dollars, whether it be Section 8 or whatever government program out there, to pay me to be able to provide housing for that family. All right? Who can provide the best housing for black people besides black people? Let's be honest. White people ain't going to provide black people with good housing. The Arab definitely not going to do it. The Asian, the Indian, they're not going to provide you with housing. They're not going to provide you with safe, chemical-free living arrangements. They're not going to do that. They could care less what you're doing in that, as long as they're getting their money. As long as you're getting their money. But you can't go up in their community and buy property and rent to them. In fact, they won't rent your property if they find out that house is owned by a black man. Oh, yes. Go buy a rental house in a white neighborhood. I've heard black people who own property say, man, when they found out that I was a black man, all of a sudden the deal was off. The deal was off when they found out I was a black. They know how the money game works. We don't, unfortunately. So many of us don't. So we got to buy our neighborhoods, man. We got to buy our neighborhoods, and create that income stream for us, because nobody's going to improve our lot better than we can. All right. So I really want to do that episode next week, talking about that. I appreciate everybody who called up, everybody who's still watching. Again, Africa Emporium, thank you, man. Thank you so much that we got brothers like this in the community. I got to put these guys on all the time. I got to keep putting them on, family, because we got to get every single bit of information out of them. Every single bit of information out of them, because The dominant society is not going to give us this information. These are people who have taken the time out to go through the nitty gritty and find out this beneficial information. And we got to put that out there. We got to put that out there. Okay. We got to put that out there in our own ways. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed, Africa Emporium. Appreciate it, man. All right. Yeah, he definitely needs his own channel. I mean, we got brothers out here who, put out knowledge too. But, lately I've been seeing some of these other brothers fighting each other, getting into some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And my channel, I'm all about, empowering us financially. I ain't trying to get into the nitty, all the kind of bullshit going back and who's the black leader and all. I ain't got time for that, man. Our people are dependent on us, the black people who do know, who are awake, to wake them up. And to implement policies and procedures that are going to get our people on code. You said get Erica Williams on here? HappyPennyStocks@gmail.com. Email me her contact info, man. Email me her contact info. Any black person is about empowering black people to, on some real shit, man. Not out here, I do real estate or whatever. I mean, talking about getting people to get up on some of these properties, with as little money as possible. We got to be honest about the condition of our people. So we need policies and procedures that are going to get black people into properties, avoiding a credit check if possible. Avoiding putting down any money if possible. I'm not saying it's going to be 100% all of the time, but if there's a way we can kind of get around that, I want to know about it. I want to know about it, man. We need to know how to get into some of these houses, going around these blockages that the white supremacists have put up to prevent our people from having to have access to stable housing. Yeah. So again, appreciate it to Africa Emporium, Lou Facile, Q-Tech, Mr. De Janeiro, Gladiator, Nisi Shea, Mr. Money, Beast Mode Dumars. Who else is in here, man? Troy Tolbert, SC Trucker. All the people who called up, man. Thank you guys so much. JBino85 and your questions. Erica Looper, Dame, all the people in the chat room. Grateful to all of you guys. Trevor Riley. Yes, very informative, man. Get on Professor Griff. Yeah, I mean, if the brother's willing to educate the people, my thing is that sometimes, I understand that he's at a level where he probably is going to want some change, us to rub him with some change, and I'll see what he's asking for. But my thing is Professor Griff going to give us, some jewels to be able to get up on some wealth? You know what I'm saying? That's my problem, is that a lot of our people out here, again, shout out to Dr. Umar and many of the other people out here, but they're not telling us about how to get up on some money. You know what I'm saying? I love what you're doing, but you ain't teaching us how to, that's why I love Boyce Watkins and what Africa Emporium, and then with the Black Business School and all that. They get into the work. We can talk history like we've done here on this show, but there's a point where you start talking about history and then, okay, let's get to the money. Let's get to the money. Let's find out how we can, start filling up our pockets. And we got too many brothers who are stuck on the history, stuck on the, just going after the white man. And trust me, I've done it. We go after the white man all day. I'm with you. But we got to make the transition back into to filling our pockets, man. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're going to keep at it, man. I'll be back this week again, as you guys know, back to the penny stocks, back into making some of this money from the markets. Somebody told me we should look into a Sunday show. I'll think about it, man. I go so hard on Friday. I feel like I should enjoy at least the 2 days with my family. So we'll see what happens. With that being said, thank you to so much of the people who watched the show. Made it everything what it is. Good shows this week. Next week too. We're gonna keep at it, man. We're gonna keep at it, bringing you these incredible gains week in and week out. be bold, family. You know, obviously you want to protect what you got, but be bold out here, man. Don't be afraid to take some risk here to make yourself some money. So many stocks running today. I want to see everybody, you know, being able to grow their accounts. All right. Yeah, HTGM. Yeah, I expect HTGM to have another incredible Monday. All right. I'm really interested to see how the market is going to do now that the Master Troll has lost his bid to erasing our brother Barack Obama. Say what you want about him. I think the brother is kind of lost, but for the most part, they're trying to erase this brother out of history, and they failed today, man. The spirits was with him. The spirits was with him, man. They tried to delete brother Obama out of history tonight, and they failed. You know? So the white supremacist is very, very smart, because you see they did it on a Friday. The white supremacists is very smart. They did it on a Friday so they wouldn't have a calamity situation on the market. So now you got the weekend to digest it. We'll see what happens. But please believe, if this was a Tuesday or a Wednesday, tomorrow the market would just be Bloody Mary. Yeah, they did it on a Friday because they knew if it didn't work, you know, they 401ks and all that shit will be protected. So now I'm already seeing here on MarketWatch.com, TheStreet.com, you know, they already putting out the articles. Hey, it's not that bad. It's not over. The Trump rally is not over. You know, you see how they kind of manipulate. The white supremacists is very smart, family. Very smart, man. They're already putting out the articles. It's already coming out. You know, market will rebound despite Trump's setback. I mean, I'm telling you, man, these white folks are smart, man. They know what they're doing. They did it on a Friday for a reason. You know, look at this, MarketWatch.com right now. GOP health bill goes down, but Trump can still unleash HHS to medieval Obamacare. I mean, I'm telling you, man, the white supremacists, they know what they're doing. So that's why we've got to be ever vigilant, man. And we got to get to this money. Okay. Again, thank you. Again, I can't be so grateful for all the people who make this show what it is. I'm so grateful to you. I've only just provided the platform, but this is so necessary. Yeah. All right, folks. Enjoy your weekends. Love on your family. I'll see you guys back here on Monday night. Take care, everybody. Good night.